Very good morning to you from Höljes in Sweden. There is still snow on the mountains. Thankfully, there is no snow on the track, although it has been super slippery all of yesterday. And I think we're expecting this morning to be pretty slippery as well. Look at that. That's up at the velodrome, the little crest right into the left-hander. Maybe a couple of puddles there. Interestingly, no morning warm-up here this morning. So they had a free practice session on Thursday prior to doing round 3. Then we had Swedish Rallycross Friday. Yesterday we had a mixture of Swedish and RallyX Nordic. And they had a little warm-up in the morning. How nothing this morning, just pow, cold. Literally, there were no engines running 8 minutes ago. It's silent in the paddock. And now I can hear juniors doing wheel spin starts. Going to be exploratory, I think you would say. Yeah,
it's an interesting morning, isn't it? Not only because they haven't experienced the condition at all with no warm-up or practice. I've just been around the paddock and half the supercar teams have only just got out of bed. Everyone's looking very bleary-eyed. It's been quite a long weekend, hasn't it? But
yep.
The supercars have got a little time before they're on track. But yeah, it's going to be interesting this morning.
Laura, looking forward to the final day here at Holjes?
I am, yeah. I think if the racing on Thursday afternoon, I had to really think then back to that Thursday.
What day is it?
Yeah, what day are we on? I think it's going to be really exciting. I'm really looking forward, obviously, to the supercar because I think we've got a great fight between the likes of Fraser McConnell, Johan Kristoffersson, Nicholas Gronholm, of course, here as well. I think that's going to be a great fight today. Christian Sabo getting involved too. So I think it's going to be a good day.
Thanks, Laura. Really, really looking forward to it. This is how we stand in Crosscar Junior ahead of going into their third qualifying session. Remember, Q3 and Q4 today, then semis and finals. Eric Nilsson with the win in both sessions so far. Ahead of Gustafsson, Lundalander, Uitto, Anderson, Ullilami, Persson, Hallinan, Lidman and Martens. The juniors as young as age 11 have been doing a fantastic job. They're going to need to do that right now. Wakey, wakey, people. Here we go. Nilsson, Gustafsson, Uitto, Persson, but it's Ullilami on the outside and Nilsson on the inside. Ullilami might be able to close the door from there. I tell you what, that's a lot wetter than I thought it would be on the run between the start and the first corner. This is literally the first lap of the day. I can't remember a rallycross meeting where we've gone racing without even a warm-up lap. So Ullilami leads over the jump on the standard lap, and look how filthy Nilsson is in P2 after half a lap.
Yeah, there's been no opportunity, even though it's not raining that hard at the moment. It's not really raining at all outside the commentary box window, but there's been no cars on track at all to clear any of this away. And had the supercars and lights been out with the four-wheel drive and the wide tyres, they would have cleaned the line, but it just hasn't happened.
Look at it. The spray's unbelievable. If you look at Nilsson in P2, watch the wiper on the 34 car, and he can't see where he's going. Nilsson's gone completely off on the inside line. Just as I said, well, good lad, because that's like cut, maybe, and he's gone right away across the inside line. But I think unbelievable demonstration of just how bad the visibility is. And we saw Nilsson's wiper as he came through after the Joker merge. Really just a letterbox to look to. We've been there, mate. It's very, very difficult, isn't it, in this?
It is, yeah, and it surprised me that not more of them use it. As Nilsson goes for the Joker, that's intentional. That's a full send going in there. A little bit crossed up on the way in, but does make it to the apex. So that's quite a handy Joker lap. But probably he may have Jokered to get out of the spray. Now he's in the spray of 4 other cars, so maybe not ideal. You maybe followed one for the rest of the race and risk taking it on the last lap. But I can't believe more don't run the mesh that we see Ullilami running in P1, because it's such a risk when the window's missed up. And I'm sure that's the problem that Nilsson had on lap 1. The combination of the mud on the outside and the mist on the inside, it just really hampers your visibility. Having
driven a Crosscar in the UK in horrendous conditions, I would 100% now think about taking mesh. Yeah, definitely get wet, but mesh and goggles. No, but with the motocross goggles.
Sacrifice being dry.
100%. I'd be soaked just to see where I'm going. I don't care. You know, you think how close you could follow compared to how many times you've been waiting for the wipe to clear and you're in 3rd or 4th gear waiting to get back on the gas because you don't even know if you're on the track. It's so hard. I can't even think of a way. Maybe if you've been on the motorway and you drive through, you know, when you hit horrendous standing water, or when you pass a truck and the water comes over your screen and you literally cannot see, that's what it's like with the mud on. Tell you what, that was tidily judged as well, wasn't it? Rasmus Persson. Oh, going to be a super tight merge here. Nilsson just squeezes in.
Gustafsson struggling a bit there at the back, wasn't he? Just couldn't get the traction there coming out the Joker. And
that's a lovely pass up the inside, make that look easy.
That's Persson running around the outside at the moment, on the inside.
I thought Uitto was
side
going to
by
get that
side down the hill in these conditions is brave, especially first thing in the morning, just after breakfast.
done.
I can't believe more don't run the mesh that we see Ullilami running in P1, because it's such a risk when the window's missed up. And I'm sure that's the problem that Nilsson had on lap 1. The combination of the mud on the outside and the mist on the inside, it just really hampers your visibility.
I thought Uitto was going to get that done. Person has to give best. Uito, most of that move for me by Uito was done up at the end on the way in, and I think it's going to get passed back again. So these two have been side by side pretty much from the velodrome through to the last corner. Not sure we've ever seen that before. And he runs him across the road. So Persson tries to push Uito across the road. And finally, Uito gets in front. Persson's still there, though, all over the back. Uito's got to go joker, so I suppose Persson's going to... and I think Uito's missed the joker there, Hal, unless we've missed the indicator. Sometimes I'm afraid our transponders don't get picked up.
I'm pretty sure he didn't joker, because I was surprised the leading trio did joker on the previous lap, and I thought maybe they were so unsighted they'd just gone for it to get it out of the way, just in case it was the last lap. So I don't think he has jokered now, Andrew.
Got a good wiper. Completely, that's hinged from the side. That's quite unusual. Cross cars normally from the top or the bottom. If you look at Uito's car, the 30 buggy, if we see a front shot of it again, you'll see the wipers actually mounted on the side of the screen.
No visibility problems at all, though, for Ylilami.
Look how close Ylilami is to the wheel. Like, his helmet is literally... He could almost chew the top of the wheel, couldn't he, from there? But they're so tiny, with such little legs, as you said yesterday, how they've got to be able to reach the pedals. So they're probably somewhat compromised in terms of reach. Ylilami crosses the line to take the win. Good job. Goggles off already, I think. Probably steaming up, I imagine. So Ylilami takes the win with 4:03.537. What have we heard about the joker? We're not sure. I'm going to see some slow motion shots of the spray. Everybody did joker, apparently. So Ito apparently did joker, so apologies for that. This is... OK, have a look at this spray here as they go across the top section. Look at that. And then as they come down the hill, Nilsson, completely unsighted, as we said, he can't see, goes over the gravel trap on the inside of the fast corner at the bottom of the hill. So, I mean, it was a wild old ride. Race 2, Lucas Andersson, Joachim Lunderlander, Isaac Norbeck, Oliver Lidman and Isaac Hartenmar. Much more even start this time round. The inside line, Lucas Andersson should be able to hold on to that. Going to break deep in turn 1, try and push him on right. Oh, a little bit of contact with Isaac Hartenmar on the outside. Hartenmar might go joker from there. Nobody's gone joker right from the back of the pack. Hal, that's a lot of time lost for me.
Hartenmar really didn't have much choice there, did he? He wasn't able to reposition the car to get wide enough to get into the joker around the outside. So boxed in a little bit, and yeah, I think he made the right decision.
Oh, we've been joined in the commentary box by a bit of a legend, Marcus Gronholm's in here. Marcus, you look about as awake as I feel, mate. It's
yeah, I just woke up and
yeah, same as that. Yeah, I need my tea to get me going. This is hard for these juniors. Nobody's even had a warm up this morning, and they've just gone straight into race 1. We can't believe the spray out there.
Yeah, it looks really, really dirty and slippy. So you have to be careful. And okay, I hope it will stay dry today, but I'm not sure.
No, neither am I. So, how's the team getting on? First of all, you're here, of course, with Gronholm RX this weekend. GRX. You've got Niklas and you've got Christian racing. How's the weekend gone?
No, first race on Thursday was quite okay, but it was really good that we came here, because in the testing, when we are trying things on the different tracks in Finland, it's not the same when you race against others. So we found things what we must improve, and we are now doing things all the time. Every heat we change something. And Niklas was quite okay yesterday, but he's not happy with the car. So
yeah, we spoke to him. You said well, we spoke to him on Thursday, didn't we? After he won, and he was happy that he'd won, but same thing. He's looking for a feeling.
Yeah, he's looking for a feeling. And I think it will come. It will come. It looks like he's more confident now and knows what he wants to change. And okay, we will see.
Okay, cool.
This time 12 months ago, you were using new suspension on the car, weren't you? And it was difficult in the mixed conditions. Really, you could have done with some consistency. You've had a slippery day and a dry day, but you're saying you'd prefer a dry day today to keep working on the data?
Yeah, that would be good. We will try something on ratios and things like that. So, but we need dry. Otherwise, it's not
useful.
Not the best. Yeah, useful. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh,
Hattemar would have liked some dry conditions as well. Clipped the barrier on the exit of the Joker lap and just rotated the car into the infield there. That's Anderson running wide on the exit of the velodrome.
We asked Jussi yesterday, how's our finish, Marcus? Hattemar, is that close?
Hattemar is quite good.
Yeah, okay, quite good. Okay, quite okay.
Yeah, quite okay.
I'll take that.
So difficult names.
It was Ulalami, wasn't it? Andrew said...
Ulalami, and I said to
am I
Jussi,
getting that correct? In a very, very Jussi response, he just said...
No.
No.
Okay.
Oh, it's so muddy and wet here on the new section, isn't it? I can't see this drying up for Supercar, I'm afraid, Marcus.
I'm afraid no.
No.
It looks really slicky.
So can you reveal anything about your plans for the year, Marcus? I guess not yet. You're still sort of working on what you want to do with the team for the season?
I think we will enter the World Championship this year again, trying to win it. But who will be the drivers? I exactly don't know. Niklas will drive, yes.
Okay.
Then we have 2 other cars. Let's see. There is few options.
Yeah. We've got a little while yet before entries close, so...
Yeah, I think it's closed.
Is it this week?
Yeah, it closed this week, didn't it? Yeah.
Okay, right.
But only for the permanent entries.
Yes,
Not
exactly.
Round by round is much closer to the races.
So it will be a lot of different drivers round by round.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
quite sure.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, side by side, almost at the finish line. Such difficult conditions for these guys. Lucas Sanderson, what's the time?
The timing screen hasn't updated since the first lap, so
that's a shame.
I'm not sure. But he did a 1:03 on the first lap, and if you add all that together, that's quite a lot slower than Ulalami. We'll see now. 4:03.3, so that's 2 tenths quicker, Lucas Anderson, than Ulalami went in the first race.
4:03.3, there we go. Super close, couple of tenths of a second in it. There we are, me and Marcus trying to look sharp. Now we've realised the camera's on. We're all like this on the desk.
I tried to look sharp.
It's like, honestly, you know, our director says, yeah, we're going to put the camera on, and we're like, oh, God. It's 8 in the morning. But, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We try. We look sharp. We're being told we look sharp. Thanks very much. That's good stuff. Right, we've got 1 race left to come from Crosscar Junior before we move on to 1,000 races of two-wheel drive and Crosscar, and then on to Supercar Lights and Supercar. The track conditions are going to change the whole way through this session. On the inside of this one, Thomas Martens, Lauri Hallonen, then we've got Pontus Oskarsson, Maiju Niemi and Josephine Holmqvist on the outside. Let's take a look at the start. Oh, Hallonen with great reaction there, good traction as well. And Hallonen, one of our favourite drivers after bringing about 5 kilos of licorice into the commentary box earlier on today from Kuvula. So leads into turn 1, followed by Thomas Martens, who's in the second of the buggies being run this weekend by Hansen Motorsport and the Life squad as well. Katie Munnings in the other one, of course, in Crosscar. So yeah, great start by Hallonen. Hallonen as well is 11 years old. And Marcus, this is so young. How old were you when you started?
No, I started motocross first when I was 13, maybe. Yeah, I did motocross many years.
Yeah.
And but rallying when I was 19, it was not possible to start earlier. So I was not driving any other cars.
Yeah, sure.
It was motocross and then rally.
And why did you change from motocross to rally? Because you didn't want to hurt yourself?
I have yes, exactly. my knees are completely dead. So that was the reason. I would have liked to continue. In fact, I did 1 World Championship start.
No way.
Yeah.
How did it go?
Not good. It was too long. At that time, it was 40 minutes plus 2 laps. Oof, that was crazy.
That's a long race.
That was a long race. Oof.
And what engines? What size?
125.
Okay.
So I was but it was okay.
Oh, but it was brilliant.
It was a top level at that time, and it was in Finland to start, and I qualified, and I was on the start line.
That's fantastic. So then from motocross, what could you take from that to rallying? I guess there was a lot of things about reading grip levels and so on, but the two-wheel bike thing, how transferable are the skills?
It was quite quite different. Okay, sometimes a little bit the lines could transfer to rally, but not so much. Okay, the racing, you know, the feeling, fighting.
The adrenaline and the start line,
Exactly.
in particular in motocross, is carnage, isn't it?
And
big line start.
And when I did my first rallycross race here in Höljes, 2008, I think the other competitors, they thought that I am not used to run with others.
Of course.
But it was much easier with a car.
Yeah, you can lean
Yes.
on people. Yeah.
So I did so many starts with motocross, so it was not a problem with 40 bikes on the line, so it was crazy.
So 5 in a line, it's easy, isn't it?
Easy.
It's easy. It's easy. That's fantastic. So what are your thoughts on these guys? I mean, Hallinan here is leading.
Yeah.
For me, coming out the last corner there, he was so patient on the throttle. I'm blown away by how good these kids are at 11 years old.
You said 11 years.
Yeah, he's
Very good.
11. He's
this
11.
is so good practice for them, and then they are so already when they are 15, 16, they are ready to drive cars.
Yeah. So patient.
And this is why I think we see people like Oliver Solberg driving at such a high level in the
Exactly.
WRC, because he's been doing this sort of thing for
Yeah.
years. You know,
Yeah.
8 years before you first drove a competition
Exactly.
car.
And one thing I want to mention also with the young drivers, they can have a look now on boards and everything. They can practice, by watching
other people
and playing PlayStation.
Yeah. No, you're right though. I mean, it was Tommy Howman was in here the other day,
Exactly.
and he was saying about, obviously he does a lot of esports, but also he said a lot of his preparation now is watching onboards. And he said,
at my time we had no videos, no cameras, nothing to have a look on.
Yeah.
Just before the stage, like they are now in rally, looking on the stages all the time.
I was going to ask.
Every minute.
Just going to ask you about that.
I am lucky I'm not driving
Yes,
anymore.
Marcus. So that's
It's a big job,
I know, and it's
the
boring,
week before,
isn't it?
boring.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, I almost think, don't let them have the camera.
I tell you, I did a Swedish Rally 2019. I took video of few stages, but I fall to sleep when I have to look at them in my hotel room.
It's just like, do you want to watch it again? No, I don't. It's fine.
okay.
I can. I mean, I admire the application of the drivers and co-drivers to do it, but it's. I just feel like it's something that none of them really enjoy. But they have to do it now to be competitive.
And that's the reason that young drivers are coming straight to the top now.
Yeah.
Before it was always 30 plus guys in rally because they knew the stages, but year after year. But now you can practice.
Yeah.
And have a look how Holjes is doing these displays. It was he went full throttle there.
Yeah. Is that good though or not? Lowry Hamlin 403.7. How is that quicker or
now
not?
I'm speaking too much.
No. I love it. That's not quite quicker, is it? But that's very close across the 3 heat races. It's only 4/10 across them.
Yeah, really close. Yeah, Hallinan just going third of the 3 race winners on time overall, but only a couple of tenths behind Yulalami, who in turn was only a couple of tenths behind Anderson too. So it looks like the track conditions are pretty stable at the moment, doesn't it? And
just look at
just
this
so
11-year-old.
Very nice.
Yeah, look at this through the steering input and just the throttle through velodrome. Like, if you showed that video to someone and said, "How old do you reckon that driver is?" There's no way they'd guess 11.
Good driver.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah. It's funny, isn't it, the way it's developed, the sport and the things that you have to do now to be quick. As I say, I feel, and it's interesting. I think a lot of rally drivers reach the point where they don't want to go away for a week's recce and they don't want to sit in a hotel until 3 in the morning watching onboards, and then they come do a bit of rallycross, which is quite cool for us anyway, where you don't need to do quite so much. But I suppose you're still looking at data and they're still looking at videos, aren't they?
You mean?
Here.
Yeah. Niklas, not so much.
He doesn't.
He's going out there and trying with his feeling and to improve, but not so much video.
What can you do? We're going to see the intermediate standings for two-wheel drive. Let's have a look at that, and then we'll talk to Marcus again. So this is where we are with two-wheel drive as we go into the Q3 session for them. Matthias Janssen leads from Simon Tiger. Janssen's actually won both the sessions here. Got away from the line better than Tiger both times. He then got Bertelsen, England, Persson and Larsamo. So I wonder if Janssen can continue that streak and deny Simon Tiger a victory here. We must be missing... let's have a look and see. Are we missing cars? we've got 4 in this, Hal. We must have had a couple of cars retire, have we? England's not there in the Porsche.
England's due on the grid, isn't it? And we're missing
so that
Person,
would mean,
I think,
as
well.
Mikael Person's missed. We've
He's
only
missed
got
a
one
few.
race.
I haven't actually had time to go to him in the paddock and find out what's been wrong, but he's missed a few races both here and in Nice.
Thing is, he can afford to, because he's definitely going to make the final. But that doesn't make it so much fun for us. So,
but at least they know in advance, so they can make it a 4 or 5 car race rather than having a 2. Because a 2-car race, it's still a race. You can make a race from 2 cars, but it's not quite the same.
Only just. Right, we'll get the start underway. So Janssen on the inside, Matthias Janssen has found better traction than Simon Tiger in every race so far. Tiger's been the pace man all season, but the only time previously Janssen had beaten him was in the wet in Q1 back at Nice. And again, look at that, Tiger. Okay, this time has been left on the grid, and that's not ideal, but Matthias Janssen away from the line with the whole shot. Now, what's absolutely epic about Janssen, and Marcus, you'll love this, the guy leading, is doing RallyX Nordic. On Friday, he did Swedish Rallycross, and yesterday, he did Swedish Rallycross and RallyX Nordic in the same day. So he has had more... Oh, Tiger's had an off there, Hal. But he's had more laps than, I think, anybody else in the paddock.
Yeah, okay.
Super enthusiastic. I mean, Hal, that's double running is hardcore.
Yeah, you'd be knackered, wouldn't you, from all the, especially in a rear-wheel drive car like this, which is so physical to drive. Tiger had a terrible start by his high standards, then clipped the back of Larson, I think it was, in turn 2 before going into the Joker, ran wide, clipped the wall on the exit, and now is well off the back of the pack. That's exactly what Janssen will have needed, and Tiger's at risk here if he can't get it all together, that Bertelsen could pass him in the intermediate classification, and for the first time this year we'd see Tiger on the second row of the grid for the final, potentially, and then things really get mixed up because it's really hard work from there.
It'd be quite nice for Janssen to take a win, particularly in RallyX Nordic and on a weekend when he's working so hard. That'd be a nice story for us. I think Bertelsen going well as well. Simon Tiger now coming up behind Larsimo. Tiger's jokered, Larsimo hasn't, and Larsimo isn't planning on jokering this time. Tiger needs to make short work of this because he's a lot quicker than Larsimo, but...
You can just see the attitudes of the car, can't you? Larsimo is very, very cautious in these conditions, and Tiger's well on top of the car, getting the rotation done, looking either side, but not only is that BMW in front pretty big, but Larsimo is also placing it quite well. He's run a little bit wide on the exit of that right-hander.
Tiger's going
left-hander, sorry.
High-low. He's going to cut down to the inside line, as he knows, going NASCAR style around the outside. This is frustrating for him, isn't it? You can see how cautious Larsimo is on the brakes. Marcus, how do you get past there? Do you have to give him a little push, or do you...
Yeah, now he's passing, I think. No, not yet.
Oh,
yes.
Just, there we go. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you are faster and you are behind. It's not easy sometimes.
Part of rallycross, isn't it, a big time in terms of the tactics, is whether or not, obviously winning the start is what you want, but when you don't win the start, getting that joker lap call right and trying to avoid the traffic's really hard.
Yeah, that's right. And if you don't take the start, then it's up to the tactics, and it's not easy.
No, definitely not.
How involved are you on the spotting side, on the tactic side of the GRX team? I know you've got guys like Jussi and Alexei who are so good and experienced, but do you get involved in that at all?
No, not at all. I am not.
I thought yesterday when we were doing the RX2E race that you potentially were not particularly involved in spotting. It's not your thing, no?
No. I let the others do it. I don't want to do it. It's fine.
Is this a rally driver thing? You know, I was a rally man, and I quite like having a co-driver tell me exactly what to do and when. You know, this is where we're going at this time, and okay, that's Is that what we like?
Yeah, that's true. But when I'm at rallycross circuit, I am not. I don't want to be involved. Sometimes I can be there but they don't like when I give the instructions. I
think Janssen's broken the rear of the car there, Hal. The rear right, to me, looks like it's on a slightly... No, maybe not.
I think it might be the bodywork, Andrew, but he definitely dropped it on the way into the joke lap, just like Tiger did, actually, but without any contact. It's just so slippery, and I think it's getting a little bit worse at the moment as the loose is cutting up a lot more with as more traffic goes over it. But he's comfortable out front. I think it's raining again now, isn't it, if we look at outside the window. But what's more interesting is that Tiger's front axle moving in the wheel arch there, but Tiger's not closing on Bertelsen, and based on form so far this season, you'd expect that to happen. So, not going as he would want. Likewise, Janssen, it's going, apart from that small mistake in the joke lap, it's going brilliantly.
Janssen will be out again very shortly in Swedish Rallycross, so he's literally going to have, what's he going to have today? Potentially Janssen's going to have...
Lots.
Yeah, two qualifiers with us, one qualifier with Swedish, 2 sets of semi-finals and a final.
Well, one semi-final.
Yeah, 2 sets. What? No,
oh, sorry, 2 sets. Yeah, one in each class.
One in each class. It's mad, isn't it?
Oh, no semi-final in this because there's not enough cars.
Of course. They'd be happy about that, to be fair, won't he? Larsimo coming round to finish this one off. I would like to see more entries in this, I have to say. That doesn't sound too well, does it? Oh, dear. First time we've seen any panel damage on Tiger's car this year. Nothing too substantial. Matthias Janssen takes it with a 357.9 from Morten B. Bertelsen and Simon Tiger. Roland Larsimo finishing. England is a DNS. Let's see whether we get any more cars out later on. Right, we're going cross-car racing now. Let's take a look at the standings as we go into Q3. Jimmy Osterberg leads from David Miat. Osterberg made an incredible pass yesterday up in the velodrome. I think it was on 2 cars at once, was it, Hal? It was a great move. Sindre Treuterud with the win in Q1, look, is in P3. Nitish is up to P4. So 2 factory drivers from Planet Kart Cross look in P2. Okay, Nitish isn't factory, he's the importer, but I know he'd like to be one of the factory drivers. He's up in 4th. Holberg, the car looks great. So far hasn't gone his way. Rierson, maximum attack all the while. Aronen, Eganson, Radstrom and Anderson top 10. In fact, the top 18 will go through. It'll be 3 semi-finals and it will be 2 cars from each of those that will go through to the finals. So this should be fun now. Top 10 will be coming up in these first 2 heats. Osterberg on the inside line here. Nitish, Mayat, Rierson and Halberg. This is absolutely stacked. It's a brilliant start for Rierson. Slot number 4 picks up some wheel spin though. Maybe going to drop back. Osterberg could have a chance on the inside line if he's brave. Hooks the wheel up on the curb, holds on. Rierson going to go standard lap. Oh, he doesn't. In the background, yeah, Rierson goes standard lap and Osterberg's gone straight into the Joker. And who's gone with him? It's Nitish. I think Mayat is on the standard lap. Is it Nitish that's gone Joker with the mud, Hal? It's hard to tell.
It is, yeah. Reynolds was left in a little bit of no man's land there, wasn't he? You could see by the attitude of the car that he got the rotation done to give himself the option of where to go. But then when 3 cars went ahead into the main lap, he had to go for the Joker. Not the perfect first couple of corners for him, but Rierson had a brilliant start.
Absolutely fantastic start. Picked up a lot of wheel spin. Look at them trying to field. Remember, this is their first lap this morning. They haven't done anything since yesterday. Visibility is horrendous. Rierson on the brakes from Hallberg. Hallberg's car looked mega yesterday in the wet, didn't it? It just looked really underneath him.
It did, yeah. I don't think we saw the best of Rierson in those slippery conditions. Look at Miat with the hole in the perspex. Meanwhile, Osterberg behind, he looks so laid back in that car compared to the juniors we saw earlier. Hallberg Jokers.
Hallberg into the joke lap now. In the background, who's gone in? It's Mayat's gone in with, and that's to try and protect from Osterberg. But Osterberg's got them both. Hallberg taps the barrier on the way out, just holds on. Mayat, the factory driver, comes out just in front of Rainis Nitish. So we've got the 2 Planet Kart Cross cars now running line astern in this one. Hallberg's not got bad visibility. It's a decent wiper, and then you can see those cars that have got the grid across the front. Marcus, I think probably the wiper isn't as effective as having the grill and the motocross goggles. What do you think?
I think you cannot have the windscreen there in these conditions.
No.
With a wiper, it doesn't work. You must have a motocross style.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I don't know.
No, I completely agree. And unless you're absolutely sure you're going to get the whole shot.
It's misting up for first windscreen, but they are running it, but I don't know.
Yeah, so me and Hal have both said we think this is the better setup with just a grill across the front and the goggles. Yeah. We saw guys yesterday pulling on the goggles, didn't we, to clean them, to move the plastic film across. So Rierson leading from Osterberg. Rierson, the only driver not to have jokered yet.
Marcus, you drove a Crosscar here a couple of years ago, didn't you, in the World Championship support race? How did you find driving one of these cars around Höljes?
No, yeah, you need a bit different driving style. My left foot braking doesn't work with these cars. You have to throw in them and go on the throttle. It's a little bit against my feeling and driving style, but more practice and then it's fine. But yeah.
We saw you driving the RX2E car yesterday. You were quite sideways in that. How is the feeling with the electric car? Is that the first one you've tried, or have you tried before?
No, it's the first one, and yeah, it's okay. It's good racing and with them as well, but I would like to change something on them because in the brakings I lost the rear always, so I was not so confident. But okay, good.
Rierson's gone joker and come out behind Osterberg. So Osterberg's decision to joker on the first lap was absolutely on the money. And look at Osterberg, look at the car, Hal. Osterberg barely needs to visit the Karcher area, whereas everybody else, it looks like they need to drive through a river to clean those cars. I mean, they're absolutely filled. Good decision by Osterberg, and then great lap times.
Yeah, he's just had the perfect run, hasn't he? And that's what you get when you're with the fastest guys. He's able to take the Joker and not catch any of the slower drivers in the same race.
Yeah, that's why you need to be in the quick heat. Hallberg spins in the background, gone off in the bottom corner there. Come on, get it out the gravel, on the gas. Osterberg takes this one. We'll wait and see what the time is. It's 3:36.5. Good drive by Osterberg. Here is Hallberg. Hallberg will be disappointed with that. And the problem, Hal, in this class is that with 26 or 27 cars, one bad time like that and you can end up a fair way down the order. Osterberg wins from Rierson, Mayat, Nittish and Hallberg. We've got the second heat of quick drivers coming up next. This is Osterberg over the crest into Velodrome. Now, he yesterday had a very, very sideways driving style. He was super aggressive, Marcus, which is like you were saying with these cars. You have to chuck them in, but he's being a little bit smoother in these conditions.
Yeah, maybe you have to be smoother on a wet and slippy, but yeah, when it's dry, you need to really push them.
Yeah, I love watching them in the dry.
Yeah.
They get away with angles that you can't get away with in rally cars anymore.
Exactly.
You know, it's nice to see cars still driven sideways. Okay, on to Heat 2. It's Marcus Gronholm in the commentary boxes, myself, Andrew Coley and Hal Ridge. Marcus, I'm sure you'll have some stuff to do in a minute. What's next? Is it watching Nick Glass, is it?
Yeah, and then I think a COVID test.
Okay, that's life at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
Eganson on the inside with a good start from P4 there. Bowdens looked like he got away well, but then didn't. Sondra Treuterud maybe going to get the whole shot round the outside. Oh, right up the curbs on the inside line for Isak Eganson. Eganson, I think, going to go Joker on the gas sideways and chucks the car off to the side of the road. How lucky to get away with that all the curb.
Yeah, Eganson got really squeezed then, didn't he? Brilliant car positioning from the leader to shut the door, but not too aggressively. And Eganson was left with a little option.
Eganson's been brilliant here at Höljes, not quite so good at Denmark. I think we were a bit surprised by the pace when coming here. It won on Thursday, and currently in qualifying, where is Eganson? Okay, down in P7, I think it is in quali after Q2. But still very impressive to take the win, and good tactics, I think, to go Joker early.
Yeah, the switch to the new Speed Car Wonder from the car control team is obviously working out well, isn't it? I think there's incremental differences in the performance between the two cars, and that's what they're working on. They're looking for all of the Speed Car drivers to swap to this new FIA Crosscar specification machine longer term, and he's there's various teams trying that now, like the Live Life squad with the Hanson Motorsport here with Katie Munnings in this category, but this is working really well for the car control guys.
Fantastic, already up 2 places. Bowdens comes out from the merge in front of Svard, and you can just see the difference from running in traffic. And they're going to be soaked in there. They're going to be absolutely soaking wet. I'm not going to lie, it's not the most comfortable driving experience, is it?
This is not nice.
No, not at all. Like driving.
To be honest, it doesn't. I don't like.
No, rally car without a windscreen. This is, isn't it? Basically.
Yes.
So, Marcus, if you had your career again, I mean, would you consider something like Crosscar as a way to start? What would you do now when you obviously you've guided Nick Glass through his career as well, but if you were starting right now, what would you do?
Maybe cross cars first, and Supercar Lights.
Yeah.
Quite nice to start, but how to start then rally? I don't really know. You have to go R2.
It's so difficult now, I think, in terms of choosing a career. There are more choices. Bit of contact on the merge there.
Yeah.
Slides off to the side. That's Radstrom in the blue buggy coming back in from his Joker further down the field. And I think it's a difficult time for motorsport as well anyway, with the switch to electric for most categories, really. And it's how it's going to happen and when, exactly. and whether or not the manufacturers are interested. It's so hard to know who's got it right.
Like in Rallycross, we are so many private teams, so we cannot, switch and buy these cars and start to run them from zero. It's millions and millions if we want to have a proper team, and it's not possible for the moment.
Yeah. So
we need the manufacturers in to be involved.
Yeah.
Then I really hope for it, because Rallycross is so nice.
It's
even if I'm a rally driver of X, but rallycross, I really like it.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? And it's easy to bring guests to. I think it's easy to watch on the television. It's easy to consume. I love rally. I'm a rally man too, but I think rallycross is easier to sell, particularly now in the modern generation when there's so much to see.
Exactly. You can do it quickly, and the race is there. Bam, bam, bam.
Done. Yeah.
Rally, you have to follow 3 days.
Yeah, exactly. It's like cricket, isn't it, compared to a 100-meter sprint or something. So, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I can't really call rally cricket, can we? That's not fair, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
Rally is a marathon, and and rallycross, I guess, is the 4x100 relay. Hal, is that better?
That's just not cricket.
That's just not cricket. There we are. So Troiter takes the win in this one. I'm going to see what the time is. It's a 3:43. No, 3:40.9.
3:40.9.
3:40.9.
4 seconds off the previous bet set by Osterberg. Previous best set by Osterberg.
So yeah, 3:40.9. So Osterberg's time looking really good, but there are still some quick drivers still to come. I don't know if anyone's going to be quick enough to challenge that, Hal, from Osterberg. Osterberg's time is looking fantastic there. I'm just trying to see where he is. Osterberg didn't have the best year last year, but he was 4th in the first round, 5th in Neeson.
He does always seem to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, doesn't he? If there's some traffic to get stuck in, he's usually in the middle of it.
Yeah.
You know, whether that's a slowish start or a poor joker or something, but getting out front, he's clearly got the pace.
He was 6th in round 3 here. I say he's 3rd in the standings at the minute, Osterberg, but with the results he's getting here, he's currently the TQ man, and he's also leading the class right now. Inside line, Jarkko Aronen with the best start away from the line. Easy hole shot. Pretty tidy in the background as well. I wonder who we're going to see go joker here. That is Räikkönen, I think, has gone straight into the joker lap. Good decision from the outside and no time lost there. Hal, I think that's working out for... We've seen 2 races now where an early joker's worked.
Look at the visibility. The windscreen wiper's not even clearing all of the dirt off the screen. That's what Marcus was saying, wasn't it? You're almost better to sacrifice.
Look at that.
Being wet. I mean, that's working reasonably well, but it's still such a small...
It's a tiny window,
aperture,
isn't it?
It's
like...
Yeah, it's difficult. And when it's misting up from inside, then you are in trouble.
Yeah. Or if you can't see, you can't send it. And Anderson in the background, well, he may not be able to see and he's still sending it. But I mean, look at the wiper again. The bottom of the screen is a bit muddy, but...
You get very frustrated in your road car, don't you, when the wiper's leaving a 5 mil streak on the screen. It's
he does have a small hole, which is okay. I mean, in the front.
Yeah.
The second car.
Yeah, that's Krepu that's the car Reynes drove in Denmark a couple of weeks ago. So Reynes was very clear that he wanted to not have a screen for exactly that reason, so that to have a mesh that you don't have any issues with. Oh, what a close joker that was.
That was tight, wasn't it? Anderson went, I think, trying to cover Räikkönen off. But coming out of the joker lap, where you can normally shut the door by moving to the left-hand side, but at the minute it's so slippery that when you put that extra bit of steering input in, the car's really moving, Marcus.
Yeah, it's unpredictable now on when you are coming out from the joker. It's so slippy and dirty. So, you.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
No, agreed.
Keep the car straight and try to accelerate straight.
So try to find the traction is a better bet than try to shut the door.
I think so.
Yeah. So Räikkönen leading the 2 drivers who jokered, or was, although yes it is, the timing screen's just changed its mind. Krepo on the standard lap again. Hoot car goes joker, but if that's to cover the 2 behind, it's way too late. So Räikkönen chasing down the front. How did the gaps come up last time round, or not Räikkönen to Aronen?
They did a little bit, but it's pretty close on the timing screens. It's just updated. Look at the visibility there. That must be so. Like you'd almost rather it was worse at the top, wouldn't you? So at least you could see the road in front of you at the bottom.
Anderson got the inside line. Räikkönen went high. Anderson went low. Anderson moves out from the spray again, and I think that's just to be able to see. He's taken that slightly wider line, which does avoid the bump on the inside. There's that big bump which is developing from the gravel to the tarmac on the run down the hill.
Not as bad today as it since they did the regrading overnight, but in these conditions, like we said yesterday, with the water sticking the loose surface together, it'll start pulling out a lot more.
Yeah, it will, definitely.
Especially with the four-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, and the Swedish Championship as well. So this track is going to get well used today. I think there's going to be something in the region of 10.5 hours of rallycross on it today. Oh, that was coming from a long way back, wasn't it? They've still come considerably in front. So Crepo and Aaron are absolutely miles in front of Räikkönen.
Crepo did well to get into the brakes there and square the car up, didn't he? Because so often you see someone hit the wall. I think Tima's done that in the Hyundai a couple of times. You hit the wall and you're immediately into a donut. And that's so hard to recover in these rear-wheel drive cross cars. Anderson's gone for the high line again, and he's pulled it off.
Brilliant move. All the way round the outside from Anderson. High up on the bank bend there. Good move. They're still a long way back though, aren't they? So maybe a bit too much time lost. Aaronen looking to beat the time of Osterberg. Not going to do it, but still going to be competitive. 3:41.5. So that's close to the time of the previous heat, but not so fast as Osterberg. Osterberg is looking really, really good from this qualifying session. There's only 2 races to come, and with respect to the drivers in there, I'll be surprised if they challenge Osterberg unless track conditions are improving. They don't look like they are. Aaronen, Crepo, Anderson, Räikkönen and Hukka. Hukka, is that right? Hukka. Thanks, Marcus.
You have difficult names here.
Yeah, we try, but we enjoy having Swedish and Finnish people in the commentary box to tell us exactly how to say it, and then we probably still say it wrong afterwards. But it's nice to know that
we
we're
all
wrong.
have a great laugh at our expense.
Yeah,
that's fine.
And at least we know we're wrong. So that's all good. Okay, this is a look at Aaronen on a big push in the 84 buggy. Tidy job. So if you're joining us, hello, welcome along. It's still fairly early in the morning. We're feeling a little bit more awake now. We've had some cross-car action. We've got Supercar Lights and Supercar to come as well, Q3, then Q4. Marcus Gronholm's with us. His son Niklas won on Thursday, which was round 3 of RallyX Nordic. They're using that as a potential warm-up for activities later on in the year. And the weather is making things difficult, Marcus.
Yeah, it's not easy. Okay, it's okay. Only positive thing is to test now in these conditions. But for the driver, it's not nice.
And the consistency is difficult as well, isn't it, when you test something
exactly.
to know whether or not the setting change was good based on the weather?
Yeah, it's changing every heat, and it's it can be heavy rain or drying up a little bit, and it's quite difficult. But you need to have the feeling from these conditions, so because it will be like this sometimes.
Yeah, Niklas's experience will only help with that, won't it? I know a few years ago he maybe struggled with those changing conditions, but now he's done so much driving in a supercar that it's not quite the same problem it was.
No, it's not. But still, if the car is not good, it's difficult to find a rhythm.
He really likes to have the feeling, doesn't he? So we always describe to people at home what that feeling's like when the car's good and it does everything you want it to do. You just feel fantastic, and then you can fight. But could you drive, in your career, could you drive around a problem, or did you always like to have the feeling as well?
No, I have to say I put a little bit more aggressivity in if it was not okay in the rally. Now I attack.
So you just get it by the scruff of the neck and make it do it?
He is much more clever. We take it easy and safe if it's not okay.
So smooth, whereas you were more aggressive?
I would say so.
I love it, absolutely love it. Bendixson down the bottom of the hill, leading here, and how the conditions for me are not getting... Oh, tank slapper on the way into the right-hander. The conditions here are not getting any better at all. It's Peter Hain at the back of the pack. It's Timo Larpati who's in P2. Super wet and slippery conditions.
Interesting conditions, aren't they? Because we've had a couple of engineers coming in and out of the studio here, and they're not wet, at least, and don't have hoods up. So I presume it's not raining at the moment. We can't see any drizzle out of the window, but it's still looking as wet as it did earlier on. So the track's not... I mean, it's cold, isn't it? It's really cold this morning.
It looks that the gravel is a bit better, but then the tarmac is really greasy.
Yeah, and still standing water in places. The spray on the first lap of juniors as they came across the top here was unbelievable, and that has also died down a little bit. So
the track's still so slippery, isn't it? And I think this circuit is really bad or bad. One of the characters of this circuit is that the loose gets dragged onto the tarmac all the time. So
exactly. It's even better if it's raining a lot. So it's the tarmac keeps
wet.
Yeah, wet.
Yeah, because
then when it starts to dry, the shit is coming on the.
It's
asphalt.
horrendous, isn't it? It's greasy, and then you reach a point where you think it's getting faster, and then it goes over and down the other way. Yeah,
and that's difficult to understand, but it is like that.
Yeah.
And that's the difficult thing in the rallycross heat. From heat to heat, it's changing, and when the time is important, it's difficult to understand.
Yeah. Sometimes you can
even if you are winning the heat,
you can be.
It's not enough.
Yeah, you can be miles away. It can save you, of course, as well. If you get lucky with the weather, it can be absolutely incredible for you. I remember when Rainis was here, wasn't he, and rolled the car in turn 1 with you guys.
Ah, yes.
And then the grids were reversed the next time out, and he got a much faster run, and then he ended up on the podium at the end of the weekend. So
exactly.
that it can help, it doesn't often feel like it does.
Yep.
Bendixen as Joker has La Petite, and Hein Anderson has not.
It's just about survival in these conditions, isn't it? Quite a few people in the ex-rally guys have likened it to being at Monte Carlo. Maybe you don't have the feeling through the race like you wouldn't through the stage, but the time's there. It just doesn't feel very nice to drive because you're just seeking the grip all the time, and that's a little bit wide through the Joker lap. That is Anderson in the Parex car. Now he's thrown it sideways, so I can see that it's dark blue rather than just brown.
Everything's brown at the minute, isn't it, from the front? It's we need more side shots. La Petite, that's obvious, but it's not so easy.
Bendixen really hit the wall hard, didn't he, on his Joker exit? But the car's still going. He seems to have lost a bit of time with that. No such problems up front for La Petite, though.
La Petite backs it into the last corner on the last lap, not in a trouble at the top time, and increasingly unimpressed by Osterberg's performance there, 3:43. Yesterday, at one point, we only saw about 3 seconds across the entire heat, and that Bendixen has a spin in the last corner, half spin, and that was as the track conditions changed. Although the slower drivers were coming out, the track conditions were getting quicker, and that actually meant we had a really, really tight heat, and that has mixed up the order somewhat. We've got one race left to come, which has got Katie Munnings in it. She was in the commentary box with us yesterday. Had a great chat with her about all her feelings with the car. They were making some settings changes. Eric Farren was on the spanners last night, and they reckoned it was going to be wet this morning, Hal. They were on the money there. See whether or not those changes have gone in Katie's favour. I think for the first time she felt at home in the buggy yesterday, and it does take a while to get your head around it.
Yeah, like Marcus was saying, if your driving style doesn't suit them, they're very specialist, and the guys that are fast in this category are so experienced, you know. And the beauty of Crosscar is you can use them so much. So they're racing every single weekend in different series in Finland or Sweden and Norway. So they've got so much seat time. So coming into it new, like Marcus did a couple of years ago, or like Katie is this weekend, is a real challenge.
We're going to see Katie's third qualifying session for round 4 here. I think Katie might have got the Rallycross bug. We were discussing yesterday whether or not... she started with Rally. Of course, she's currently competing in Extreme E, the electric off-road series, as Timmy Hansen's teammate with Andretti United. Done a bit of Rallycross, Hal, and she's smitten, isn't she?
If the size of a smile is representative to how much someone's loving a new sport, then I think she's sold, yeah.
Yeah, how much fun are you having, Katie? A lot. So, yeah, she said she really, really is enjoying the start. So she's in on the pole this time.
We've seen some good starts from pole as well, haven't we? And she is here to learn all about getting off the line and being in that first corner battle. So
that was her favourite bit. That was, again, rally driver, and she loved it. She said she couldn't, the adrenaline off the line, she was absolutely loving. There is the flag for Katie. Per Goodison, Alain Feller and Andreas Persson are in this one. And famous cameraman Saren in the background. There he is. Thumbs up. Yes, mate. Well done out there. That umbrella doesn't look big enough, Saren. You need a bigger umbrella. Thanks to all our crew out there. It's a tough weekend. Thanks to the marshals as well for all the efforts this weekend. Fantastic to be back at Höljes. And lovely for us as commentators to be here in person. Okay, we're missing 2 cars, Hal. So Feller and Persson have not turned up. So this is a 2-car race. Per Goodison and Katie Munnings. Regardless of how many cars are in it, you will want to get to the first corner first. Very low RPM, trying to find some grip. Goodison on the limiter immediately, just full wheel spin and full limiter. Marcus is off. Marcus, thank you for joining us, mate. Yeah,
See you later.
Yeah, good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you,
mate.
So Marcus Gronholm off to do some real work with the GRX squad as they get ready for their supercar races coming up. Aren't we lucky to have Marcus Gronholm come into the commentary box and tell us about his career and everything? I'll still get a massive buzz out of having such brilliant guests.
So do I. I'm a bit staggered by it, to be honest. This morning we came in and we're in a wonderful position here in the Nordic RallyX series. We've got this wonderful studio here and the ability to bring guests in. We had a chat in the car on the way in this morning who we'd like to have. Dropped a couple of texts to Kenneth Hansen and Marcus Gronholm, and it's so wonderful that they're so willing to come and spend their time here. It's very valuable time, isn't it? They've got a lot of work to do themselves in their own teams, but the fact they're willing to be here, and I think it just gives some wonderful insight into the personalities behind the sport.
Marcus makes me laugh so much as well, always. He's just hilarious, isn't he? I mean,
I can't stop smiling when he's talking.
I know, it's just brilliant. It's his turn of phrase, isn't it? And the stories and just the little things.
And it's no different to the stage ends in the 206 WRC days, is it? It's exactly the same.
No, it's brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Also, I love his honesty. He's probably a bit too honest at times, but, you know...
Yeah, it's probably a PR manager's nightmare in some respects, isn't he? Do you like it? No.
Blowing all, but he's great, blowing all the secrets and things. But he, we say that he knows what he's doing.
Of course, he's so experienced and he's so great at running a team. You know, GRX wouldn't happen. Well, of course, it wouldn't happen without him. But between him and Pinnamaki, they've got a great relationship. Commercially, Marcus is so astute, and that's what's keeping it going.
I would love to be in that team. I really would. I just feel like I'm a bit hyper, I'm a bit of a warrior, and I just think that being somewhere where...
Yossi wouldn't let you be hyper.
No, I know. The Finns are so laid back, I think it would bring me down and chilled, but also I just feel like the guidance that I would get there is what I would like as a driver.
And they never, ever get carried away with their own success. You know, they're one of the most successful teams in the World Championship of the last few years. And yes, they know when to party and to enjoy what they've done, but it's also about looking forward, keeping your feet on the ground and always working hard for the next thing.
You're looking at Katie Munnings. Having a good look at Katie, and I'll tell you what, Hal, she's looking really comfortable in the car again. Yesterday when we saw her, you said all smiles. Katie just loves a smile anyway. I think it's just when she's doing motorsport, she's really loving it. But I got the feeling yesterday that it had just clicked. Now, that doesn't mean she's going to go out and beat Jimmy Osterberg. She knows that. She didn't come here to beat Jimmy Osterberg. She came here to learn another discipline and particularly get into the whole starts, the pressure of the reaction to the lights. But when the car clicks and you're having fun, you know, when I've driven RX 150s, I've never won, but I always get out of the car with a massive grin on my face because I just love it.
Absolutely, and I think... it's probably going to cost her some of her free weekends away from Extreme E and all the other commitments she has because she's loving it enough to...
They're already discussions.
Because, you know, for someone, someone like Katie, she won't want to leave this, you know, as unfinished business because now she's got the learning weekend out of the way and now you want to build on that, don't you? That's the nature of being a competitive person. So I'm sure she'll want to try and get back into rallycross when it's possible for her to do that and to have another go and build on the experiences.
And she'll want to race in the dry and, yeah, exactly. There's all the little bits, aren't there? I think as a driver, you always take your best things away from the weekend and go, right, if we do this and this and analyse it. And then they're already doing that. Her and her dad, Chris, are here this weekend and analysing what she needs to do to get faster. They're very honest about it. She's got to want to get faster, want to be as competitive as they can in this and in Extreme E. Win for Goodison.
And yes, it's great to do so much. It's brilliant that she's had so much track time this weekend, but also sometimes you need to take a step back, don't you? So a few days at home to think about it, watch some onboards in a more relaxed environment. It's like going testing, isn't it? Sometimes you've got to stop testing because if you keep driving, you just get a little bit overwhelmed by all the information. So I think once she's been away and absorbed what's gone on, then she can only build on that.
Goodison with a 348. That's the start from a very long angle. That's quite a cool angle. I don't think we've seen that one so far. Look at the steering input on Goodison just hanging on to it on the run to the first corner. Right, we're getting ourselves ready for round 3. Linus Osland racing at home. Isaac Sokvist, Kasper Janssen. Brilliant weekend. Martin Jonsson, Martin Exberth, Niklas Anetclev, who we saw this morning, saying his wipers weren't working yesterday in the second session. Really disappointed. Then Martin Enland and Simon Olafsson. Olafsson's down in P10, and that is not an indication of how quick he is. Olafsson was dominant in Denmark. And I'm pretty sure he can be that quick here again, but he needs a bit of luck. You know, when you feel like the luck's going with you and you feel like a roll of the dice goes in your favour, it can do wonders for your confidence in any sport. Here we go then, first lights race. Tommy Hellman, Nils Andersen, Linus Osland, Isaac Sjokkvist, and Kasper Janssen with a brilliant start from the outside row, but Nils Andersen has had a good one from P2, and so has Tommy Hellman from the inside line. Osland gets into the back of Andersen on the run to the first corner. Oh, Kasper Janssen trying to go around the outside. Actually did really well to hold on to that, and then Joker from P2 standard lap. I think I'd have gone on the standard lap there, Hal.
Janssen getting a little bit carried away there, I think. He'd have been so good to follow Tommy Hellman, because Hellman's the class of the field, as we saw yesterday, or at least he was the class of the field yesterday. He's leading this race again. Now Janssen's behind Nils Andersen, who is also going very, very quickly, but Nils yet to Joker.
Kasper's going to look up the inside, bit of contact between them. Nils gets nudged out slightly wider. Understeer and oversteer through the exit of the corner. Nils Andersen might get better pace here if he's found the traction outside. He hasn't. Oh, is that going to be a spin for Osland? Gathers it up. Definitely catching a wasp in there, wasn't he?
What a move from Janssen at the velodrome. Oh,
he's gone off. He's gone off. He's gone off at the bottom of the hill. Okay, so I think basically adrenaline was at 110,000% from the start line all the way around to the gravel trap. Hal, it hasn't gone, and that's a shame, because actually that's undone a lot of good work from the weekend so far.
You can forgive him for that, can't you? He hasn't driven the car at all today. Made a great start, hung it around the outside, went into the Joker, then stuck it back up the inside of the velodrome.
You'd be feeling mint, wouldn't you? He's all charged up coming down the hill going, yes, I'm awesome, and then he ended up going backwards into the gravel trap, but he won't be feeling quite so awesome now. We haven't seen if he got it out of the trap or not.
Nils Andersen will be feeling a little bit smug about it, won't he? Having been passed at the velodrome. Now he's got that battle out of his hair, and he can just focus on catching both his friend Linus Osland and Finn Tommy Hellman up front. Linus isn't looking that comfortable, is he? We know how well he knows this circuit. He's a 7-time Swedish cross-car champion. He's been around here more times than anybody, probably, as a member of the Finnskoga Motor Club. He's run wide on the exit of the jump.
Oh, he's going to go deep here, super late on the brakes, just about hold on. Actually got away with that quite nicely. I think he's in danger of falling into the clutches of Andersen here, but not so for Hellman. Hellman is blowing my mind with how good he is in this lights car. And Hal, I think there's a chance here he's going to destroy this series this year and then wonder what he's going to have to do next year.
His feet are so nailed to the ground that he's not even thinking about the next race. You know, he's only he's thinking about the next qualifying race, but not the next round. He's just so calm and collected. I was talking to him on Friday, and he was talking about the early races, and he was saying, I've got so much more to give, but I'm braking so early. He said, you know that feeling where you touch the brakes and you come back out of the brakes again, let the car roll on, then you touch the brakes again, and that just shows not only what self-confidence he's got, but what, you know, how calm he is to allow himself to brake early, knowing that he can brake later on if he needs to, but just to be driving within himself, finding the grip levels. And he's just so smooth.
He's killing it. He's absolutely killing it. So Hellman out front from Osland. Watch back for Andersen to see how decent that gap is. Osland put a better lap in this time round. They're both going to have to go Joker. So into the Joker now goes Tommy Hellman. He's going to be completely unchanged. Not the best Joker. We're talking tiny margins here. Andersen on the merge with Osland. Osland is sideways in the Joker. Andersen comes over the crest. Osland tries to shut the door. Four-wheel drive, Hal, making it much easier to move across the dirty line. In cross-car, it was really hard for those guys to shut the door. Much easier here, but he wasn't close enough.
Yeah, the front drags you across, and then the rear just follows and helps push you along as well, doesn't it? No wonder they're a bit cautious in the Joker lap, because they just haven't been in it today. They've got no idea what it's like in there.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? You think if you had 2 warm-up laps, you'll often
do one each.
Yeah. Although McConnell, funnily enough, yesterday, when he did that absolutely brilliant Joker in the morning, he'd been told by Ericsson, you do the Joker both times. So,
because it's loose surface,
yeah.
The conditions as Nils Andersen crosses the finish line to finish second ahead of Linus Osland.
Oh, Osland spun it over the line. Osland's chucked it off, I think, over the line. I don't think he'll hit anything there. He was certainly at 90 degrees to the road. Another win for Hellman. Well, I don't want to say it. I was going to say it's like he can do no wrong, but you know what happens when a commentator says that, so we just won't say anything. 3:33.4.
He didn't make the best start, Hellman, did he? But it was Janssen on the outside, very squirrely underneath, chucks it round the outside of Hellman. Hellman's got a bit of understeer there. Janssen's run wide, and I really would have followed Hellman at that point. Yeah. But he's obviously so fired up for trying to fight for race wins, as we see him firing up the inside of Nils Andersen, that he's thinking, right, I don't want to get stuck behind the leader, I'm going Joker. It just didn't work out for him.
And then this at the bottom of the hill.
But I love his attitude.
Yes, so do I. Yeah, so look at that as well, down the gears. I think he almost starved that out. Unfortunately, not quite. Extra pirouette on the exit. Andersen came in hot there, and you need to do that. I think sometimes you can compromise the entry into the left-right just to make sure you carry the speed through the merge. You don't want to check up early and find yourself door-to-door with somebody else. Hellman takes it 3:33.459 from Nils Andersen and Linus Ostland. Kasper Jansen did finish fairway down there. That's going to hurt Jansen. Jansen was in P5. So let's see where Jansen ends up after this. Expeth, Jonsson, Enland, Tornholt and Foss. So actually we've got Olofsson coming, Hal, in the last race. Olofsson, I think, is probably... Enland could threaten. Well, we'll see. Great start, Enland in the middle of the grid, but a good start by Jonsson inside as well. Jonsson's going to have that inside line. Enland moves out wide, trying to cut across. Bit of contact in there. Jonsson just about holds on. Foss going to go P2. And round the outside, last-minute change of mind there for Jonsson. So Jonsson's gone joker, pushed the car out wide. I think probably a sensible move where he ended up in turn 2.
Yeah, great decision. Get out of the traffic. He was never going to achieve anything, like I said yesterday, by following in 3rd or 4th on the standard lap on lap 1. If you can lead into the joker on lap 1, that's arguably the best place to be if you're not leading the race, isn't it? Because you can get your head down and get on with it.
Just spotted rain, Hal, on the lens, which we haven't seen for quite a while now. There's rain on the lens of the camera up at the velodrome, so potentially the conditions changing again. At this time, I think it's impossible to judge whether or not more or less rain is going to help, because the track's at that weird point in between.
That's what Marcus was saying, wasn't it? That the more rain, the better in terms of grip levels, because it becomes a lot more consistent. But we're not at heavy rain stage yet, are we? It's sort of a thick, misty drizzle, which is less than ideal, because all it does is make the slippery stuff more slippery. If anything, maybe it makes the loose a bit more bound together, but not here, where it's the loose here is so full of dust X. The substance they use to steal the dust together, they don't need to worry about the dust today, but that substance stays in the loose section. It's an integral part of it, and that getting dragged onto the tarmac and across the loose makes things very slippery in these conditions.
More rain on the lens at the far end. If you're wondering why we're talking about Marcus Gronholm, he was in here for about the first half hour of this session, so if you've only just joined us, rewind. Go and have a look at Marcus Gronholm telling us about how he started his career in motocross, and he retired from motocross because his knees were dead. That's a quote directly from Marcus. He actually did a round of the World Championship in 125, which I think is amazing. Fantastic.
So generous of him to spend his time with us, and so generous of him to reshuffle all my paperwork, because he's so interested in the times of other classes.
We've got all our grids here laid out in order, because otherwise you just can't keep up. So you have your grids, your results from yesterday, your stats and everything, and I'm standing here looking across at Marcus, who's ferreting through all of Hal's paperwork, just putting it wherever he wants, and obviously looking for grids later.
He's welcome to it.
You were very polite, Hal.
You can't say anything. It's Marcus
Gronholm. I know, if he wants to set fire to the notes, it's fine, isn't it? He's Marcus Gronholm. He can do what he wants. Absolute legend, and he was as funny as he always is. He's all our guests. Big thanks, actually, we must say that. A big thanks to everyone who's joined us in the commentary box here. We're so lucky that they're so generous with their time, and I feel it brings a lot to it. So let us know what you've thought about the guests. If you like, get in touch on social media. You can find myself, Hal Ridge, Laura Winter, and of course all the RallyX Nordic accounts. We love to hear from you guys, so give us a shout. Enland going to go joker this time round. How far back is Jonsson? Way too far back. And a big mistake from Enland, understeering the first part of the joker, no good.
I was actually thinking what a great job he'd done by getting the rotation done early into the joker lap. It opens you up to lots of different options, but then he got on the brakes and locked up. Foster, meanwhile, has managed to out-drag Jonsson. So Jonsson took the joker on lap 1, and it hasn't actually paid off. He just hasn't had the pace to catch Enland up front.
Looking at everybody in the joker, Hal, I think this is maybe the worst I've ever seen the Höljes joker. And the fact they haven't had the morning warm-up. How many people have we seen in the wall in there? At least 2 cross cars on the exit. Simon Targer on the entry and open 2-wheel drive. Yeah, we've seen it. Matthias Jansen went in as well. So I think, 4 or 5 cars have been in the wall in the joker on the way in. 3:35 is actually only a couple of seconds off Tommy Howman. That's not a bad time, actually, from Enland. It's a good time.
But the track is a lot wetter now, isn't it? So maybe the grip's coming back.
Maybe it's come back, in which case Simon Olofsson in this next race, the 4-man from Denmark, could Olofsson pull a bit of a surprise here on Howman if the track's going in the right direction? But he's also, Hal, he's got to avoid the surprise of the joker. If you watch people in the joker, they are dead slow. They're coming off the tarmac section, and it's understeer city past the first apex. Enland's pretty much destroyed the field there. Good drive. That's about how much curb you want on the landing of that jump.
Yeah, you see a lot of people take a lot more, don't you? The Ericsson curbs, I like to call it, because that's where the 3 Ericsson boys have got so many punctures over the years and then been scolded by team boss Andreas Eriksson. But that's the perfect line from Enlund to land just on the curb, let the suspension do the work, and you don't see anywhere near as much deflection in the tyre.
Olofsson in this last heat with a Netclev, Peterson, Bergstrom and Oskarsson. There's a few drivers in here who are capable of the pace, but the one I've really got my eye on is Olofsson, as we say. Winner from round 1, was on for a clean sweep of the entire weekend from Nissan, but broke a drive belt, and since then cannot shake the bad luck. So can this be the turning point for Olofsson? He's got to get a good start from the inside line. Absolutely brilliant start. He's blown them all away from spot number 1 on the grid. Coming up to turn 1, he's going to keep the brakes on, keep it nice and tidy. In the background, the Netclev gets up the inside. That's perfect. Right, so Olofsson now, how clean screen, good vision. He's got to get this done.
He had to nail that start. There was a lot of pressure on him getting away first here, not only to lead the race, but because, with no disrespect to some of the other guys, these are not the guys fighting for the championship. These are new guys to the series. They're just learning about driving a lights car so hard in these conditions, as we've said. And Olofsson can't avoid it. He ran a little bit wide. Anaclev's having a look up the inside, doesn't manage to get alongside. But Olofsson needed to get out front so he doesn't end up in that fight, and now he needs to get away from Anaclev so he doesn't slow him down battling in that fight for the lead.
Yeah, he does. And Netclev yesterday, it was Netclev, wasn't it, we saw this morning, he was saying about the wiper not working. Has had an exciting weekend, the Netclev, let's put it that way if you're watching on Thursday. Olofsson with a little bit of understeer on the exit. Olofsson, he's not checking out here, and I don't know if a Netclev is getting dragged along with Olofsson. But Olofsson just doesn't need this. And Netclev really, if a Netclev went joker there, I think Olofsson would have been quite pleased.
Yeah, Olofsson's a little bit ragged, isn't he? He obviously knows he needs a good time. He's at the bottom half of the top 10 after the opening day of running here.
Got punted off, didn't he, on Thursday as well in turn 1. I say the broken drive belt in round 2 from Nissan. After absolutely killing him, he said the car was perfect, and how this track and Nissan are very different. I imagine the settings to have a perfect car here. Like Nils Andersen said he had a perfect car here, and I imagine Nils didn't have that in Denmark.
No, and Nils will have tested here. You know, it's not far from Arvika to come up here with, unlike some of the other guys who, Holman, for instance, who lives in Finland, who hasn't maybe. Oh wait, I know he hasn't had a chance to come here and test pre-season. So yeah, there's the track knowledge is so valuable. Holman, for example, is running almost exactly the same setup as Nissan with a few small adjustments, and he's saying, I don't know the car. I'm not in a position to make some sweeping changes because I don't really know. So we've made one little adjustment on the anti-roll bar. It's going okay, so I've just left it at that. So there's so much hidden potential there.
Although on the other hand, if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly, yeah. But with 2 days of testing, you could find a little more time.
When we spoke, well, if you get the right weather conditions and track development,
and that's never guaranteed.
No, and this is what we were saying yesterday. I can't even remember who we were talking to about it, about how hard this is probably the hardest discipline to test for because it's such a short, sharp race. The track changes so much during the course of a weekend. It's just not that easy. Olofsson, 1 lap to go. And Netclev has gone right with him, so if they are on the pace, Olofsson and Netclev could threaten. Olofsson's deep in turn 1. Oh, swings the car back the other way. Olofsson's done that beautifully. Now's got to hit that first apex. Come on, get it done. Yep, good. First part of the job done. Slides the car out wide, hits the barrier. Not what he needed, and Netclev's there. Olofsson's, as I feel how he has battled the car through this entire race, it doesn't look like the same car combination. Of course it is, that it was in Denmark, and it's just not there right now.
It's not for me to say how his attitude is, and he's obviously a very, very capable racing driver, but I feel like he's overdriving the car at the moment, and he doesn't have that patience, in contrast to Holman, who seems to have so much confidence and willing for, or willing to wait for everything to happen. Olofsson's trying to make it happen, and it's just making him that little bit more aggressive and ragged.
3:33 was the target time, and that ship has sailed already. 3:35 was the winner of the previous one, and Netclev goes tight, Olofsson goes wide, and it's a 3:39. The other thing that we just can't tell, as we say, is track conditions. And let me tell you, if Marcus Gronholm says you can't tell what the difference are with the track conditions, I am perfectly comfortable that I'm not sure either. Marcus is an absolute legend. And he said exactly the same. We've got Supercar and we have RX2E, our Super Champions race, whatever it was that Andreas called it. What was it? To look at the name of the WhatsApp group, won't we? Andreas added us to it at 6 in the morning. Olofsson just didn't quite go his way.
Super Team Challenge.
That was it, Super Team Challenge. Super Team Challenge. Supercar coming up next. We've got 3 heats for you with 5 cars in each. The fastest first, remember, at RallyX Nordic. That can work in favour of the later drivers if the track conditions change. They haven't stopped changing this morning. To be honest with you, I mean, what have we got? We've got Baccarat in the second race, but he, of course, is in the starred electric car. Enzo Eid is the man, and Anton Markland could potentially benefit if the conditions change by the time we get onto to race 3. Standings as we go into Q3. Niklas Gronholm is in the TQ spot, equal with Fraser McConnell. He gets the P1 thanks to having the best result in the latest session. Johan Kristoffersson with 2 P3s is in third. Evgen, Sabo, Markland, Gurman, Baccarat. Baccarat really pleased with this weekend. We saw Manfred Stoll last night at the hotel. They're really pleased as well with the performance of the electric starred rallycross car. First time at international level we've seen them racing against internal combustion. They've raced them in the past in Austria. Hedstrom and Carlson, P9 and P10. Enzo Eid down in P12. So Eid, I think, could move up a few slots with a good result. He's another driver, a bit like Olofsson, that really needs his luck to change. The unmistakable rumble of supercars. That's the last warm-up start. That was Christian Sabo, who to me, Hal, sounded like he didn't have quite enough RPM. But the pre-grid start here is tricky because it's downhill. So the drivers come in, it's slightly downhill, they set their RPM, they do the start, and then the start is on the flat, so not ideal. Gronholm, Evgen, Kristoffersson, McConnell and Sabo. Remember, at the moment, Gronholm and McConnell are equal P1. Kristoffersson is third in the standings. Evgen fourth and Sabo fifth. Oh, bad start, McConnell and Kristoffersson. Brilliant start, Gronholm on the inside line. Sabo's matched him with a decent start too. Gronholm there has the inside line. Sabo going to cut back. Is he going to go Joker straight away? He's not, but Kristoffersson and McConnell are. So Johan Kristoffersson goes in with Fraser McConnell. McConnell looks up the inside but can't make it stick, and he runs deep. He's run deep. Kristoffersson makes a mistake on the brakes. We've seen so many people run wide there. McConnell trying to get alongside him. Can have a look in the inside of the right-hander, but can't find the traction in the deep mud. That's going to cost them both time.
So difficult to get the drive out of the Joker lap, isn't it? When it's raining harder again now, isn't it? You can see the windscreen wash pouring water onto Kristoffersson's windscreen. So observant. Zabo's lost the position to Evgen in the background. We haven't seen what happened there. Zabo's car squirming all over the place.
Evgen, I think, hit the barriers coming down the wall there, Hal, as well. Just at the point of the bump, we cut to it, so it's difficult to see whether or not he hit it on the inside. This is their first laps. No morning warm-up this morning. Kristoffersson and McConnell, I'll tell you what, McConnell won't mind being behind Kristoffersson in these conditions. Kristoffersson's the master of wet and slippery conditions. I did wonder if the cars behind might respond, and straight away into the Joker goes Evgen. Right, watch for the merge now. Evgen's nailed the Joker. That's a better Joker than Kristoffersson and McConnell had behind. Oh, he nearly nails the barrier on the outside line. Kristoffersson on the brakes, holds it just off the back. Evgen did well there.
Brilliant tactics from the EKS JC team to get him in the Joker, get him back out in front of Johan Kristoffersson. That's his biggest threat. He was stuck between the GRX cars. Fantastic, and he's driving really well, isn't he? Got a nice little bit of rotation done there to cover off the inside. You cannot let Kristoffersson have the inside line out of the velodrome.
Kristoffersson looks to the inside line at the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. He's not going to make the pass there, but if he opens the door at velodrome, he will. Look, he's piling the pressure on. The 3-time world champion. You're a young rallycross supercar driver and you've got Johan Kristoffersson behind you. You cannot make a mistake. He won't need asking twice. Runs out wide, looks to the inside line at turn 1. McConnell following him through. I guess now it's about the pace of these guys against Sabo and Gronholm, and I'm surprised that GRX didn't split the strategy, but they don't have enough gap, probably, Hal.
No, I think they would go to the end now because there's nothing to gain from dropping either of them back into this fight for position, is there? Evgen and Kristoffersson, obviously teammates from last year, so they know a lot about how each other works. Kristoffersson will look to the inside again now. But Evgen's placed the car beautifully there. As long as he can get it turned in, he's
and he doesn't look. Kristoffersson's going to make the pass, finds the traction again. How does he do it? He turns it in, lights it up, and drives past them like this, standing still. It was not even a car's width. We're just talking about how he's protected it, and he opened the door, he's gone.
No, so little do you see that sort of thing happen. Kristoffersson, you could almost see the wheels spin up as he got back into the throttle. Wait. And then as soon as the car's pointing straight, as both GRX cars go for the joke on the final lap.
Right, here we go. Gronholm's gone in Sabo too. Kristoffersen on the inside line. I don't think it's going to get both of them. Oh, McConnell's off. Is that mechanical? Kristoffersen's going to get Sabo, though. Inside, late on the brakes, slots into P2. And having not had the best start and the best first lap, that's a brilliant recovery by Johan Kristoffersen. I reckon if he'd got past Evgen a lap earlier, Gronholm would have been in danger here. So Kristoffersen is on the pace of the guys in front, but it's Niklas Gronholm who's going to take this. Couple of corners still to go. Wonderful camera up on the wall there. Where's McConnell? Has he managed to get going again or not? It was McConnell versus Gronholm for the TQ spot as we came into this. Niklas coming round the long left-hander, and Fraser's still parked there, so it's a DNF for Fraser McConnell, and that's the TQ after Q3 heading the way of Gronholm. One more session to go. It's going to be a battle, I think, between Niklas and Kristoffersen. Could go right down to the wire, the TQ battle here at round 4 of RallyX Nordic. Shame for McConnell. Kristoffersen. You'd be gutted, wouldn't you, if you're Evgen? Like, he's just...
It's almost like a Michael Schumacher, Lewis Hamilton type scenario.
No, you don't want it behind you.
But if you look at the results list, it looks like they dominate purely on winning from the front. And even in the World Championship and all the success that Johan's had there. So, as we see the results, Niklas Gronholm taking the win from Kristoffersen and Szabo. So few of his victories have been taken from dominance out front. So often he's had to fight his way through the field. And, you know, that amazing racecraft. Look at the start. Kristoffersen and McConnell were nowhere off the line.
He's down in P4, look. Kristoffersen's P4 here. McConnell was always going to go, wasn't he? He chose to go early. And if you look here, so Johan actually gets a bit deep. He's too sideways too early, catches it, straightens it. Now McConnell looks to come past, and I don't know what happened to Fraser in the last corner, you know, so maybe it wouldn't have worked out. Anyway, this is, I don't know if this is the pass, it's not the pass at this point, but it was just genius.
But into turn 2, and that lovely drone shot, you're looking behind you, you can see the brake lights of the Polo just flicking on and off. Kristoffersen's just going into the brakes with the left foot, waiting to see what unfolds in front of him, and then he decides, okay, everyone's gone standard lap, I'm going joker. You know, there's such composure, it's brilliant.
I was messaging Johan last night, and I was like, what weather would you prefer for tomorrow? He goes, that's fine. He said, just the same as everybody else. So,
and that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
They don't mind what they've got, as long as it's consistent across the session. They get so frustrated, understandably, if it dried, you know, if the sun came out and burnt the track to 100 degrees and it dried up, they would be so annoyed that it hadn't been the same.
Yeah. But he's in there with the quick guys now, so it's probably only Enzo Eid, I think, who could deny Gronholm in the last race. Okay, take a look at this. This is the Johan Kristoffersen move. So have a look at this. Evgen Hal, you said it, he placed the car beautifully on the way into the corner. And then just as it's almost Evgen by now thinking, now I'll go on the gas, I'm safe now, but that's it, the gap's there.
Yes, he had placed it beautifully, but maybe a little bit too tight on the inside. See the rear wheels just stop for a second. That's when he's pulled the handbrake, because the front's pushing on. You know, he's got a bit of understeer, so he needs to get the rotation done to get through. Kristoffersen doesn't even need the full track to get by.
No, two wheels on the dirt on the inside line. I just, it's like watching a master at work, and I do enjoy it.
And for someone good like Evgen with a reasonable amount of experience, you must be so frustrated by that, mustn't you? Like, I've done 99% of this right, and he's still come by.
Yeah. Was it McConnell yesterday as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just the thing is, it's the psychological thing of I've picked you off, and then in the final, you know, if he's in P3, you just fancy that little niggle of not wanting to protect the position too much, because you know he'll capitalise if you do. German backward, Hedstrom, Carlson. Great start by backward in the electric start, but it's German who's going to get the whole shot. Backward holds on to P2, Carlson and Hedstrom. Backward's going to go joker straight away. Good move, great move, because nobody else has gone. But then on the other hand, how there are some slower drivers in this. I don't know, wet conditions, what do you think?
I don't really understand why you wouldn't joker from the back of the pack at that stage. Okay, Andreas has gone, so you can mix the strategy up, but there's 5 cars and 4 laps, isn't there? So you're going to have to follow someone at some point. And if you're at the back of a 4-car pack, you're inevitably going to follow someone unless you can overtake them.
Yeah.
So yeah, Andreas did absolutely the right thing. I think if I was 4th in that train,
I'd have gone in with him. Yeah, I'd have gone in with him 100%.
And he's caught Hedstrom already, so this is actually bad for Andreas, isn't it? Because he really could have done with one of these guys, especially Hedstrom, who's at the back of the train, of going as well. Andreas is looking to the outside. He'll look back to the inside on the exit, but Hedstrom's a wily old fox. He's been around here a lot of times. He won't let Andreas through quickly.
Andreas has so much torque, of course, in that electric start, but Manfred Stoll was saying, and he goes Joker, that's great for Andreas Backerud. Saw Manfred last night, didn't we? And I think the team are pretty pleased, really, Hal, this weekend. For it seemed to be, to me, certainly they've got 2 of the cars running here. You know, I think the pace in RallyX Nordic is very high. Remember, they're going to run in national championships like British Rallycross. I guess a good weekend of development. They said that they've got good drivers in the car here.
Manfred's got his feet pretty fixed to the ground, hasn't he? This is a customer car, so this isn't like a full lightweight spec that they could build if they wanted to. This has got all the bits on it that could be supplied to a customer to keep the cost down. And I think how they're looking at this is their pace against the fastest drivers and cars in the world when they were running an internal combustion supercar a couple of years ago. And what they're saying is their relative pace to the top with the internal combustion car is almost exactly the same as it is now, given the advantage of the advances of GRX and stuff. That shows really where the electric car is compared to their internal combustion supercar, and they're really happy with that.
He's going to come out now on the merge and going to come out just behind, so that was tight and runs a bit deep off the first apex. The Backerud has to give up the place there to Michalak. Yeah, Manfred was saying, wasn't he, that there's all sorts on. So the charger is actually on board the car. So basically, you could buy this car if you had a nice racetrack in your back garden. Yes, please. You could buy the car, he said, and literally take it out the garage, use it, take it back in, and just park it. Effectively, everything is on board the car. So they could take off the car some of the weight and some of the extra things. It's still got glass in it. So there's lots of things which they could do to bring the weight down. They're pretty confident with that, and they could also turn the power up. There's lots of things they could do to make that car more competitive as German heads to the Joker.
They've always seen this as a customer program, haven't they? We're about supplying something that people can use, and that's what the Ferratum guys do. Harpermaki's driving the car this weekend in Finland. They use it for their corporate days. Carlson makes a bit of a meal of the Joker lap, just runs a little bit too deep and really struggles to get the car turned in for the right-hander. But yeah, they use the car all the time for corporate exercises, driver experiences, and it's perfect.
Backerud having a look, gone wide. He's going to go high all the way round. He might cut back to the inside line.
Got to try it, haven't you?
Yeah.
You know, there's no point just following for the rest of the lap.
I wonder if Andreas might have been better to go with German on the first lap. I think if he'd done that, then maybe 2 of the slower cars might have then gone in behind, you know, seeing nobody had gone Joker, and it might have played out differently. But German through the last corner, target time 3:28, and it is a 3:32.
So for someone that's had a bit of a torrid season so far, that's actually a pretty good run for German. We know he's a very capable driver, hasn't had the best of fortune he missed last year due to the issues surrounding the pandemic and getting the budget together. He's come back and had all sorts of problems in Denmark, but a race win there, and he's a few seconds off Nicholas Gronholm, but that's nothing to be sniffed at, is it?
Not at all, especially not, as you say, in tricky conditions. Backerud ended up third, Michalak second. Another drone shot off the start. Well,
Hedstrom got a big shove there from Carlson and then came out of the throttle. Hedstrom gives it back again into the first corner. There's a reason why there's unliveried front panels on Hedstrom's Fiesta this weekend.
He's quite a fan of that, isn't he? You know.
But I don't understand why Hedstrom didn't Joker then, really, or even Carlson when he's stuck up behind Michalak there. Him and Michalak are on similar ultimate pace, I think. So
look at that left foot brake 3-4 times to the corner. I do love when you can see that. And then Carlson just the once in, and that's the difference in the 2 driving styles. Carlson's come in and kind of
understeer,
understeer on the way out, and 3-4 times on the brake. I think it was for Michalak to get the car rotated.
Looks so close to Joker merge from that camera angle. You can't really tell how far alongside they are until they've got across, and you see whether there's contact or not because the camera position is so low.
German could have been slightly more patient on the last corner there and found a bit more traction, as you can see on the inside from Michalak and Backerud. Still a good time, 3:32. Fraser McConnell's going to drop down the order, isn't he? He was joint TQ ahead of this, but there's with a DNF. Not going to drop anywhere too drastic, having won a session and had a P4. It's going to be Kristoffersen versus Gronholm. Eid at the minute is down in P12. On the outside, he needs a great start, but Harpermaki is super quick in the electric car. Enzo Eid gives everybody space on the inside. Very sensible, gets on the bar around the outside, touches the gravel trap, holds on to it. Yes, Enzo Eid, that's a brilliant move around the outside. got that scent, Hal. I thought he dropped it in the gravel on the outside, but he held onto it, and that's fantastic.
He needed that, didn't he? He needed to get out front in this race. I think he was a little lucky there. Obviously he saved the moment, which was down to his own skill alone, but lucky no one gave him a shove at the back and over-rotated him in turn 2. But that didn't happen, and he's out front. Now he needs to get the hammer down.
I think really what I'm really interested in is coming from slot 5 out wide, but to use the handbrake in a fourth gear right-hander in the first corner, or at least to back it in big time. He's obviously feeling very comfortable in that car, the most comfortable he's ever felt, because he wouldn't have done that a year ago. No way.
No, of course he wouldn't, and I think that both shows how much he's applied himself to trying to get quicker, but also his natural ability, and he's just feeling a bit more comfortable in the cars, allowing him to release that, isn't it?
He's all smiles, Enzo Eid. Saw him the other day. If you follow him on Instagram, you know he's bought a beautiful 99 spec WRC Impreza, which was used by Richard Burns. It's been fully restored by ProDrive legends, and he was thrashing it round a warehouse and a load of link roads, and basically just having a brilliant time. I'm quite jealous, Hal. That sounds good to me.
It sounds very good, doesn't it?
It does. It's quite okay.
This isn't good for Anton Markland, though, isn't he? He's stuck up behind Choo-Choo at the moment. Second fastest in Q1 yesterday morning. He finished second on Thursday as well, didn't he? But by taking that early joker, now he's stuck right up behind the Hungarian. Look at the deflection on the bumper as he gives the Citroen a little nudge going down the hill. But Anton's a very fair driver. He does lift a little bit. He was never going to push Choo-Choo into a mistake down the bottom there. It's very quick, but he's hemorrhaging time.
Yeah, he's at P6 at the moment in qualifying. Choo-Choo runs wide. Did he give him a little nudge in the middle of the corner, Hal, or
no,
not?
I think Choo-Choo just nudged the throttle a bit too hard there and
just
went too sideways.
Got a bit too enthusiastic. Enzo Eid's gone joker with a couple of laps to go. I don't know that I would have gone then, but that could be to cover off Markland. I think it is, and that's a good move. If he gets the door shut, Markland avoids him by riding all the curb and the grass bank. Good lad from Markland again, Hal. Another indicator of how fair he is. Enzo Eid will try and shut the door. Where is Markland? Got to keep it tidy here, Enzo.
Yeah, there's a lot of Rallycross Supercar drivers who would have stayed well in the throttle there and just fired their way past Ida. Also shows the pace of Markland at the moment, and had he not been held up for an entire lap behind Choo-Choo, I think he would have, well, he almost certainly would have leapfrogged Enzo here.
Very much. Looking super sharp. Harpamaki now in the ERX Stard, potentially going to hold these guys up. I think he's going to run wide. Enzo Eid's going to out-trash him. Brilliant, lovely job. And he now gets in between him and Markland. That's ideal as well. That'll hold Markland off and should give Eid the breathing space he needs. He goes a little bit deep in turn 1. Harpamaki nearly collects him on the braking zone. I love that braking zone into the joker when you see people risking it to try and
so many
save
options,
a 10th.
Isn't there?
Yeah. And when they come in hot, though, behind someone who's on the standard lap, you're like, oh, mate, careful. And then they turn left and just miss them. Yeah, always impressive.
Markland was doing a rain dance all of Friday to hoping it was wet this weekend. It's a 2014 spec engine in that car, so it's so old relative to the Audi Ida's driving, but these conditions are such a leveler. You don't need all of that performance that you have from a modern car.
Eid coming up over the jump. The target time is a 3:28. Not going to be there. It's a 3:32 from German in the previous race. Bit sideways over the line. Markland nearly got him. 3:34.
I think that highlights what a great job German did. Yes,
Yes,
the track
so
might
wide.
be getting a bit slower, but yeah, fantastic to go quicker than someone of Eid's quality. Quicker, sorry. He went quicker in the previous race.
Also, what a good job Gronholm done with a 3:28. So that was, considering what Marcus was saying earlier, that Niklas was looking for that feeling. He certainly found that. I think Kristoffersson has the measure of the pace that Hyundai's. Well, that's what he said yesterday anyway, and I think looking at that, he probably does. Off the start line, a good start, but watch Eid here. So Harpamaki gets a little nudge on the inside. Eid comes in, leaving just a car's... Oh, I'll tell you what, he rode his luck there, didn't he? My goodness, rode his luck, the gravel trap, the curb, but he got away with it. And Hal, that's the kind of thing I'd expect of Robin Larsson, not of Enzo Eid, and I'm impressed.
Former teammates of Larsson, he's seen the sideways mastery at work multiple times, hasn't he? And I think, like I said, it just shows the confidence he's got. Markland, this is the difference between him and losing this race, and just losing a little bit of time behind Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo runs wide, Markland just nips up the inside, thank you very much.
Look at the difference in time you lose by. Okay, he ran a lot wide, but the difference in time is just incredible. It really is. It makes you realise how sliding is not the answer to going quick. And again here at the last corner.
Nearly got it, didn't he?
Very nearly. Right, Laura is with Johan Kristoffersson, so we can hear from Johan about that last race in those tricky conditions.
Well, Johan, you're just about to spot over there for this RX2E race, but just a word also on the conditions out there. You've obviously just been out in your supercar, P2 from a poor start, I'd imagine, by your standards. What's it like out there, and what have you told the guys about to race?
Nothing. I didn't have the time to speak to him, but it's very slippery, yes, especially on the dirt. So, but yeah, I think I felt like I had a lot of grip. So yeah, just some small issues holding us back, but hopefully Sebastian don't have any issues now.
And you're on spotting duty. How are you feeling about that one?
I will clock the time, and Timo will spot for Sebastian. So have to go there now, and hopefully he will have a good start.
Absolutely. We'll let you go. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Andreas Backerud is in the car in RX2E, and that's because in the last race, Anton Markland was racing, so can't now get back to get in the car in time for this. So last-minute change. We've just had a WhatsApp come through from Kevin Eriksson telling us Backerud is in red, Kevin Hansen is in green. It's pretty hilarious because yesterday as well there was a last-minute car change for Gronholm and Kristoffersson because... Sorry, Gronholm, because he needed the tall car. So normally these cars, obviously, you set up your seat position to be where you want to be. Yellow car, Seb Eriksson on the inside line. A little bit of contact there with Kevin Hansen, who's in the green. Andreas Backerud holds off and slots to the inside line. Backerud surely going to go. I thought he was going to go Joker, but he didn't. It's Kevin Hansen who goes to the Joker immediately. Backerud must have, you know, it's pretty relevant what he's been doing, Hal, all weekend being in the electric start, but obviously different cars. I don't know, you wonder if maybe that would it hamper him? I don't think it would. I think it's good experience.
Yeah, I think it'll definitely be helping him, certainly working without the gearbox that you'll be used to in a supercar. Quite different torque delivery, isn't it? It's not like... and Andreas said he made a big mistake in Q1 on Thursday morning by messing the start up because it's so different to an internal combustion car. So, yeah, I think that can only be helping him.
Late on the brakes. Super late on the brakes. Kevin Hansen, though, in the background, seems to have had an absolutely brilliant lap there. My favourite thing about this is the fact that the drivers are being made to do the spotting for them. There's Johan. I think Johan... OK, Joker straight away for... It's Eriksson that's gone Joker. This would be to try and cover off Hansen. I think Hansen might get this. Eriksson tries to shut the door. It couldn't be closer, could it? Kevin Hansen comes out in front of Sebastian Eriksson. It's Oliver Eriksson, the driver, who's got the most experience in this car. You're looking at there, and you can see his hand up on the red button on top. That's to talk to the driver. There is Vigo's drone flying over the top of these guys as well. Considering how close that was, how Andreas Backerud's got to put in a brilliant lap, maybe 2 brilliant laps, and Joker on the last lap if he wants to get in front of these guys.
Yeah.
I think hold on, don't you?
Kevin Hansen's teammates, Ollie Eriksson and Marcus Gronholm, spotting, while Marcus making a token appearance in the spotters tower. I don't think he's going to be getting involved based on what he told us earlier.
What has he said? I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't want to do it. Oh, off the inside.
Mistake for Kevin Hansen.
Kevin Hansen, yeah. So Kevin Hansen. So that's good for Backerud. So Backerud out front with that mistake, and now Kevin's under pressure from behind. Look at Johan. Johan's just laughing. He's like, I'm having a great time. This is brilliant.
What a lineup of drivers in this category. In this race alone, Backerud's won here at the very highest level in the sport. Sebastian Eriksson scored an amazing win here in 29, didn't he? Kevin Hansen, finished second in a World Championship race, won a European round. That you can't have more experience and quality on this grid.
He's just chucked off a piece of the bumper, but Backerud's been handed a bit more of a gap here. He's going to have to do a perfect Joker to get away with it. I think both years, one of my favourites has been Johan laughing. Do you remember last year? It was when Marcus beat Niklas's time, and we cut to the studio. Niklas was sitting looking like he was basically dead because Marcus had beaten him, and Kristoffersson was folded in half, laughing at him because his dad had beaten his time. Going to be close on the merge. Backerud going to slot across, try and shut the door. Just comes in behind Kevin Hansen. So Kevin Hansen's done a great job considering the mistake in turn 1. Backerud has a look inside. Sebastian Eriksson gives him a nudge from behind. Backerud going low. Kevin going to go low too. They're all going to wait here and see if they can get up the inside on the exit. Backerud does wait. Kevin gets sideways. Oh, Kevin Hansen just holds on.
Puncture, right rear puncture.
Backerud's going to go up the inside on the run down the hill. Al spotted the puncture. Are they going to realise it? Kevin drops it to the inside. He's gone with the puncture all the way through the gravel trap. Sebastian Eriksson chasing now Andreas Backerud. I think Backerud, has he got a problem as well? Oh, side by side into the last corner. Andreas Backerud, he can't seem to get that car turned in. Eriksson's going to push him over the line, and Baccarin takes it from Sebastian Eriksson after Johan's still laughing. 3 minutes 23 of solid laughing from Johan Kristoffersson. Marcus Gronholm standing there being an utterly useless spotter, as he said to himself. Oh, wow. Well, that was interesting.
Kevin Hansen was on an absolute mission there. His best lap was half a second quicker than that of Baccarin, who, as we were saying, has the most electric experience this weekend. Kevin made that quite big mistake in turn 2 early in the race, didn't he? And I think
Baccarin could have dominated that.
Baccarin obviously had the puncture a bit before we saw it.
Good race.
Kevin, what a race that was. What an exciting final lap as well. What were you saying in the radio there to Andreas?
It was good. He was just speaking on the radio.
Okay, what was he saying?
Andreas, I used to do a TV interview. I'll come back soon.
That's rock and roll, isn't it? What were you saying to him during that race? What a chaotic final lap we just saw.
Yeah, I knew we needed 2 more tenths there. It was tight, and Andreas was pushing hard, but they were very even on pace, everyone, so it was tight. So I told him it's going to be very tight in the exit, and we got in there right between those 2 cars. And then I just told him to keep calm, and he got some hits out of the velodrome, so we lost a little bit to the leader car. Then I don't know what happened with, I think it was Kevin that was leading, and he spun down the hill, so we got the win in the end. So yeah, it was good.
How stressful is it spotting a race like that?
Of course, I know it's more stressful here than in the car. I've done quite a lot of spotting in my days now, and you're always more nervous here, but I enjoy it just as much as being in the car, because you're almost more involved in the race from the stand and from the spotters tower than you are in the car. So I really enjoy both bits.
That was an absolute thriller. Thanks very much. Well done.
Thank you.
He's right, it definitely is more stressful spotting than in the car. In the WhatsApp group that all of us are in for this event, Tommy Kristoffersson was in there yesterday saying, where do the spotters go? And he got a message back straight away saying, no pro spotters, only the drivers can spot. Tommy replied saying, oh good, I'm going to use pro spotter from now on. Like, I don't think he thought that he was a pro spotter, but he is.
3-time world champion spotter.
Yeah,
well.
he's a bit good, so we banned him. We don't want anyone who's too... having said that, of course, to be Kevin Eriksson, probably the most, with Sebastian Eriksson, the most experienced spotters on that roster, I think, Hal.
Yeah, and that'll pay dividends. Of course, it's only a 3-car race, and you know those guys are so used to coaxing the talent out of young drivers, whereas you don't really need to be telling these guys what to do in the car, do you? You're just giving them information they need to try and release all of that potential. So close there between Baccarin and Kevin Hansen. I don't think Hansen had the puncture at this moment, but he definitely does coming out of the velodrome. Oh, gets all sideways, and then at the bottom of the hill, that must be a clenching moment, spinning across the infield.
It's not. That's. Look at them. You can see the rear right off. You can see it. Look, he's on the gas already, though. He was back on the gas whilst the car was going 45 degrees backwards through the gravel at the bottom of the hill. There we go. Right, session number 1 done from here in Höljes. We'll be back very shortly. We'll try and get you a time in a moment. We're going to come back with Q4. So we've got one more qualifying session to come. We've got Swedish Rallycross here as well today. So we're going to go Q4, then we'll come back. We're going to do semi-finals, then we'll come back again and we'll do the finals later on today. Finish about 6:30 tonight. So hope you've got no plans at all, because we want to see you watching the streams here with us at RallyX Nordic. Thank you to Laura Winter, Hal Ridge, myself, Andrew Coley, and we'll see you in a bit. Hello again from Höljes Motorstadion in Värmland, Sweden. No spectators again, but we've been bringing you all the door-to-door action from RallyX Nordic rounds 3 and 4. We're on to round 4, we're on to Q4, the very last qualifying session. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. Hal, we're about to get cracking with Crosscar Junior. I've been blown away by their ability. To be honest, I think they'd probably blow me away if I jumped in one of the cars as well. They're great, aren't they?
They are, yeah. No fear, but massive respect. You know, the racing's really close, and what a fantastic way to start your motorsport career from just 11.
Yeah, brilliant. So we have Laura Winter, who's been out in the paddock talking to some of the Crosscar Junior drivers, and she managed to have a chat with them about their thoughts about it all. Let's have a look.
My name is Laurie, and I am 11 years old.
Okay, Larry, when did you first start getting involved in karting?
Oh, I think so, 4 years old. Yeah, and I'm starting cross kart in 7 years old.
Do you want to be world champion?
Yeah, of course. And we want to go rally and VSC and Toyota.
Hi, my name is Lucas and I'm 13 years old.
Okay, Lucas, and when did you first start karting?
When I was 9 years old, I started with the 85cc.
How did you find it when you first started?
It was very fun with the speed and all stuff like that.
What do you love most about it, do you think?
The speed.
And what are your big goals? What do you want to achieve?
To be a rallycross champion.
Hi, I'm Alex Gustafsson. I'm 14 years old and I'm racing Crosscar Junior.
And Alex, when did you first start racing karts?
I started first in 2013. I started in Crosscar Mini in the Swedish Championship. I think I was about 5 years old.
And what's your big goal, your big ambition?
My big goal is to drive the World Championship and possibly win one. I love this sport and I want to live with it as long as I can.
Fantastic to hear from some of the top drivers from Crosscar Junior. These are the standings as we go into their final qualifying session. Erik Nilsson with 2 session wins ahead of Lucas Andersson with the 1 last time out in Q3. Alex Gustafsson, Jonathan Julalami, Michael Uitto, Lauri Hallonen, Joachim Lundalander, Rasmus Persson, Thomas Martens al. Q4 Heat 1 is on the line. This one is Andersson, Ulalami, Hallonen, Martens and Uitto. Let's get this underway and then we'll bring you another brilliant guest. Outside line, great start for Uitto, going to move across the grid and shut the door. It was a good start from Lucas Andersson on the inside. Lucas currently in P2 in the standings, runs a little bit deep. Ulalami up the inside. Ooh, super late on the brakes, I think, was going to bail and go to the Joker lap there. Lucas Andersson was, after not getting what he wanted. Ulalami almost up the inside of Uitto. Has to drop in behind. Hal, great stuff.
Hallonen get very sideways in the Joker lap through the apex of the second corner. Great decision to go into the Joker from there and carry great momentum in, but lost a little bit of ground in the background. Now he's under pressure. But look how much drier the circuit is when these guys went out first thing this morning. Not there where Hallonen is on the really slippy outside line of the velodrome, but yeah, track conditions evolving all the time.
Martens and Hallonen side by side down the hill. Hallonen holds on around the outside. 11 years old, the youngest driver in the field. You just heard from him. Says he wants to be a factory driver with Toyota in the WRC. Well, he's not allowed to leave Rallycross. That much is a given. But we've got 2 others who are aiming for the top level. And Hal, I just think this is just such a great place to start. I really do.
Yeah, look how on top of the car they need to be. You learn so much about car control, don't you? Especially with the rear-wheel drive. I know they're limited on RPM and they don't have the power of the senior cross cars, but you learn so much about the balance of a car. And yeah, it's a great place to start.
Now, we've got someone with us who knows a lot more about the balance of a car than me or Hal, and that's Kevin Eriksson, who's, of course, a winner at World Championship level in Rallycross. Kevin, good to see you, mate. Welcome along.
Thank you very much.
No worries. So these guys keep mentioning things like Crosscar Mini. Now in RallyX Nordic they can start at 11, but they seem to be saying they've done Crosscar in the Swedish Championship even younger.
Yes, I'm not an expert.
Doesn't matter.
I'm not an expert in the Crosscar.
We just think it's mad. You Swedes are crazy.
Yeah, I mean you can start very early in both go-kart and cross-kart in Sweden. So you know either they go the cross-kart or the go-kart usually. But I like this class a lot because they are in the same chassis and the same car as they can be as when they get to a senior level. They pretty much use some, less RPM and a harder tire, and that's it. So
the feeling is very similar for them.
Yeah, So basically, when they turn 15 or 14 and they want to take that next step, they don't need to buy a brand new car. They can just update the engine and change the tires and be back on it again. So that's what I like with this class, a very affordable class.
Fantastic. So Ulilami just went joker on that last one. I think we might have another guest in potentially as well. We've got another microphone. We're going 4 wide in the comms box now. We've got Andreas Backrud on the opposite side as well.
Teammates in the electric class.
Yeah, we are.
So,
we have won 2 out of 3, right?
So I think we're leading now the Super Team Challenge.
Yes.
Well, if there's any chance you can come up to the commentary box and explain to us what on earth is going on, that'd be great, because so far all we're seeing is so-and-so's replaced so-and-so because he was too busy. This bloke's too tall, so he's in the yellow car. And we're up here with his notes. We're like, off the line goes the red and blue one, and we think that's Andreas Backrud. I mean, that's about as good as it's getting, to be honest.
I do think that in the last qualifying heat we did, it showed the concept in a pure way. Like, we obviously are 3 very talented drivers. Not to bragging around, but you see there was not much big difference on us, to be honest. Like, I did one mistake and I got it on the radio from Kevin, I think we're good, but yeah, it was super consistent in between us. I did one mistake and then I let Kevin go, So, yeah.
I think you're fundamentally cheating though, mate, because you've got a proper spotter in your spotter's tower. You're not saddled with someone like Marcus who outwardly hates spotting.
No, that's funny.
Hallinan in a good battle here. We're looking back at the screen with Anderson. They're side by side up to the last corner. Hallinan on the inside line, doesn't run deep. Going to get followed through there by Anderson. Checkered flag. So Uito looks like he's crossed the line but hasn't jokered. What's the timing screen saying? Similar, I guess. Probably got far too carried away with our guests in here, so we'll do our
The reason
best.
why I came here was that I was thinking, I was listening to the Q3, and you seemed a bit tired this morning.
Well,
I heard your voice,
and
I must say to everybody watching, huge credits to all of the guys here in the commentator booth and Laura and everybody working in the TV. I know there's long days, because I'm impressed. You guys talk like crazy, and I would be not having a brain after a day.
We didn't have a brain after Thursday. I'm not convinced I came in with much of a brain, to be honest, but yeah, it's
no,
thanks,
that's true.
Mate. It's long days. We were lucky. Marcus Gronholm came in, and luckily he looked as tired as I did this morning. So, right, we're going to get this one off the line. Persson, Nilsson, Gustafsson, Nordbeck and Holmqvist. Middle of the grid. Gustafsson is sitting in P3 in the standings at the minute, but it's Isaac Nordbeck who's got the best start from slot number 4. Come across the inside line. Eric Nilsson, I think, has gone P2. No, it's Persson, sorry, and Nilsson, and now 2 cars straight into the Joker.
Brilliant move from Gustafsson to duck out of the traffic at the back of the pack into turn 1, go round the outside and into turn 2. Unlucky for him that Persson has gone ahead of him into the Joker. Not what Gustafsson wanted. We heard from Alex just before in the VT with Laura ahead of the junior cross-car race. But up front, the dry line is making such a difference now compared to the really wet conditions this morning. That's Persson running wide, and Gustafsson's going to get up the inside going down the hill. You'd see you just get offline a little bit, and it's so greasy now.
Kevin, talk to us about the grip levels this morning. It just looked, to me, it looked misery. I mean, it was so slippery.
Yeah, I mean, when the tracks start to dry up, it even go even more slippery. So when it's raining, it's even better grip than right at this moment. But as Hal said, now this dry line is starting to be there. As soon as you get out in this clay or whatever you call it on the tarmac, it's like driving on ice with summer tires. It's so slippery.
Super slippery, almost a bit of contact in the background between the who is it? It's Persson and Gustafsson, I think, at the back.
So Persson's actually got Gustafsson back from, we didn't see it on camera, did we? But it was Gustafsson who got up the inside of Persson on the previous lap.
Nordbeck's tried to cover them off, and they've both managed to go through. So they're pretty close to Holmqvist. Go on, Andreas.
Yeah, it was cool to see Persson and Gustafsson, because I think Persson used a different line, and all of a sudden he got some more traction, which because these cars are very similar. And if you can read the terrain, you can use it as your advantage. And to not have too much wheel spin, he got the traction down and went on the inside. I'm not sure if he overtook though, but they rarely pass into turn 1. That's impressive.
When you guys are watching a stream like this, obviously in the paddock or on your phones or whatever, and you know you're going out in the session later on, are you looking at conditions and looking at the way people are driving and trying to figure out where the grip is?
Absolutely. I was on the grid watching the race before me on my phone.
Really?
And just gave my phone away just when I went down to the pre-grid or in the start box area. Because, yeah, you can see a little bit different view from the TV broadcast than you do in the car. And when you are in the car, if you P2 out of the start and it's dry, you still get so much mud on your windscreen, so you drive with wipers and the what you call sprayer, on. So you think it's more wet than it actually is. So,
I'm with you. So the screen tells, so Kevin, it tells you a different story.
Yeah, so I agree with Andreas, but like at this point, it goes very quickly from, as we just said, very slippery to dry. I mean, this is so hard. I think we all know in what way, but you gotta follow the grip so much. That's why, like Andreas said, it's so important to see every race, because the track development can happen quick and slow. It's so hard to know.
And some brakings, there can be drier. If you brake a bit earlier, you can get more efficient braking.
Yeah, sure.
And some areas it's after, you know, and you need to use this as your advantage, kind of.
Nilsson's just gone Joker and come out way in front. How great drive. That's a serious gap back to Persson and Gustafsson. Looks like a really good drive, judged the conditions perfectly.
Yeah, miles ahead of his car control teammate Persson, running in second. I think Persson, the fight with Alex Gustafsson's really cost him time, hasn't he? But this has been a near faultless performance from Nilsson, who was... He was TQ after the first 3, wasn't he? Although he didn't set the fastest time in Q3 this morning. But
this is going to secure the top qualifier spot for Erik Nilsson coming around the long left-hander. I'm pretty confident going to be there. Oh, it's going to be closer on the time than I thought. 31.0, so goes quicker.
That's close.
And I don't think that's going to get troubled by the later runners. And looking at the gap at the top of the table, easily enough. So Erik Nilsson, TQ in junior cross car. Round 4 RallyX Nordic, good job.
I also must say, yesterday we had 85 heats done in one day. The track is still in a very, very good condition.
It's Höljes.
Höljes, they have done a great job prepping the track. I've never seen anything like this.
We were saying they're bang on it, aren't they? Like the second the racing's finished,
it's raining,
everyone's out. Yeah,
horrible conditions, and
Swedish,
still
and
everything is dialed in. You know.
Yeah, no, really cool. Such a cool place.
Yeah.
So talk to us about tyres. We've had horrible conditions this morning.
We do rain tyres.
Yeah, I was going to say. I'm assuming it was wet. Where's the crossover point when we're going from these conditions which are like it's full wet, then it goes damp where there's no standing water, then it gets greasy and horrible with the mud being tracked on the tarmac. What's the tipping point?
I mean, that is, some people like to go 2 and 2 at the point, like they try to mix, so you get some more traction on the gravel with like 2 wets and then 2 dry to be better on
diagonal or front to rear.
I've never liked that. My father likes it, and he did it for him. He done it for me. I have never liked it. I rather want 4 and 4, because then there is a miss. You know, there's some different height as well on the tires, but right now we are at this point. So if someone has the guts to do it, it might be too early, but at least, I mean, it's always 50-50. Some go correct, some go worse.
Liam would always choose slicks.
Yeah, I want to talk...
Because slicks in supercars, it's better for the starts, right?
Hattenmar moves across from the outside, I think, is it? Yes, it is. It's Hattenmar who's got the whole shot and coming into the inside line, going to get on the brakes and get it turned in. I thought everybody was going to go standard lap then. 1 off to the Joker. So talk about diagonal split. Okay, that is something I've never been able to get my head around. First time I came across it was really in Monte Carlo when I've been commentating rally, and you saw people go, right, 2 studs, 2 winters. Front and rear, I get it, and obviously I get it that if you lose the rear and there's no studs, you're gone. But I still can't get my head around a big braking zone with diagonal tyres. I don't get it. Like, how does it feel?
You need to be smooth.
I don't like that.
Egg behind the pedal.
Oh, egg behind the pedal. Kevin, you think the same?
Yeah, I mean, it is so, at this kind of level, like, at the level we are, World RX and stuff, when it's like this, the tires, when it's 50-50, you can both be quick on dry and wet. Yeah. It's more about the drive you do those 4 laps.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So it's more down to you.
Yeah, I think it's more down to the driver. And it really, like, I think it's like when Andreas, your father, puts the diagonal tires on my car when I was driving there. I think it was more to help him mentally than me.
Yeah.
You know?
I want to do this.
It's a mental game because at the pre-game people go, oh shit, he is on 2 slicks. Maybe I should have been at that as well. And people start to think so.
Was that Lidman?
That was Lidman, yeah. He was running second, wasn't he? And
so easily.
Yeah, we've seen it happen
I've done it
so many times this weekend.
It's when you get a bit keen on the throttle, isn't it, on the second apex, and you're just desperate as well to try and shut that door. You want to run the car nice and wide and shut the door, but
I can tell you see the fence, and you're on gas, and you don't want to go off gas to straighten up, so you're like praying to higher...
Just miss it.
Yeah, please
can I just miss the end? I love the fact that World Championship drivers telling us that basically it's just hit it and hope. Yeah, I like it. Okay, so Hattenmar continues to lead. Lunderlander goes joker this time round. Could be close for these guys. Actually, they've got a huge lead. So this is going to come down to Hattenmar versus Lunderlander. Lunderlander was quite sideways on the exit there. Look how small these guys are. Like 11 years old. Did you guys start this young?
In karting, yes.
No, I started at 15.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin, good effort.
But Kevin, he was with us since
I've seen all these guys since forever. So
he has been visualizing.
Yeah.
Is that what?
Yeah, that's the right. Yeah, visualizing. Yeah,
everything. So I mean, he has somehow been practicing, but he has not been driving.
Hattenmar there, mid-corner, a big dive on the brakes just to get the car pitched in. Hattenmar's on a big push, going to try and get Lunderlander. This is going to be crucial now. You can see him reach up, take a gear.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, going to be really close. Listen for the rev limiters as they come up towards the first corner. Lunderlander's super smooth. Here we go. Hattenmar in. Lunderlander's joker looked good to me. I think it's going to be close. It's going to be closer than I thought it was going to be. Hattenmar over the second curve. Lunderlander over the crest in the middle. Going to try and shut the door. Lunderlander's through, though. It's a tidy drive.
Couldn't get the traction. I think the difference here was Lunderlander. He was a bit smoother on gas the whole way, where...
Hattenmar
was more aggressive, and he was always a bit too much on the revs and losing some traction here.
It's so hard when someone... Go on, Kevin, you were going to say...
You can also see a clear difference on the gravel out from the Yorker versus the gravel on the normal lap, because you do a lot of more laps on the normal lap, so it dries up quicker than the traction. Then the grip is out from the Yorker. So you can kind of see out from the Yorker, they kind of got stuck and it was better traction on the normal line.
Not enough grip to get away, so Lunderlander takes this one. But it is Nilsson who wins the session and his TQ.
Where's the guy with all the licorice?
That's Lauri Hallinen. Yeah, Lauri Hallinen. So
is he coming back? Where is the licorice?
Okay, so just so you know, Lauri brings, he reckons, I think, did he say, he kind of said 30. He brings kilos of licorice to everyone.
Yeah.
So,
very friendly, always smiling, and I see him walking around the paddock with this box.
He reminds me of this guy next to me.
He's very good, isn't he? He's a very good marketer. Certainly, if I was his licorice sponsor, I'd be over the moon.
It's like very cool that he had the courage to come in here.
So he was so stoked to meet you as well, mate. When he walked up to the desk, he was full stoked.
He came over later last night. Hey, can we take a picture?
Oh, it's so cool. I sent his dad the picture of you and him together in the commentary box. Yeah, it was a very cool little moment. Look at these guys. So young. Flicking the cars into the velodrome. Brilliant performance. Right, on to Open two-wheel drive. Here's how we stand going into their final qualifying session. And Matthias Janssen, who's got to be the busiest driver in the paddock this weekend, has taken all 3 sessions from Tiger, Belts and Larsen and England. Just to give you a bit of colour on that, Janssen is competing in both the Swedish Championship and RallyX Nordic. So he raced Thursday, he raced Friday, and now he's doing Saturday and Sunday in both classes.
Hey. To have it said, I'm running from my supercar heats to the RX2 E heat. So I mean, I'm up there.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? It's impressive.
No, that's cool. It's really cool. I'm surprised Tiger, which was the leader in Newsom.
Yeah.
That he have lost some momentum, but I guess so much horsepower on wet is not easy to handle.
He hasn't had good starts. Is he going to get a better start this time? Oh, no. So this time then, Matthias Janssen's had an absolute shocker at the start. There was a lot of backfiring off the line, which is a bit unusual. I wonder if maybe Janssen's got some sort of an issue. Oh, no.
What engines are they running?
So Tiger has a Wankel engine with 2-rotor plus a turbo. So he has 530 horsepower
Which is insane.
on the rear wheels.
Yeah.
I just really want to have a go in that car.
So does Hal. So do
I think everybody would.
Simon, we all want to go with your car. We'll say nice things about you, please.
Even Liam Doran texted me, hey, this BMW, do you think it's possible to rent it?
Really?
Yeah.
I love it. But it just looks awesome. Now, of course, Hal, this car will have been through the wars this weekend because just the sheer amount of running he's doing, and maybe it's reached the end of what it can do.
What engine is he running?
So Mattias Jansson, since he's driving the SM, it's a 2.4 liter engine.
Oh yeah.
So, but you never know. Maybe something happened in the last Swedish Championship heat, and they maybe didn't have time to fix it now.
And now they'll try.
He has 350 points, so he should be safe still for the TQ. So maybe he's just out here to not get a DNS.
So that is a very good point, because if he doesn't get a DNS, what would he get if he comes last in the session? Kevin, it'd be a 39. Yeah, so he'd probably still hold. Look at Kevin Eriksson. We should have been here more often, Hal.
He's just crawling around. So you're probably right, Kevin. He probably knew he's carrying a problem. Really, that's not ideal, is it, having a 3-car race? They've been dropping like flies a little bit this weekend in the open 2-wheel drive class. What he really needed was to have another clean run and have another few cars between him and Tiger. But conversely, he's not going to lose that many points because finishing third in a 3-car race, he is still going to secure the TQ.
Now, Tiger's got a sequential gearbox as well, whereas Janssen has got a normal gearbox, which is, again, the rules. So, do
you know the weight difference on them? Are they similar?
Yeah, they should be. I mean, the open 2-wheel drive is a brand new class, but it's cool. So I think it came pretty late.
So look at that E30 M3 again.
I know,
it brings good memories, you know.
I think we would have seen, it could potentially have been more exciting, Kevin, if we hadn't had Swedish here this weekend. Because of Swedish, most people like Janssen have not done both. They've just gone, I'm going to focus on the National Series. We kind of need a weekend where there's no National Series, don't we? So they all enter this. Although I think then we'd have about 9 races in open 2-wheel drives, and maybe not.
The Super National class is very strong in Finland too, isn't it? So hopefully for the next double header when we head to Finland in
2 weeks time, 3 weeks time.
It's 3 weekends time, isn't it? So there's 2 weekend gaps in the middle. But
and I would say for the future, when COVID is slowed down a bit, then we will for sure see a lot of Norwegians as well.
Yeah,
I know there's loads of them at home watching, and I want to come here and race as well.
Not just Norwegians, mate. Derek Toa rang me the other day and was super excited about the driving. You know, the circuits in this championship are just so amazing, aren't they? So if you've got a car that's nearly eligible, the open 2-wheel drive class just is so good to have those guys come from all the different 2-wheel drive classes in Europe.
But I think people start to see now, like all the people that has a touring car that don't really have anywhere to drive now, they see this class now and probably will be flat out in a garage over the winter to be here. I mean, Toel can put a turbo in his car and he's going to be bang on the pace with Tiger, so he can have fun with some open 2-wheel drive and he can have a 4-wheel drive as well. So.
It squats so well.
I know. We were saying the setup. There was one time in Neeson a couple of weeks back where we thought he'd softened it up too much, and it was lifting a front wheel, but it just looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's a shame here in the commentator booth. I don't have
the cans.
Yeah. So I don't hear the engine.
It sounds roughly like this.
But the best sounding car is unfortunately not here, but that's Norman. If you see Neeson, he has a 3-rotor in the non-turbo Wankel.
Brilliant.
Oh my god.
And he took his car down to our workshop and I helped him wrap the car. And I told him, yeah, but you started and drive out from the workshop. He said, no, let's push it out first. Okay, yeah, we do it. And I understand why we push it up. Holy shit, that was fun. That was cool.
I love the flames.
Yeah.
You can grill, barbecue your sausage and stuff at the back of it.
Didn't want to give you all permanent tinnitus, and burn the workshop down with all the noise.
But he got the DNF, Jansson.
Okay, here we go. So apparently Robert, I think, has managed to get... is this a replay? No, it's... Oh, you want to see how... You want me to do it again? So it's roughly... But the one that Andreas likes is... That's the one that he really...
That's class.
You like that one, don't you? He does like that. He can't figure out how to do that. So
I mean, you have been working on that one.
I've been able to do that for a long... Since seeing Group B rallycross cars at Brands Hatch, I've been able to do that. That was where I learned. So.
Geeking around.
There you go. You see? Not just a pretty face. Right, on to Crosscar. These are the standings going into the final qualifying session. Jimmy Osterberg with some brilliant driving. Q2, a double pass into the velodrome, 2 cars at once. Q3... smashed everybody in really tricky conditions. Super impressed. Sindre Titterud, actually, Andreas, how do I say that? Second driver on the name.
Sindre Trøyterud.
Okay, so I was pretty... Okay,
Backrud, Trøyterud.
That's cool, I've done well, I'm pleased with myself.
Yeah.
David Mayat, Isak Riasson, Jarko Aronen, Reinis Nitish, Isaac Eganson, Patrick Hulberg, Hampus Radtrum and Oscar Andersen. They are all quick drivers. If you look back at the results from Denmark, loads of these guys could do it.
More Norwegians there.
Yeah.
I haven't been watching that closely.
Really, so you need to go, you didn't realise there were fellow people to share the flag with in the middle of the circuit here. But yeah, so many good drivers.
Over the borders here, Norway, Sweden, like it's hard.
Osterberg, Riasson, Trøyterud, Aronen and Mayat. This will be a banger of a race. Osterberg will want a good start. Mayat's got a good start on the outside. Osterberg on the inside too. And again, Osterberg lights it up, finds the traction up through the gears. Mayat drops down to the back of the pack. Baldin's up the inside line. A little bit of contact. Baldin's got to go. Joker from P3. Surely nobody goes Joker. That's an absolute disaster, Hal.
Brilliant start for Osterberg from pole position yet again. Pole so often this weekend has delivered the best start. But Riasson is going with him, and I think they're the two fastest two speed car drivers in the cross-car category this weekend. It'll be fascinating to see what Riasson does now. And with all of the other cars having already knocked onto the Joker, it really changes the strategy now, doesn't it? He could afford to Joker on the next lap and drop into clear air.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I watching these two out front, they were super smooth in the wet conditions, but in slightly dry conditions, you watch them, they get so much rotation done so early in the corner. Riasson looking P2, and then it's on the gas all the way through. I love the fact these cars can be driven so sideways. Baldings is right there as well.
Just to prove me wrong, Miat's dropped off the back of the pack, so jokering would be a massive risk now. Embarrassing when I stood next to one of the best spotters in the business. Riasson doesn't joker and goes with Osterberg.
My bad, it's Aaron and not Baldings in this one. So how are these two of my favourites for this category? Nice to see them racing together. Also, I think Halberg has got to be a risk as well.
Nice to see Osterberg having a bit of form, like I've been saying all weekend. He's spent a lot of time in the last couple of years stuck in traffic. Recently just been making me smile, especially on Thursday. I think his dad was a bit frustrated he was overdriving the car because, and so was Isaac as well, because he was getting so much rotation done, bouncing one way, getting loads of opposite block going the other way, but he's just feeling so comfortable in it, and he's absolutely going with Jimmy now.
Piling the pressure on. What are you boys seeing here? If you're spotting Kevin, what are you saying?
I feel like Riasson needs to do something. He feels quick, like he's following Osterberg easy, so I think he should try to get out and clean.
He will do now.
Oh, look at that!
A big one.
It in.
A big one. Oh, he's just in the grease, but he got it well.
That was a great Joker lap. That was a great Joker lap. Okay, Riasson then, I reckon he's on. So now, if you're on
you see he's pushing now, cutting everywhere. It's not going to be easy. They drive very similar. But let's see what he had in the tank.
So now you're on the radio, Andreas. If you're on the radio to Osterberg, what are you saying to Jimmy Osterberg now, the leader? Are you on the radio to him or not?
And then I would say we need half a second more.
So Osterberg, here he is out front. Hal, go on.
It looks like he's got that message, doesn't it? Thanks, Andreas, because he's on a big push as well, really sideways through the right-hander, heading up to the biggest jump in the Nordic Championship. This is going to be really interesting. How good has this lap been from Riasson?
I think Riasson's too close. I think Osterberg's not going to get this done.
Insane.
It was perfect. And also from behind the goal, maybe not as close as I thought.
I think he has it.
Osterberg coming out, going to shut the door. I've got it wrong. I thought he was closer too. Look at the cuts. These boys mean it.
When Riasson went to the Joker, he had to go around him, and he was kind of sideways and lost a bit of time into the Joker, but his Joker was mega.
Mega! I mean, going to the Joker behind the leader makes you lose 0.4, 0.5 seconds because you have to go around him.
The way he pitched that in, though, Kevin, to me, it's probably one of the best Jokers I've seen from behind another car ever here. Yeah. To get, I think you've got a bit more road space with the cross car, of course, you can get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he made it really good. But for sure, I think he lost at least a few tenths just by doing that. But he had to do it to have one chance to pass us.
He did the right thing.
3:28.6 time for Osterberg, and that will see Osterberg confirmed as the TQ as well, having won 3 out of the 4 sessions. So Jimmy Osterberg with another brilliant drive. Riasson to try and make it difficult for him. Just trying to see where Riasson is in the overall standings, though. Up in P4, so Riasson's in P4. He might end up in the same. I think he's going to end up in the same semi-final. Yeah,
but in the semi-final, then starting a little bit different lanes and stuff. You can see here he's so close to the edge of where it's grip or not, and he gets a perfect line into the first cut, and then a big flick now into the next part of the Joker. It's cool to see.
Yeah, really good. Nicely done. Hal, your thoughts on this?
It just carried so much mid-corner speed, didn't
Yeah.
That's probably one of the fastest Jokers we've seen all weekend.
Loved it. Okay, good stuff. On to the second race. Remember, the fastest
we have
go
Nitish
first.
here.
Yeah. Backwards old teammate Reinis Nitish.
Come on, Reinis. Oh, am I allowed to be like supportive?
You can be biased, mate. We're unbiased, although bringing money,
nothing
money or
against
snacks
anyone
helps.
else, but
I get
we're
it.
good friends. And
I get it. So it's Eganson, Nitish, Larpety, Baldins, Crepo. Baldins with a brilliant start. Crepo with a good reaction time too. Reinis Nitish has done well for slot number 2. Going to try and get through behind Baldins. Could be a battle of the Latvians again. So it's Baldins versus Nitish. Larpety round the outside line. Got to go Joker from there. Got hung out to dry a bit, but that might not work out too badly.
No, I think he had a small gap up to the leader now. So I would have done the same. Try to chase down that, 3/10 of a second, and then when people start taking Joker or drivers taking Joker, then do the Joker again.
3 drivers, I think, Hal in the same crosscar here. I think Crepo's in the same chassis as Nitish and.
Crepo's driving
Matt.
the car that Reinis drove in Neeson. The car Reinis is driving this weekend is brand new. Arrived with factory settings and caused his guys to be up all night the night before. After first free practice to get the car more to his liking. Reinis is really enjoying developing this and trying to extract the maximum from it. Jussi Pinnamäki will be helping him on the radio again. Learning as a cross-car spotter. He was very open and honest in the studio yesterday, saying, I told Reinis, my friend, I don't really know what to do in the cross-car races.
He said, I've got to go and help Reinis spot. We went, oh, brilliant. Are you good at that? He said, no, not really. I don't know what I'm doing with cross-cars. Oh, what wonderful help.
I must say, Reinis' cross-car looks a bit nervous, but yeah, it's very close to good.
So a couple of things I noticed. First of all, we're seeing rain on the lenses again, meaning the rain is coming back in. But secondly, where on earth do you go with the settings? Aside from tyres, we've spoken about tyres, but you've got so many settings you could change as the conditions go from wet to dry, and this is that point where you might not have got it done in time when you're rolling out to the pre-grid.
Yeah, it could be that you have a lot of steering and know the grip is coming, and then the car is too nervous on the tarmac. It looks like on the braking, especially down the hill, it's a little bit everywhere.
You need to parade the car all the time.
Yeah, you can see here in the braking he's shaking with the steering wheel a little bit. So, but I must say it's funny to see Reinis. Yesterday he was carrying around with tires, and then when I left the track I saw him barbecuing for the team. It's good fun to see him. I think he enjoyed it very much.
I spoke to him yesterday and he said he's enjoying it. I know you and me have spoken about this in the past, Andreas, and Kevin too. It's not easy for you guys. I think people at home think, oh, wow, look at the cool racing driver. And yes, it is cool, but it's really hard work, and I think most of your hard work is not done at the circuit. It's done raising the money to be at the circuit.
Absolutely. And I mean, at the moment, it is a difficult time for motorsport in general. First of all, we are in a new era where we are heading into electric championships, and we also got the COVID involved in the same time. So to get everything sorted and to get sponsors, to keep your name warm, it's not easy. Reinis go to Joker. Let's see if he can end up.
Going to try and get out in front of Larpety, who's coming up over the crest. Good Joker by Reinis, moves across to shut the door on Larpety. Hal, that was pretty tidy. We've only got one driver left to go. It's Baldins, so it's Baldins versus Nitish. Oh, Baldins has missed. Oh, final lap.
Yeah.
Oh dear, we've seen plenty of people have done that this weekend.
It's a cardinal sin.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I've missed one.
Yeah.
Or two. Or three, maybe.
I think did we have my father as spotter?
Yes.
Both of us?
Really? So whose fault was that when it was Andreas?
No matter what we do, it's our fault.
It's
never
Andreas' fault.
We should always check at the lap. What do you call it? Counter.
Counter. So Baldins has missed the Joker and will lose this one. Reinis Nitish is going to take it from P2. What's the time in P2? Is a 3:32 compared to Osterberg's 3:28. So that's not bad, but it's not going to be. Baldins, of course, with the big penalty.
Do you think the track is developing now? I think from the first heat to now, it looks better.
It should have done, but they are quite a bit slower, almost 4 seconds. So. It's so hard to say. Now we are at this point because now we get this dust. Now the water has dried, but you have a lot of this dust sticks and the dust left on the tarmac. So it could be very slippery on the dust on the tarmac at the moment. But it's also really fun to see that all these international guys are starting to mix it up with the Swedes. Because the Swedes have been very dominating in the cross-car category the last couple of years. But, you know, the first race, Baldins and Nittis was both on the podium, I think, or at least in the final.
Yeah.
And you have this meat guy that is up there in the mix. So it's good to see that people are starting to give a fight to the Swedish guys.
I mean, Fraser in Newsom, all the way from Jamaica, kicking everyone's ass. I mean, beating Johan Kristoffersen. That's amazing.
I think we're looking for mooses. Is that what the director's telling me?
I saw one at the road yesterday, too, actually.
Moose? We're still unsure about moose. One moose. You saw a moose?
No, I'm saying mooses. Moose, not moose.
All right, Laura's trying to correct us on our grammar.
Mice.
Mooses, moose, multiple mooses.
There is a white one here, if you know. Have you seen it?
What, really?
There's a white moose, albino moose.
In the Holjes
I've seen
area?
it once. Yeah,
Luke James
it's usually a little bit further away, like 10, 15 minutes.
Towards Cecilback, or?
Yeah, towards it. There's another Folkers track, Likenäs, where a lot of people go test.
He lived there.
And I was there on when I was 15 on a Folkers event, and it was like everyone went somewhere. The race didn't matter. Everyone went there, and there was this white moose.
Oh, it's
very
amazing.
I've never seen it.
That's why there is a white moose down the hill. You know,
yes, the moose at the side of the hill at Höljes.
That's because there is one here that is very famous.
See, that's very cool. I like that. This is local knowledge. Okay, cross car, heat 3. Tommy Svard on the inside. Hampus Radström, Oscar Andersson, Per Goodison, Tommy Rakolainen. Or still slippery off the line. Svard's absolutely killed it though. Straight from the inside line, going to move out wide. Rakolainen going to get P2. Svard goes a bit deep. Rakolainen going to get to the apex. No, Rakolainen thinks better of it. I reckon thought it was going to get taken out. Radström's gone in hard in the background. Got a bit loose on the way into the Joker lap. Going to follow him through.
But a good tactic. I mean, like, he was carrying a lot of speed into turn 1 and he would have missed the braking point there. So I think going to the Joker was the right call, and he got someone with him. You see now he's already at the back of the pack, but he still have some margin to catch up. So I think he's in good air.
How we've seen this a few times, haven't we? People taking early Jokers, and then if the pack, particularly if they're squabbling, it can really play in your favour.
But like me in Q3, I went to the Joker as car number, like the first car. Nobody went with me, and I immediately caught up with the back.
Yeah, so it doesn't always work.
No, it doesn't always work, does it?
And it surprised me. Like, normally if one of the front drivers go to the Joker, normally the last driver would go as well.
That's exactly what Hal said at the time. Do you remember you said that you were surprised that nobody had gone in with?
Yeah, because I looked at the replay.
Yeah, it was Hedstrom, wasn't it? And Hedstrom collected one of the guys in front in turn 2 rather than going into the Joker to follow you, and ultimately you just caught him up and it cost you both times.
That's funny.
so if you're wondering who you can hear chatting to each other over the start line, yeah, it is Andreas Backer and Kevin Eriksson.
There is some internal humour there, because he's from Torsby, and obviously I lived in Torsby, and today I'm making fun of him because I've beaten him now 4 times in the same heat and semi-finals, and I'm just going around him making
and Andreas is racing an electric car this weekend, so that's a good impression of it. Radström you're looking at. Svard still up front. Andersson backs it into the Joker. Goodison goes with Rakolainen, going to come up over the standard lap. Andersson carried some pace through the Joker there. That was a hell of a Joker lap.
It was.
Rakolainen gets out in front. Go on.
It's a lot drier on the exit now, isn't it? Yeah. Kevin was talking in the last couple of races about how claggy and wet the loose surface was on the exit of the Joker, but now the ambient temperature is rising. It's certainly warm in here, but it's definitely warmer outside as well. It's not raining anymore, and I think where the loose has been drying and the dust has been coming up through the session, it's now drying in the Joker exit as well.
But you can see their line back there on the tarmac in the right corner. There's only one lane.
Yeah.
If you get one wheel outside that lane, then you're screwed.
You're going off, definitely. Yeah. Svard aiming to try and stay out in front of Rakolainen, but I think Rakolainen might be close enough. Let's see, because the Joker was so much faster last time round. Here we go. Svard going to chuck it in, keeps it tidy. I tell you what, might get it done. I think he is going to get it done easily. So the Joker's caught us out. What's the penalty? Do you get a penalty immediately? Instantly? Yeah. Every time?
You can have a touch, but if you hit it down, it's 2 seconds.
Did he hit it down?
I'm not sure if he hit it. It looked like he was very close.
Oh, I see.
So we don't know, basically.
No, so basically, that's...
I hope the stewards doesn't hear me.
This is the thing, Andreas. You know, that's it. You're on the commentary team now, mate. Oh, Spa down super close to the barrier on the inside. The hole there that's coming down the hill.
Flames, yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Mega. They don't drive as aggressively as they did when it was full dry, but now they're getting close to it.
I love it when you see flames when they lift as they come through the corner. Spa takes it rack and line, and Anderson goes out wide to try and get round. They were super close.
Can we see the Sword Joker in the replay? Because I don't want to say anything.
We might be able to. 3:31.6. I imagine he's on his way to the stewards.
What I've learned doing this job, mate, is you've got to just go with it.
Yeah.
If once you've committed, you've got to just pray and hope that you've
Tommy,
made
I'm sorry if I said something.
No, it's too late, mate. You've committed to it. This is what it's like. This is what it's like when we say that was a terrible move by Andreas Backer, and then we have to see you later, and and explain why we said that.
Oh, he's not touching it.
Oh,
yeah, man. Sorry, Tommy. You're welcome.
Andreas is happy because he hasn't thrown his mate under the bus. The Backerud bus was coming for him there along with the stewards, and luckily Andreas was wrong. Right to the edge of the curb, but no further.
You see the line here, yeah?
Yeah. Big
so
track
sketchy.
development.
I have to be a bit rude and run out because I'm starting to hear my cars are lining up. So I need to run
Kevin,
and spot.
what do you think you're doing? So Kevin Eriksson's got to go.
I'll stay for 2 minutes.
Okay, and then you've got the Supercar.
Kevin.
Kevin, thanks so much, mate. The best of luck. Kevin Eriksson heading out.
Arrivederci. I don't know.
I think that's fine, Andreas, honestly. We're multilingual here. So that's the entrance to the Joker, which is getting much, much drier. This on the line now is Eric Anderson, Patrick Hallberg, Riku Hukka and Peter Hain. Now, these guys have all been quick.
Have you tried these cars?
We've tried RX 150s, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've all three of us have driven RX 150s for courtesy of Ollie Donovan in the UK. Marco Jokinen met me in the paddock before and he said, you and Andrew have to drive these cross cars, just not before a race. So maybe...
is that a lack of trust, Hal, in our ability?
Probably, yeah. So maybe the day after Arvika, that could be possible at the end of the season. That would be a good, nice way to close off the RallyX Nordic campaign.
Sounds good. We're available also on the Monday morning after Finland, just in case, I believe they're heading up there. Right, Hallberg going from P2 here. It's been super quick. Anderson as well. Hallberg ending up in a much lower heat, runs right out wide, going to try the cut back on Anderson, maybe go Joker straight away. No, Hukka stays out. They've all stayed out again. Alongside Hallberg with brilliant traction. Anderson ran wide. A bit of contact. Comes sideways across the track as he gets released from it. Hallberg's got it. Look at the rut now as they come down off the curb and back through the gravel section. Hukka in P3, but it's Hallberg leading from Anderson.
What a move through the first corner from Hallberg. These guys are both running out of position really on the fastest first system that RallyX Nordic uses. Now the track's drying a little bit. If they can get a clean run here, they could take the fastest time.
Yeah, that's a good point. So this is what Andreas Eriksson always says about wanting the conditions to play towards the slower drivers or the guys who've had issues. And that last session was just such a mess. Looking down now, let's see where Hallberg is. Patrick is in P8 overall. And Anderson is, I think, further down. So many drivers. Can't find him. Oh, yes, I can. No, I can't. There's two Andersons. Go on, Hal.
So we have two cars going to the Joker at the same time. I saw Hanne went early, but then Hukka. Sorry. It's hard for me to pronounce. But,
honestly, mate, welcome to the club.
Was taking a late decision. So, but they both went together. So.
Hallberg leading up front. He's actually driving for the Max RPM Edge Competition Factory Racing team. I've been messaged, and this is ahead of a new FIA cross-car specification machine that they're going to introduce later in the season. I don't know if it's coming for the next round in Finland or for Arvika. So there's a big trend going towards the FIA spec cars now, and I think that's what RallyX Nordic has tried to do, is to have that grow organically, where people start to move over rather than having to change immediately from the traditional Scandinavian cross car to the FIA spec machine.
And they've been quite clever introducing a weight penalty if you're using the bigger engine, so you have to add 35 kilos to the car, and it just means, as Hal says, instead of going, I've got to spend X amount, 1,000 on a new chassis, you stick the weight in, you can use the 750 engine for a bit longer and so on. Tell you what, this is fantastic between Hallberg and Anderson. Anderson have found him finally way further down than I thought, 17th place. Now, the top 18 go through to 3 semi-finals, but how P18 is the back row, you know, he's going to want to move way up, and this will be a great opportunity. There's a bunch of people within a few points. You get to the top of this session, you're going to fly up those standings.
And not where we'd expect to see him either. Jimmy Osterberg's Power RX teammate as well, so maybe Jimmy's had a little chat between the sessions because the races are so far apart. He'll have had plenty of time to go back to pre-grid and have a word. So the track is much drier. Looking at the lap times are good, so this will be fascinating.
Hallberg's gone in nice and sideways in behind Anderson too. Watch for Hookar on the standard lap. I think these guys are both going to get out in front. Anderson's exit is really good and straight, yeah. Tidily done though. Hallberg seems to have got, funny enough, Hallberg's got the better exit speed and has gapped him by a bit, yeah. I wonder if Anderson, where he's gone close to the barrier, has met the wetter mud.
Yeah, I mean, the inside there, it looks a little lighter, doesn't it? It's so hard for us to tell from here. If Andreas Backward and Kevin Eriksson don't know, we don't stand a chance, like you said. We don't have a predictor on the timing screen here to see how close they're going to get. It was a
3:28.6 is Osterberg's time.
It looked like Han overtook Huka
in the background
in the velodrome.
Oh, so coming around the last corner now. The time was at 3:28, so not going to get it. 3:30 though, 3:31.1 would be quicker than Tommy Spard went. So that is it's a very good time. It's not going to be Osterberg's time at the top of the table, but it is going to move, I would say, particularly Eric Anderson up the standings.
I must say, like, there was a bit different in the driving style. Hallberg was very close at getting everything correct, but it looked like he wanted to correct the car all the time instead of like letting it loose a bit.
Ooh. That looks like that's boiling over to me.
Overheating. He was driving behind another car very close for 4 laps. He could have got some mud in the radiator and stuff like that. So
that's often why they run the radiator blanks on the Crosscar, isn't it? Because the radiators are actually so small that if you fill them up with mud and dirt, then you it's much like filling up the intercooler on a supercar and the charge temperature's going up.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Andreas, thanks so much for joining us. How's your weekend?
So far, very good. I'm very happy with my own performances. Like, I can only judge myself because the cars are so different to anybody else. I would say Q3 wasn't perfect. That was the only one that I wasn't 100% satisfied with. I did some mistakes here and there, and I went to a Joker earlier hoping that somebody else would follow. Nobody did. Ended back in the traffic, you know, when you need to catch up time, then you risk a little bit more, and then you go a bit off the line, and then you start sliding. So yeah.
But with this experience this weekend of both the RXE car with Stard, but also the RX2E car, how important is that for your future career?
I think as a race car driver, it's very important to say yes to anything that you can drive. You know, it's not easy. It costs money to race cars, to test cars, for anything. So, I mean, if you get options and possibilities, then you can only become a better driver by saying yes and driving cars.
And particularly electric cars with the electric future coming. So
now I've done Troffa Andros electric, I've done the Start car, I've done also the RX2E. So, yeah.
Well, hopefully some of the Extreme E teams will be keeping an eye out. I'm hoping we might get to see you in Nitro Rallycross at some point as well. So, you know, let's see what we can do.
I hope so. You know, I'm open for anything. So, working hard these days. Still early in the season, so hopefully I'll be back in the grid somewhere.
We really want to see you back on the grid, whatever side of the Atlantic, whether it's petrol or electric powered, mate. It's good to see you. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andreas. Andreas Backward, what a gent, coming and joining us on commentary. He's a bit too good at that, Hal, isn't he? That's a problem, isn't it?
He likes chatting, doesn't he? And he loves explaining about the intricacies of a rallycross circuit. And who better to explain than someone who's dominated here in the highest level in supercar?
Yeah, certainly did. Was it? I think this was Andreas' first supercar win as well, wasn't it? It was Holjes in 13, followed by Lowiak in 13.
Cost his mum a pair of race boots when he enthusiastically chucked them into the crowd and then realised he needed them back. About
where Bendixson is now, Andreas chucked his boots over the fence, and then, I've thrown my boots away, Mum, I don't have any more. I mean, like, how times have changed.
He messaged me asking if we could find him any, I think, at that stage. It shows that, at that time, Andreas was really struggling. Okay, it's always a challenge to find the budget, isn't it? But he was doing everything on his own.
Yeah.
And what an amazing career he's having. Not had, he's having an amazing career.
Yeah, he is.
He's really lost out, hasn't he? Several times with manufacturers leaving the sport and things changing when he's had a really big plan in place, and it's all changed. But his passion for the sport means that he's still here and he's still desperate to achieve.
Ken Block's teammate with Ford, Matthias Ekstrom's teammate at Audi, you know, factory drivers. He's represented energy drinks at the highest level, of course, currently with Monster, and I just would really like to see Andreas continue at the highest level. We know it's hard work, and you can hear from what he said in that session, Hal, that's not the fun part of the job, is it, going and raising the money? The fun part's this bit.
No, and we all know that he's had some massive disappointments too. I mean, losing a World Championship when you're tied on equal points just must be absolutely heartbreaking, you know. Yeah. But he's great at digging deep and fighting back, and he's not here for no reason, is he? Like you and he were alluding to in the chat then about the importance of driving electric cars. He'll be taking on everything he can to give him the best opportunity for the future.
100%. And if you're running electric cars, you're going to look and see who's got the experience, aren't you? And having driven a few now, as he said, he's done electric Andros. He's actually done electric Andros. That was last season, wasn't it? The previous season.
Yeah, he drove the car for the first time the previous year too.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's been forward thinking for quite some time.
Pretty well versed in it. Bendixson going to take this. Bendixson running a long way out of order again. Is Bendixson going to trouble the top times, do we think? I'm not sure. Track's just changed. Look how dry it is in turn 1 now. You know, they were tiptoeing through there, and now it's... Oh, Bendixson dropped it on the way. No, that's loads of time lost there. Why was that a misjudged braking zone, do you think?
Yeah, I think he just... I thought he'd got the rotation done quite early going into turn 2. You don't need to be that sideways on the entry. This is the final lap. That's Katie Munnings. It's not showing that she's joking, but we didn't actually see whether she had or not. She's been running a couple of seconds off the lap of Bendixson, but when things are going well for Bendixson, he's in the top 10 or 15 of this really, really strong category. So that's nothing to be sniffed at. Bendixson's entering the final corner now. The fastest time is a 3:28.6, so he's already missed that.
Oh, I'm hoping Katie hasn't. I'm hoping that's a missed Joker marker rather than a missed Joker, because Katie was desperately hoping to make the top 18 and be in the semi-finals.
I'd be surprised if she missed the Joker with Kevin Hansen and Eric Farin on the radio. So
that's
I think
what I'm
maybe it's not.
We
just didn't see on the shot, did we?
No, but also they both took the Joker, we're being told. So that's a missed transponder on the Joker loop. So Katie did take it. I suppose the question then, Hal, really is whether Katie's time as the track has dried will be enough to mix it with any of the drivers ahead and maybe just see her edge her way through. But the drivers around her, when did Per Goodison go? Per Goodison, I think, would have gone a lot earlier. No, yeah,
Race
2, 3, yeah, difficult. Right, let's have a look. Intermediate standings for Supercar Lights. Tommy Haumann, 3 from 3, ahead of Nils Andersen, Linus Osland, Martin Enlund, Sjokkvist, Eklev, Olofsson, Jonsson, Janssen and Expeth. Kasper Jensen dropping from 5th to 9th with off-track excursion in the last one after a very enthusiastic, exciting start. Final qualifying session. Let's see if Haumann can get a clean sweep of quali here. I'm going to talk to Hal about that in a minute. I know Hal's been out in the paddock and talking to some of the top names in the sport about just how impressive Haumann has been today and indeed over recent weeks, I guess. Good start, Haumann on the inside, but great start, Olofsson on the outside. Haumann going to try and find the grip. Nils Andersen might edge him into turn 1. He's going to back out of that, just maybe gets a little nudge from behind from Enlund. Haumann going to go Joker. Surely that's the perfect tactic from there. Brilliant start by Olofsson. Olofsson is quick enough here to threaten Haumann. Haumann's going to need to nail it, and I wonder if Olofsson's crew will know how quick he is, Hal, if they might send him early. But then if you're out front, you want to have the confidence in your lap times. Tricky for them, for me now.
So the pack's beaten as Linus Osland's got some damage to the front. He's obviously made contact with the rear of maybe...
I think it was Haumann.
It's the rear of his friend Nils Andersen based on the bodywork damage on the rear of Andersen's car. But they've given Haumann the Joker card, haven't they, by letting him go into the Joker in the lead. And now he's pulling away from Enlund behind. I know Kevin Eriksson was... they've been a little bit, not baffled, but surprised and impressed across the paddock by Haumann's pace, and they were pleased that Enlund had managed to match his ultimate lap time in the last session. Had got nowhere near an ultimate race time. And now Holman's running on his own. I think he's closing on the top three, isn't he, visually, as we can see on the screen, pulling away a little bit from Enland. This guy is really turning some heads.
So Houman, here's an interesting one for you, Hal. He didn't win a session in Nice in 1 or 2. He didn't win a session here on Thursday, despite taking, third in qualifying. He just didn't have a fastest time. At the moment, he's on for a clean sweep of qualifying. So he's improved. I say he had a P3 and then 2 wins. Now suddenly it's looking like he's going next level and going, you know what, I'm going to dominate qualifying as well. He's got a job to do still here, but it's impressive.
It is very impressive. We were talking in Q3 earlier today about how he was just feeling for the grip all the time. Chatting to Johan Kristoffersen in the gap there, and he was just saying that's such a rally driver approach, isn't it, to feel the road underneath you rather than having specific braking points as a circuit driver that you try to hit every lap. And that works so much to your advantage in slippery conditions.
So into the Joker lap goes Linus Ostlund. Ostlund trying to hold off Houman. That's not going to happen because Houman's over the jump already. Houman is hunting them down out front. It won't make any difference to him in terms of his position. He's going to get the TQ regardless, and unless he has a... No, I mean, he's 21 points clear. Even if he had a shocker now and drove it round on a puncture, he'd get it. But a clean sweep would still be nice, wouldn't it, to absolutely dominate qualifying all 4 sessions in such mixed conditions as well.
And there's all sorts of other elements to it too. He's a debutant this year, so he doesn't have the previous experience to draw on. He's running as a single car entry, so there's no data to share. Even though he's running as a satellite of the set promotion team who have a lot of experience, they don't know what's going on that circuit that weekend. And he's running out of a van and trailer, which I think is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, so do I. Olofsson's gone Joker this time round. Olofsson into the inside apex. I think Olofsson's got enough here. Niels Andersen might get eaten up. Olofsson's going to come out in front of Houman. So Houman will be denied the clean sweep in qualifying, but he's going to take the TQ. And I think the other thing here, Hal, is that you could get obsessed with that and go, right, I want to win every session. Did you see how sensible he was in turn 1? Because he lost the start.
He doesn't need to win every session. It's nice. You might get a painted golden broom at the end of it at the after party, but there's not in COVID times, of course, but in a normal scenario. But you don't need to do it. It doesn't achieve anything.
The painted golden broom, by the way, we gave to Andreas Backerud in Argentina, wasn't it, I think? He then walked onto the bar, sprayed somebody else's bottle of champagne and had to go and buy them another one. So Olofsson crosses the line to take the win. Houman comes in P2, then it's Andersen, Ostlund and Enland. Yeah, great fun.
Critically, Niels Andersen's beaten the 2 people he needed to in Enland and Ostlund to secure second in the intermediate classification there, because he's got a reasonable margin to the rest of them behind, and that'll put him on pole for semi-final 2.
Fantastic. So Niels Andersen keeping himself in contention. Almost took the win, but was beaten by Houman in round 3. Now won't face Houman again until the final. This is another look at the start. So watch Houman on the inside look. Niels Andersen's there, and you'll see Houman just go, no, I'm not getting into that. Gets in from behind, gets a tiny little nudge, keeps it clean. And at this point, you just knew he was going to go Joker.
And there's the contact between Ostlund and Andersen. I think no maliciousness there, but just Niels braked a little bit early, and you get that concertina effect into a tight corner like that, don't you, where everyone's braking a little bit earlier than you might expect, and it's just a little nudge. The damage looks worse than the contact actually was, but Holman picked him off, and then would later in the race also just edge Niels Andersen when he follows Simon Olofsson into the Joker. But this is exactly what Simon Olofsson needed as well. How good was he in Denmark? And this will get him back into the right rhythm.
Especially when Houman's won all 3 sessions. You know, regardless of the fact Houman lost the start there, in Olofsson's head, that's one of those lovely confidence builders where you go, I've just smashed the guy who's won the 3 previous qualifying sessions. He will go in feeling all fired up as well. Olofsson was in P7, but a session win, looking at the points, could well pull him straight up to P4 at the end of this. If that's the case, it's a front row start, and that makes all the difference in the semi-finals. And Eklev, Foss, Jonsson, Sjokkvist and Oskarsson. Oskarsson with a brilliant reaction time on the outside, but not as much traction as on the inside. And Eklev gets away. Foss drops into the inside line. Oh, Foss holding tight on the curbs all the way from the outside. Oskarsson coming across into P2, and Eklev runs a little bit deep. Foss has gone Joker. I don't think that's a bad move by Foss, to be honest, especially with a mistake like that by Eklev. He's now going to get piled under pressure by these guys. Oskarsson, Jonsson, they're both there watching to the velodrome, see if anybody tries to make a move. Going to go high and low into the left-hander now. Look, coming, Oskarsson going to try and come up underneath the Eklev, and Eklev runs a little bit wide. Oskarsson going to get squeezed on the run down the hill. This will be tight towards the jump, a little bit of contact, sideways, past our camera up on the wall, and this is holding them all up. So Foss, this is playing massively into Foss's hands.
Yeah, perfect strategy to go into the Joker on lap one. Mats Oskarsson's going for a lunge up the inside of Anaklev into the final corner, but he runs deep and Anaklev gets him back on the inside. Jonsson's going with Anaklev too. That's not worked out for Oskarsson, but he's coming back at him going into the first corner. Oh, that could go horribly wrong, couldn't it, if you lean too hard on the right rear corner of the car in front.
Oskarsson thinks better of it and goes off to the Joker, which is a good move, but look where Foss is already. Joking on the first lap. These guys have been beating the hell out of each other, and Foss spins to the inside. Broken over the jump, surely, just as we were saying that Foss has had a result. I don't know what happened there.
Doesn't look broken, does it? All the wheels look like they're inflated and pointing in the right direction.
Literally span 90 right. I thought he was actually going to spin across the Joker exit, Hal.
Yeah, hopefully we can see that in the replays after the race, because it's an odd one that you very rarely do you see a spin on the landing there, because you're carrying all the momentum forwards over the jump, aren't you?
That's a bit bizarre. So Foss has gone from being in pole position to take the win to being firmly at the back of the pack, and we've got a real scrap on our hands. Although I think Oskarsson, having jokered now, is in P4, but I reckon Oskarsson's within reach of all this lot. Are any of them going to go? Sokvist is held up and he's definitely going to lose out. So Oskarsson's done really well here. Had a good start and then didn't quite go his way in turn one, but already on the back of these two. Should be easy.
Kevin Eriksson had to leave us in the studio here to go and spot for Nicholas Anaklev, running under the OMSE banner this season, and Kevin will be on the radio giving him the hurry up. Jonsson's run wide out of the Joker lap, and that'll just ease the pressure a little bit on Anaklev. Let him focus on what's going on in front rather than driving on the mirrors. I know it's easy to say don't drive on the mirrors, but when there's someone bumping into the rear bumper every two corners, it's difficult not to have a look at where they are all the time.
I think my favourite drive of not driving on the mirrors and managing to hold on was Niklas Gronholm last year in Kugler in the wet. I mean, there was so much pressure. It was a super slow race because it was so wet and slippery, but it was just absolutely brilliant right the way through. Enormous pressure on him. Anaklev and Jonsson. What's Anaklev doing there? I almost felt Anaklev had checked up for the standard lap.
I think Anaklev's got a left rear puncture, actually. Let's have a look. Wonder how long he's been carrying that for. If it's been a slow puncture going down. Smashed the front off the front bumper now as well. Let's see if we can see. Yeah, maybe not.
We've made just a mistake then in the first
He has
corner.
lost a lot of pace, though, and you'd expect him to be faster than this. So something's not completely correct.
Oskarsson through the bump on the run down the hill. Tidily done. Up and over the crest. Now looking to trouble the times. Not going to, though. 3:29.3 is the target of Olofsson. Still a good time, though. Oskarsson takes it. 3:34.3. Not so good as I thought. Bit of a battle, though. Bit of a battle all the way through. Thumbs up from him anyway. Mats Oskarsson with a 3:34.3. Sokvist, Anaklev, Jonsson and Foss. Laura Winter is with Simon Olofsson, who currently leads Q4 for Supercar Lights.
Thanks, Coley. Well, Simon, you've had so much trouble so far here in Höljes. It's been very challenging for you. How pleased are you to be standing here now with a win under your belt?
Awesome. I mean, I did some bad decisions in other qualifying. I won Q3 in my heat, but I wasn't quick enough. I struggling a little bit with the setup, but it was really nice to win the last one and get some points ahead of the other guys.
And finally, how's the track feeling as well? It is drying up a little bit.
Yeah, it's drying up pretty much, but still it's so slippery at the gravel. So, I mean, I was the only one with rain tires in my heat, so I think I gained a little bit on the gravel. I mean, it's more tarmac, but I think it will dry up a lot of more to the semi, so it's going to be more clean races.
Thanks, Simon. Well done. Good luck for the semi.
Thank you.
Hal, Simon Olofsson talking about tyre strategy there, and you've got some information.
Yeah, I missed the message because we were too busy commentating on what's going on, but Kevin Eriksson had kindly messaged me before the session saying he'd sent Anaklev on dry tyres. From what Simon says, that was also the case through the first race as well.
Expert, Bergstrom, Tornholt, Peterson and Kasper Janssen on the outside. Kasper Janssen needs a good result here. We're going to struggle to get to the apex first because Tornholt's got a brilliant start in the middle. Edith Tornholt's had quite a few good starts this weekend. Bit of contact. Kasper Janssen might get to P2 here. And goes Joker. Okay, interesting tactic. Probably got the pace for that, Hal, but I think going to come out behind the pack too close.
Did that earlier in the weekend as well, didn't he? Not running with an inexperienced team with the Enland Motorsports squad, and I do question fighting your way from the inside to go into the Joker, especially in this race. And with no disrespect at all to Gustafsson and Natalie Peterson, they just don't have the ultimate pace of the guys at the front that Janssen has proven that he can run with already. So I probably would have stuck with Tornholt and tried to either make a move or undercut her with a later Joker lap.
Janssen has had a P6 and a P5, and then unfortunately didn't have a great run in Q3, which is why he finds himself in this one. We've been really impressed. Let's see if Casper Janssen can race his way through the pack. So the black and green car at the back of these two. He's going to hope that one of them Jokers now, and especially as neither of the front two have, one of them might. No, doesn't. So that's really hurt Casper Janssen. Right, come on, find a way through. Let's have a race. Going to be all over the back in a moment of Peterson.
And this is what we always say about being in the quick races, because you can get away with an early Joker like that because you know you won't catch the pack at the same rate of knots.
Watch for the dive up the inside. Oh, contact, lifts the wheel up. I think the move was inevitable, but got to be clean, Hal, or he'll end up in front of the stewards anyway.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of frustration there, won't there, that you've played your Joker card so early in the race and now it's not working out. And Peterson's now defending the line as well, which isn't helping either of their time. He's had
Janssen's had a look, going to get it done into the last corner. Doesn't go deep either, Hal. We saw somebody try that earlier and get it wrong.
Great move.
So that's one down. Unfortunately, I think it's just going to hurt lap time too much anyway, even if it's enough. I mean, look, nobody's going Joker, so it's going to end up getting them. Tornholt and Expeth out front. Ida Tornholt's had some great starts.
She has, yeah, and she's really capitalised in the wet and slippery conditions, hasn't she, with her experience over the winter and into the start of this year of driving a bit on the ice with the OMSE guys when they've been doing some preparation for the Race of Champions. They'll be running cars in next year and also doing a bit of testing up on the ice there in the north of Sweden. So I think these slippery conditions have been really suiting her.
They were training some of the drivers from Extreme E as well. I know a couple of the Spanish drivers headed up there for some time on the ice before heading down to Saudi, which sounds kind of counterintuitive, but it's a case of those drivers coming from that background, how were they not used to moving a car around, and it's just such useful experience.
Low moo experience is critical, isn't it? Low moo being low abrasive surfaces, low traction. Casper Janssen's not going to be a million miles away here, is he?
No, easily done the pack. So good move by Casper, but how much time has been lost? Oh, look at that. Big flick and send back the other way. I'm impressed, Hal. I'm still impressed.
Just dug into the rut a little bit on the outside of that curb there. Didn't quite use as much curb as he could have done, and pulled the nose back down off the curb again.
Target time, 3:29.3. Got to stay on that line. You can see in the background people just dropping wheels off into the dirt. Janssen in P9, but there's 4 drivers within 3 points. So Casper Janssen was not going to be 3:34.9. Okay. Going to be mid-pack, I would have thought. Might drag Casper up a couple of spots, but not back to the P5 where he was before the mistake in the previous session.
But critically into the semi-finals.
Janssen, Tornholt, Expeth, Bergstrom and Peterson, all finishers in Q4 Heat 3. It's qualifying over Supercar Lights. We have just 3 qualifying races left to go.
So watch Janssen on the outside here. Makes a reasonable start, but not the best. Great, checks up early. Oh, a little bit of contact. I would have just gone with the leader here, because then you've got one person to think about rather than the 4 ahead. But dive straight into the Joker. And then we know what happened after that. The pack spread out from the first couple of corners.
It played out okay, didn't it? I mean, this was the move that had to be done, because another lap behind there and it wouldn't have got the merge.
Still lost a couple of seconds at least, I would have said. Which
would have been much higher up the order had the strategy played out. Difficult when a quick driver like that ends up with the slightly slower drivers. You really need to try and win your race. Now looking down here, we've got Fraser McConnell is in the last race. So Fraser, who had a DNF last time, is going to be in a very similar situation to Casper Janssen. So that's in 3 races time. Fraser dropped from joint TQ to P5. He'll want to get up a slot. These guys will all want to stop him getting up a slot. I think it's the first time we've actually seen any tyre warming all weekend. We've always come to the grid and found the cars on the line. Watch for Sabo and Philip German. German's done well to get up into this top heat as well. Slightly different engine note from the Hyundai this year.
The Pipo engine note has often changed, isn't it, and over the history of them being involved. The Pipo engine first introduced to Rallycross by Henning Solberg in 2009 in an OMC Fiesta. The first OMC Fiesta to not run an engine from the OMC stable, and I think they've been one of the best engines in the recent history of the sport, haven't they? With Petter Solberg and the GRX squad.
One of my favourite things at the start of a new season of Rallycross is when you go and start watching people do starts, and you're like, hang on a minute. And the whole, you know...
I know nothing about what's going on inside, but that sounds different to me.
It sounds different, yeah, particularly the polo and the famous, very strange, mysterious warm-up procedure before a pre-launch.
We'll find out about that one day.
Yeah, one day. But amazing, yeah, and hearing also the way the RPMs have changed over the years. It used to be quite higher, now it's like very, very strange start systems. Witchcraft. Gronholm, Kristoffersen, Sabo, German, Eid. Gronholm currently in the TQ spot. Kristoffersen looking to deny him, but he's a fair few points back, so he needs a shock of a Gronholm, and it's a shock of a Kristoffersen instead. Gronholm leads down to turn 1. Sabo going to get to P2. Eid trying to come around the outside. Kristoffersen's going to go joker from there, surely, but no, Sabo goes in. Johan holds the inside line despite getting rammed in the rear from German. Side by side, Eid gets Gronholm over the jump. Enzo Eid moves to the front, and I tell you what, he's up for a fight, isn't he?
Little nudge in the rear of Nicholas Gronholm into turn 2. It didn't look too bad at all to me, and then quarried the momentum over the jump on the first lap. Brilliant move by Eid. Kristoffersen's going with the two recent cars.
Wide up the inside. Gronholm has a look, try and make it back past. He finds the traction. Enzo Eid was a little bit too enthusiastic. We've seen that a few times this weekend. Kristoffersen looking to the inside line down the hill. Can't make a pass through there. There's so much dirt offline now. This would be another good point for it. Eid's crossed up over the jump. Enzo Eid's quick at the minute. Gronholm now back in the lead, though, and with Kristoffersen down in P3, it's going to be good for his TQ chances, but look at Sabo.
And by running fastest first, it means these guys are running in arguably the most difficult of the conditions. Kristoffersen looks like he's going to go joker, late decision, but he does go. You could see from the attitude of the car, he was thinking about it, seeing if anyone else would go, but Sabo's already got him.
Yeah, Sabo out in front, Kristoffersen comes through, a bit more opposite lock than you'd expect. They're just trying to counteract that slippery condition, which comes across the road towards the joker lap merge. We've seen that affecting people coming off.
This transition period's mad, isn't it? Look at the mud on the front of Kristoffersen's car from the loose sections, and then they can't see for dust on the tarmac. The track's really changing.
It's down the bottom of the hill here if you look. If you're not close in on the Armco, you can see the dirt across the road there. And again, Gronholm drops one wheel onto it, and then the attitude of the car. Kristoffersen drops 4 wheels onto it. He's on the lock stops in the background, just about holds on over the crest. Johan's trying very, very hard here to keep up with these guys. We know it's full fat World Championship spec. Hyundai's here, and Kristoffersen in the family-run KMS Polo doing a great job. Ida goes joker lap, watching to the inside line. Sabo and Kristoffersen going to try and get out in front. I think he's probably going to get German. I don't think he'll get Johan. Johan comes across in front. Enzo Eid's doing well this weekend. Hopefully going to see him in the final. Well, he's had a shocker, hasn't he, so far?
Yeah, he just needs a little bit of luck to go his way at the right moment. He'll be right there when he's clearly got the pace of the fastest cars in the field. Kristoffersen, although it's frustrating to be fighting, is loving the challenge of getting on with it and trying to beat these most recent World Championship specification cars. Gronholm runs wide yet again in the loose, but that doesn't hamper him too much because you're just carrying the momentum into the jump going up the hill.
On to the final lap. Gronholm, the only driver not to have joked. Is he going to get out in front of Kristoffersen or not? Kristoffersen looking to take the TQ. I think the points margin is such that it won't matter. Or Johan comes through turn 1 like he did last year when he was fighting for 10th with Matthias Ekström. Look for the merge. Over the crest comes Kristoffersen. The attitude of the Polo tells you all you need to know. He's tried very, very hard, but it's not quite enough. Gronholm is in front following his teammate Sabo. Looking at Sabo, he's in P3 in the standings, and I don't think he's quite close enough to get Johan. Maybe 5-8 points. It's going to be close between Sabo and Kristoffersen, but I think Kristoffersen will hold on to the second place by 1 point. Down to the jump, then Sabo through the right-hander. Super tidy run here. Early joker has paid off big time. Over the jump comes Gronholm in the background. Sabo is going to take the first race of Q4 for Supercar. Gronholm's going to be P2, and with that, take the TQ spot. Top qualifier goes to Gronholm. Johan Kristoffersen in P3 fought very hard indeed there. could see how hot, you know, when you could see in the attitude of the car, and he came through, Johan came through turn 1 just like he did last year in that incredible fight with Ekstrom. Still one of my favourite finals ever, despite the fact they didn't really face each other on track for more than about half a lap. It was a brilliant Joker scrap. And I think Kristoffersson wanted to get Gronholm. It wouldn't have been enough to take the TQ spot anyway, but it's not about that, is it? It's about setting a trend for later on in the day. Sabo, Gronholm, Kristoffersson, Eid, who's fighting with the World Championship regulars now. We saw around the outside earlier on. Watch this. Hal, talk us through Eid.
Gets a good run, doesn't he? But not the best run into the first corner. Szabo had already had a little bit of contact with Gronholm, his teammate, on the way in. Look at the contact. There's lots of contact behind. German was into Kristoffersson. Eid was into Gronholm, but then Eid pulled off that brilliant move across the jump. He's got such confidence in this car now, hasn't he? Kristoffersson sends in puff of flame from the back of the Polo. He's really, really hustling this car, isn't he? We keep going on about it. It's not the same specification, but he has so much knowledge and experience that he's implementing into this chassis. And although it's not quite up to the same specification as the VW Motorsport car, it's not as bad as we potentially make it out sometimes.
Yeah, certainly. The margins are tiny, aren't they? We're talking. It would be about not having to try quite so hard to match the Hyundais. But at the minute, he's absolutely full bore.
And it's great to watch.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Laura Winter is with Christian Sabo, who's won that first race of Q4. Let's hear from him now.
Well, when I was flagging down the car there, Christian Sabo absolutely soaked me driving through a puddle, so I'm fuming. But, Christian, what a brilliant race. You saw off Niklas Gronholm, your teammate, and 3-time world champion Johan Kristoffersson. Talk us through it, how you saw the race, not soaking me.
Can you repeat the important part, please?
The important part, how rude. When you soaked me, no. No. You obviously beat Niklas and Johan. Talk us through it.
It was nice. Finally, I was first on the Joker. I could drive my own speed. Track is drying up. We have, I feel some room to improve in the car, in the settings, but obviously it was very nice. I really enjoyed it.
And you're obviously enjoying this track as well. How does it feel? It's drying up, grip's a bit better?
For sure, but there's only one clean line. If you get out, it's very, very dirty there. I could see that. I think Niklas was sometimes a bit more outside. He was in the dust, so yeah, you have to be so precise. It's in some parts, mainly in first corner, it's still tricky. It is very, very slippery there, but all good. Hopefully for the semi and the final, it just gets better and better.
Yeah, we hope so. I'm just going to show you that. I'm not lying. I'm absolutely drenched here. Cheers, Christian.
Sorry.
Oh, bless him, saying sorry at the last minute. Laura Winter, you don't get soaked in F1, do you? You know, it's just not, you're never going to get soaked to F1, but unfortunately that's one of the perils of rallycross. Nice to have Laura with us this weekend, and bless Christian saying, I'm sorry. He's just so nice, isn't he? He's a lovely bloke. Okay, Michalak, Markland, Evjen, Bakkerud, Hedström. Bakkerud will want to get a better start, not hampered by Hedström this time, but Markland, I think, is the guy potentially with the big pace. And Markland gets an amazing start from slot number 2. Backwards, I've gone backwards, unfortunately. Sondra Evjen also quick, but drops it in turn 1 just sideways. Going to go Joker. Evjen threads the needle and finds a way through. Gets out wide. Hedström's underneath him. That's a nightmare. Going to lose time. Evjen can't quite get back through. Bakkerud might get him as well on the exit. He doesn't get the car straight. Andreas Bakkerud unleashes the electric torque and out drags him down towards the merge. That's the first time we've seen someone do that on the exit there, and I wonder if that's that extra torque from the electric motors. Evjen can't quite get back past Bakkerud and pleased with that, but they're both behind Peter Hedström, and that might not work out in terms of lap times.
It might not, but Hedström's already gapping them, isn't he? Hedström had contact with Sondra Evjen into the first corner. That forced Evjen's Audi sideways, and that's what made him go wide. Bakkerud's on the full send in the background ahead of Evjen now. Then Hedström got in the back of his teammate Markland into turn 2, and then went into the Joker, cut up the inside of Evjen and Bakkerud before Bakkerud got Evjen. So it was all happening in the first couple of corners, and that massively played into Anton Markland's hands.
I was really impressed with the way Evjen managed to get out from the gap. It looked like he was closed in and just somehow found the hole and got it through. But he's ended up behind Bakkerud. Bakkerud, we know, has to look after the tyres on the car a little bit more when it's dry, but I don't think we're quite at the point of him overheating them yet. Evjen's still stuck behind him, Hal.
So now team boss Peter Hedström is running third with more damage to the front of the Fiesta in another race, but he's behind the 2 customers, isn't he? He's behind Anton Markland, who's leading the race, and then Anders Michalak. Does he now try and just hold back and let Anton take the best time? Where was Anton? Anton was 6th. quite close to McConnell and Evgen overall, and Szabo. I think he's unlikely to challenge Szabo's time. But he's in the fight for a front row slot on the semi-finals. So
that's what they all want, isn't it? Now there's only 4 spots on those front rows, going to make a big difference as to your chance. You know, you're gonna. There's always a P3 man going through, but if you want to win the final, I always believe you need to be on the front row of the semi. Through the Joker lap now, Michalak's going to drop time, and he slots in behind them all. So at the minute, it's a big old close pack. Backward gets late on the brakes. He's out in the deep gravel.
Andreas will be absolutely loving this, won't he? Former EKS driver. The car Evgen's driving is the car that Matthias Ekström used to win the RallyX Nordic in 2016. He's all over backward. Andreas will be loving racing at this level with a new technology. You know, there's no pressure for championships or points, and it'll be brilliant for him to get this experience, as we've said.
I think it's a bit of proof as well that you can mix electric and IC cars in together, which I know a lot of us have wanted to see for a while. Never happened, unfortunately, at the World Championship. There were plans at one point, but we're seeing it here in Nordic. You're going to see it in British Rallycross. It's happened in Austrian Rallycross as well. Electric's coming. We know we're all a little bit scared about the lack of sound, but it's still going to be great racing. And backward here, handing it to a couple of the IC cars, while Markland out front has made hay. The sun isn't exactly shining, but he's chasing down that time. 3:22.8 of Szabo. Szabo's run was clean for me, Hal. If he's close to that, he's done really well.
Yeah, and Szabo was out front in front of Gronholm and Kristoffersson, who we know have been setting the pace. Anton's been very open about not having the ultimate performance in this car, but so far he's producing a brilliant run here.
Markland comes down into the final corner. Tell you, he's not going to be far away. He might get this done. Markland going to cross the line. 3:22.4, he's done it. Anton Markland beats the time of Christian Szabo. Absolutely fantastic performance. Does that indicate the track's improving just a little bit as well? And that's to take nothing away from Mark. That was a good drive. But it's not necessarily what we'd expect. Markland and Szabo, I think we'd expect to be pretty equal, but the Hyundai we would normally expect to be ahead of the Polo in terms of pace. 3:22.453. For Anton Markland, ahead of Hedström. Hedström did well, didn't he? Hedström, who was in the way of Baccarat in the wet, in the dry, was not. This is the start look. So watch for Evgen, middle of the grid here. Gets a squeeze, gets a nudge from behind actually as Hedström comes across. Goes super sideways. Here, to me, Hal, he's completely blocked in, but he just comes through between Baccarat. And then, unfortunately for him, Hedström gets up the inside again. But watch Baccarat on the exit. This is the thing for me. Look at this.
Great spatial awareness from, certainly into the Joker at least, from Evgen, Baccarat and Hedström at different phases of those couple of corners.
They've passed each other about 9 times in 3 corners, didn't they? And then Baccarat out dragging him off the... I just wonder if that's sheer torque through the mud, but also how many gears would you have to pull through that deep gravel if you were in a standard supercar compared to Andreas just winding the RPM up and just driving past Evgen?
It'd be all about short shifting, wouldn't it, to be just using the torque rather than the power and spinning the wheels up too much. Andreas doesn't have to worry about any of that. It's just he's managing all of that with his foot on the throttle, isn't he? So it's a very different application, and he's using it very well.
Learning as well as he goes. Okay, Carlson, Harpermäki, Ciuciu, Fucik and McConnell. McConnell was equal TQ prior to Q3 when he had a DNF. Didn't find out what happened with the car, unfortunately, in between sessions. Got to get it done off the start if he wants a decent result. Ciuciu's along the inside of him. What's the Jamaican going to do here? Harpermäki's going to get to the apex first of all. Gives everybody a bit of room. 3 cars wide. Who's going to go standard lap? Fucik goes standard lap. Oh, that's absolute carnage in turn 1. 3 cars wide over the jump. Fraser McConnell passes past Fucik. He's up the inside of Ciuciu. Not quite. Holds on to P3, sorry, on the road as we are. Harpermäki leads from Ciuciu. Not the start McConnell needed. Going to try and get past Ciuciu again. Goes up wide, gets him. So he's got 2 cars in 3 corners. But in the background, Hal, joking already is Carlson.
Ciuciu was fair there, wasn't he? He stayed on the brakes going into the velodrome. Whoa, Fraser McConnell very sideways coming down the hill. Lock up from Harpermäki up front. Puncture for the back rear left of Ciuciu. Fucik goes by. But that's exactly the peril of being in the slowest race.
And sorry, Carlson, look, has come around the outside there, and you can see he's going to be sideways. Actually holds on to it really well. Had to take avoiding action from Ciuciu sideways on the landing from the jump. Fraser McConnell going to go Joker or not? No, goes standard lap.
But crucially for Harpermäki and McConnell, Fucik's also stayed out, and he'll be holding Carlson back. We know Carlson, when things are going well, has got great pace. 3rd fastest in the opening free practice session of the weekend on Wednesday evening. but McConnell's really on the back of Harper-Mackie now.
Going to look to the inside, see if we can find the traction. He's been really patient on the throttle. OK, so there's 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and I think McConnell will joker if Harper-Mackie doesn't. You wonder if the Harper-Mackie crew will know. Oh, gee, you won't want to drop him behind Fuchik, maybe not. 2 laps to go, I don't know, I'd fancy my chances. I think if he doesn't get released by Harper-Mackie, I might go. Carlson's off, so the threat of Carlson is gone. I don't know if that's a spin or a mechanical, but Carlson is gone. We don't know where he's on the circuit either, if he's on the racing line. Fraser McConnell goes joker, out wide now. Watch to the inside line for Harper-Mackie, and in fact, Fuchik goes as well. So that's played into McConnell's hands perfectly. Now Halley's got to chase down Harper-Mackie and just see if he can make up that time and get out in front.
Yeah, not only is Fraser trying to get onto the front row of the semis here, but Harper-Mackie's trying to make it into the semis at all. He needs to beat Fuchik. His case has been held by Carlson retiring, so I think he's going to do it as long as he can beat Fuchik to the end of this race and just nudge ahead of him. How were they on points? They were 1 point apart. So, yeah, he will do that just.
Oh, that might cost Carlson his place. Carlson is in P12. Yeah, Fuchik is in 13. Harper-Mackie 14. So we might be seeing a change for the bottom of the grids here. McConnell, look how much time he's made up in 1 lap on Harper-Mackie. Harper-Mackie's going to go joker this time. OK, Fraser McConnell trying to chase down a place on the front row of the semi-finals. Comes in towards the apex on the inside line. Easily going to get this done. Now it's just lap time, Hal. How much has this track improved in terms of pace, and how much time did he lose at the start?
Yeah, I think that time at the start could be critical, couldn't it? Because Anton Markland had a really, really clean run, as did Christian Szabo. The track has been improving, but I don't think it's improved enough between the last 2 races.
Remember yesterday, Fraser sitting up here with us saying you have to wait, and it kills you. And he just doesn't like waiting on the throttle, but you can see he's mastered it. He's mastered the art of send as well down the hill. 3:22, he's got 10 seconds to go to try to get to the top of the table. Further up he is, the more chance he stands of being on that front row. At the minute, I think Markland might be in there. It's not going to be quite enough. If it wasn't for the start, I think Fraser would have done that, or at least been in the mix for it. Harper-Mackie almost spins over the line. Really sideways in the start. Fuchik's there as well. So if Markland's at the top of the table, frantic maths, Evshan will have... I think Markland's going to go front row.
So do I.
Fraser's going to stay P5, I think, and Evshan drop down from 4th.
My terrible maths would suggest that it's going to be a GRX front row in semi-1. And Christopherson, Markland front row in semi-2.
McConnell tried hard there, needed to. Disappointing, I think, the DNF, Hal, being on. Don't forget, he's one of our championship protagonists, along with Sondre Evshan. At the minute, Christopherson, Evshan. So Christopherson's on 74 in P1. Sondre Evshan is on 70 points in P2. Fraser McConnell on 66 points in P3. So just 8 points between the top 3 in the standings. Let's see who's with Laura Winter.
Well, we're just next to Anton Markland's RX2E car. I've literally run from the end of his incredible performance in Q4 down to here. I'm going to try and grab a quick word with him, but he obviously is getting ready for the next race and all the final preparations are being made. Anton, I know you're just about to race and again, but how good did that Q4 feel for you?
Yeah, I was feeling good. I think we had a good result. The driving didn't feel that well and the car didn't feel that well, but it seems on the times that we did pretty well. So yeah, can't wait to get the semi-finals running. But first of all, a very important race. I'm racing for Andreas and Kevin now as well, so a lot of pressure on me.
It's a busy one, isn't it? You actually topped Q4 as well by 3/10.
Sorry?
You topped Q4 by 3/10.
Oh yeah, that's great.
There you
then
go.
I will go in with a good mood and not being too angry into turn 1 then.
Yeah, full set now. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm somewhat disappointed. If he was going to go into turn 1 all angry, I would have been up for seeing that. But oh, that's great. I love that. That's a super chilled reaction of Anton Markland to winning a qualifying session at RallyX Nordic. And it's some of the best drivers in the world. It's great. So it was 2 sessions to Gronholm. Gronholm ends up on the top row, the top of the standings. TQ for Niklas Gronholm. Johan Kristoffersen is in P2. Markland goes up to 3rd and Szabo is in 4th. So me and Hal getting that wrong. Fraser McConnell is in 5th. Sondre Evshan in 6th. But that's some top 6, Hal. If all of those guys make it through, but if they don't, look, German, Eid, Bakkerud could all trouble them in the final. But I think that's maybe the top 6 we would expect. Maybe Eid, I think, would be in that mix as well. McConnell would be further up, wouldn't he? Look at the 28-pointer that he had. in Q3. Probably the only one of those top drivers to have had a really shocking result in one session.
Yeah, of course, Markland splitting the GRX cars on the front of the first semi-final because he took the fastest time in the last qualifier. So although they're equal on points, he took the last 50. Yeah, you couldn't pick from any of them, and Eid should be there as well, shouldn't he? So maybe we can just have a 7-car final.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Laura Winter again.
Well, Andreas, Anton Markland then has just been shoved in that car. He hasn't driven it yet, has he? He's fresh from winning Q4.
He was meant to drive Q2, 3, and because it's very tight on the schedule here, so I was driving instead of him. So yeah, he obviously haven't done any laps in the car, so it's going to be, I think, a weird moment for him where he's in the electric car the first time, so it's going to be cool to watch. I mean,
is this first time ever he hasn't done any laps at all?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do you know, Kevin, if you have been testing the RX2E before?
Yeah, he has on ice in PTO when we were up for Race of Champions.
On ice in PTO. All right.
Okay.
So we keep our expectations a bit low here.
But it was a brilliant race from you, of course. Yeah. So there's pressure on him.
It is, and Kevin, like we both won each.
Me, it's you and me. We're a team.
I said
together. We're in the same boat.
And you're counting laps, right?
I'm counting laps, and that's I'm very bad at that. If you guys remember Abu Dhabi 2019, you know.
Yes, I think a lot of Rallycross fans will remember that one.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if they should trust me, really.
Well, this is your job, so you better get to it.
But if you see that we are on the last lap, then you can.
I'll count for you. That's fine. Thanks, Andreas. Good luck.
Thank you.
All fun and games until the lights change, and then I'm sure they'll all get dead serious about it. Hal, you've got some points up in front of you. It's we made this point scoring system up, so we can only blame ourselves for how complicated we've made it.
We've made our own bed here, haven't we, mate? So currently, after 2 races, Johan Kristoffersen, Timmy Hansen and Sebastian Eriksson lead overall with 3 points. These are qualifying points, like in the normal system, but reversed. So fastest gets 1 point. We tried to make it simple and have not helped ourselves. Backward, Markland and Kevin Eriksson have 1 point less than that, with a 3rd place and a 1st place overall. And then Marcus Gronholm, Kevin Hansen and Oliver Eriksson have 5 points. So there's not much to choose between them, with two races to go through the qualifying stages. Now we have Anton Markland in the red car in the middle, Oliver Eriksson in the green car on the inside, and Sebastian Eriksson in the car on the outside.
And Oliver Eriksson on the inside with a good start in the green car. We'd expect that because Oliver has been doing tons of testing. Markland goes Joker straight away. Not sure how much use his experience on ice will be. I suspect enough. And to me, Hal, these cars look pretty good to drive. You know, when you see a car and you think, is it difficult or not? Everybody who's jumped into it has been quite capable in it immediately, which is a good sign.
It is, yeah. We've got some of the best drivers in the whole Rallycross world competing in them, but it's very, very close, isn't it? Which shows that they're getting up to speed quickly. Anton Markland's literally just jumped out of a supercar a couple of minutes ago and looked on it through the Joker lap, didn't he? That is Sebastian Eriksson pressuring Oliver Eriksson at the front of the field, and if Oliver doesn't win this race, then I think he ought to be a little bit disappointed given his amount of seat time.
Yeah, he'd be very disappointed himself, wouldn't he? I think he'd be very cross, wouldn't he?
He is a very self-critical person, isn't he? I think we've seen that many times.
Yeah, really relieved to win one RallyX Nordic course last year, finally, having missed out a couple of times.
It was more relief, wasn't it, than satisfaction?
You normally expect joy, don't you? It's like, finally I've got it done, and I think those things sit heavy on Oliver. They really do. The screeching of tyres, which you just don't normally hear, and you can see a bit of smoke coming off the rear right as well. Markland trying to close them down. There's Johan Kristoffersen, who spent most of the last session just laughing. We weren't quite sure why. It will be something fun, though. He's very funny. Niels Andersen is with him, one of the Lights drivers this weekend.
So they're cheating as well because Niels Andersen's with him in the spotters tower, so they should be immediately disqualified too. In fact, I'm sure we can find grounds to disqualify all of them.
Pretty much, mate. And I believe we were told the other day by Andreas Eriksson that we could be the stewards for this if we wanted to be, which we immediately turned down, didn't we? Because we've said constantly that we don't want to. I think Markland's going pretty well here in P3. Look at Eriksson chucking it around. So what I've seen from the testing videos when I've watched of RX2E is that the drivers are able much more to correct something with power, and also they can hang it out at higher speeds, and it just looks more fun to drive to me. They're slightly more overpowered than the standard RX2 is.
They are there. That was the intention of the class, to bridge the gap more, to watch the supercar. Or Anton Marklund all out of shape, coming over that bump, coming down the hill. He, like I said, he's just jumped out of a supercar. Kevin Eriksson will be delivering him the gaps, and he looks like he's closing on the leading pair, doesn't he?
I'll tell you what, Marklund, Hal, into that last corner, carried the brakes there, trail braked all the way through to the apex. I was sure he was going to run wide. Oliver Eriksson goes into the Joker lap. Sebastian Eriksson too. You're looking for Anton Marklund on the standard lap. Ollie Eriksson's going to get him. Marklund, I don't think it's going to be quite close enough. Is it going to be tight on the merge? He slots into P3.
Full style points to Ollie Eriksson for giving it a big send on the way into the Joker. Bit pointless, really, because he had to get it all straightened up again before he met the apex. But it looked great, and he continues to lead this race. That'll be brilliant for his team together with Marcus Gronholm and Kevin Hansen.
There is Kevin Hansen spotting for him. Apparently, Marklund asked where the wipers are on the start line, Hal. So that's Marcus Grant. People weren't there saying, how do you restart the car? And their spotters were saying, I don't know. So there's a lot of new technology here, and some very average spotting as well from some of the world's best drivers. But Kevin Hansen actually will have been a great spotter due to the fact he's done so much of it. We're going to head down and catch up with Laura Winter again. Who's with her now?
We do have Kevin Hansen, indeed, right next to him now. How did you see that one, Kevin?
It was amazing. Oliver just telling me right now how he had a massive moment heading into turn one and into the Joker. So I mean, he held on to that brilliantly, and he's been the test driver of this car, and I think he's done an amazing job. So I think I was really pleased to get away without the puncture and the race win.
And for you, obviously, you had a bit of a moment in the earlier race here, but how are you enjoying driving the electric car?
It's really nice. It's for sure a challenge, and you can do a lot of different things even if it's the same car. So this is the future, and I feel really happy that it's finally here and that we can try it out. And I mean, the action these last two races has been brilliant. So for anyone saying electric will be boring, you are so wrong.
And your spotting, how are you finding it?
Well, it's a bit unusual, and it's also in Swedish. So, but it's a lot of fun. And me and Oliver have been friends for so long, since we were small kids running around here in Höljes. So to do a race together like this is really nice, and it gets the friendship even closer. So.
And I think it's quite entertaining as well for all the fans watching at home to see professional, brilliant, world-class drivers suddenly reduced to having to kind of like count laps on their fingers up here.
Yes, for sure, and it's for us. It's just a fun weekend, and to do this together. Always, we are competing against each other, but to relax a bit, show the future of rallycross with Andreas and RX2E. It's been really nice so far, and 2 races to go, and we want to get the overall win for sure.
Absolutely, competitive to the last. Thanks very much, Kevin.
Thank you.
Good luck for later.
So look back at some of the action from this one. Hal, really interesting there for me. Kevin saying it was really unusual to be spotting in Swedish, and people at home are going to be asking questions when he speaks Swedish as his native language, but that's not really the native language of Hansen Motorsport, is it?
No, they speak English as a rule, and there's many reasons for that. One of the primary reasons is that so they're practicing English all the time, but in the spotting environment, it's so that their chief engineer, Graham Rodemark, can be involved. He's a major element of their spotting team, but also they work with so many French engineers from the Peugeot Sport Times and now as Hansen Motorsport. It's not uncommon, that, is it? Do you remember Juha Repo and Juha Kankkonen used to do their pace notes in English because that's what they'd both always done. Even though they're both fluent Finns, they always spoke in English. And I think once you're into a rhythm, you don't like to change it because, it can upset the balance of what you're doing.
Yeah, Kevin saying it was slightly strange. There we go, all good fun too. That's it for qualifying. We're done. We've got all our top qualifiers across our various different classes. We've got semi-finals and finals coming up for you later on today. Track conditions are looking dry. Going to see a few little tweaks to the settings and the tyre pressure and stuff, and then we are going to send it towards the end of what's been a long but very fun weekend here from Holjes. So for myself, Hal Ridge and Laura Winter, we will see you later on when we will finalise the results, the big trophies for what's been a big, long racing weekend. See you later.
Smash the subscribe and like button, and don't forget to hit the bell so you don't miss out on any action.
Hit it down below.
if you like rallycross, if you like the sideways action and all the madness, RallyX TV on YouTube is the place to watch it. So like, subscribe, and you know where to find us.
Hello and welcome to round 4 of RallyX Nordic, and we're coming to you live from the legendary rallycross track, Rallycross Utopia, you could say. This, of course, is Höljes in Sweden, and we will have every second of rallycross action all afternoon for you from every angle you could possibly imagine on the track that is very much the home to Send It. Of course, Andrew Coley and Hal Ridge will be in the commentary box for you this weekend, and over the course of the afternoon, where we will have the semi-finals and the finals, I'll be buzzing about the paddock, getting all of the latest news and reaction from the drivers as well. As you can see from some of the beautiful shots we've been showing you, Höljes is looking absolutely spectacular. It was dry on Thursday for round 3. It's been wet all weekend though. Niklas Gronholm, of course, is TQ going into the semi-finals and finals in the Supercar. We do, of course, have all of the Crosscar Junior, Crosscar, two-wheel drive, Supercar Light and Supercar action to bring you as well. I've mentioned Niklas Gronholm. I'm very handily placed right outside his spot here in the paddock as well. We're now going to take a look back at how he won round 3. Here it is.
Kasper Janssen on the outside now needing 2 jokers. Great start by Nils on the inside. Tommy Hellman with a good start too. Nils left side by side with Östlund. Östlund going to have to give way here. Nils slots into the lead. Östlund going to jump on the brakes and go standard lap with them. Janssen nearly collects them behind but anchors up somehow. Brilliant job. Tommy Hellman goes joker. Enlund has gone in behind and Kasper Janssen takes the first of 2 jokers with it. Janssen trying to find a way past Enlund. Going through the deep dirt. Not going to get that done. They're going to lose a bit more time. Through the crest to the right, he's going to go now, wait to the final lap. They wait final lap. Östlund goes. So Östlund, this will be a good indicator of how close Hellman is. Östlund into the joker and coming out. I think it's going to be pretty close. Östlund runs a bit deep for my liking. Hellman gets him. It's going to be close. Here we go. Nils Andersen into the joker lap. Watch for Tommy Hellman on the standard lap on the inside line. Andersen's going to get it straight on the exit. Hellman's going to have more exit speed though. Oh, it's so close, and Nils Andersen just loses out. Hellman maybe edging him not just on that last lap by 1/10 of a second on in lights at Neeson in the second round, who's stamping a bit of authority on this one, looking like a championship contender. Tommy Hellman takes his 2nd win of the year. Nils Andersen P2, and crossing the line for 3rd, Linus Östlund. Tommy Hellman leads the standings by 12 points from Linus Östlund. Simon Olofsson is just a couple of points back. Nils Andersen in there. Anti-lag, fully lit, green light, good start Sabo on road 2, but Evshen's got a great start on the inside line. Markham's going to have to take the wide line. Evshen runs everybody deep. Gronholm goes up the inside, got to go joker, surely does. Niklas Gronholm goes straight to the joker, German's gone with him. These, and then it's going to come down to Evshen and Gronholm. Oh, and Evshen runs deep, drops a wheel off into the dirt, has to take the joker lap. He didn't plan that. Nobody jokers in the lead on lap 2. He's dropped it. Gronholm's going to come through now and get the space. Surely he does. That's a mistake in turn 1, just run a little bit too deep. Here we go into joker territory now. Markland's a bit deep and does go, and Sabo goes 2. That releases McConnell to the inside line. Gronholm's going to come through though to take the lead. Evshen going to get it as well. Evshen's got both of them, so with the mistake even in turn 1, Sondre Evshen still holds on to P2. Here later on in the season, if they enter World RX, Niklas Gronholm through the long left-hander, takes the checker flag, wins at round 3 of RallyX Nordic. But despite Johan Kristoffersson not making it through to the final, he still leads the championship on 74 points, 4 points ahead of Sondre Evshen, who was in P2. Evshen was 5 points back, so he's made 1 point up.
So a brilliant result then for Niklas Gronholm. Misfortune, of course, for Johan Kristoffersson. That misfortune has continued throughout the course of the weekend as well, both in Q1 and Q2, yesterday Q3 and Q4. Lots more action to bring you. And of course, we also have the RX2E cars, the electric cars, and the Super Team Challenge out on the track throughout the course of this afternoon as well. So much to bring you. If you haven't been watching so far this weekend, where have you been? We're about to catch you up on all of the action. Here is the recap of Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4.
We have seen some brilliant racing this weekend, particularly from this man in lights, Tommy Hellman. Hal has just been absolutely epic. He's only stepped up to this category this year and he's been thrashing everyone.
Yeah, whatever the conditions have been, he's been quickest in the lights category. The conditions all weekend have been, or all weekend for round 4 here, have been really mixed, haven't they? Both in Supercar Lights and the other classes.
Yeah, Supercar here. You've seen some brilliant passes. Fraser McConnell's done some good stuff this weekend. Christopherson's had a few issues. We know he's been battling those a bit. This was Harper Mackie getting fired off in the electric start car. They've been getting some great starts. They were struggling a little bit in the dry with tyre temperatures coming up a bit too much. Then in the wet, Backer had a heat win in the wet and in the dry. This was Hellman again. And Hal, he really was untouchable through the first 3 sessions. This is Q2 from Lights. A bit of contact here. Olofsson, meanwhile, has had it rough again. He couldn't seem to change his luck from the bad luck in Nielsen when he lost his timing belt in the second semi.
No, he got a proper squeeze into the wall there going over the line from Enland, didn't he? When things aren't going your way, it's just really difficult, isn't it? Whereas Hellman, as we've discussed, has just been riding the crest of the wave. That young Finn is really turning some heads in this paddock.
Yeah, doing absolutely brilliantly. Some great comments coming from some very, very high-level drivers. More drone shots on the run to turn 1. This was Markland dropping it in the wet. You know, Markland, you know how classy he is if you're a Rallycross fan. This was Fraser McConnell slotting into a gap between Gronholm and Christopherson. Christopherson actually mugged him then at the velodrome. He only ran, what, half a car wide? That was enough, though, because there's half a car's room on the grass.
You don't need to give Christopherson any opportunity, do you? And he'll be straight up the inside. The racing through the first couple of corners here at Höljes is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Especially in the lower down races in Supercar. There's all sorts of bits of niggles and contact. Look at in the lights there. Holman so composed yet again.
He's just been tidy, hasn't he? He's been absolutely brilliant. You caught a glimpse as well of Casper Janssen there in the green and black car heading off to the side of the road. If you watched Nielsen, he was wild there. Been really consistent here. Got himself up to P5 and then unfortunately had a bit of a spin, got a bit too enthusiastic and ended up losing out. This was Olofsson on a super close finish. And back to Supercar again. Look at the way the conditions have changed, just starting to dry up. This was Christopherson putting a move on Evjen. Evjen again left only the same size gap that McConnell left, but you can't leave Christopherson a gap that big. The attitude of that polo said everything we need to know, and that was that he was on a full charge. So Christopherson, despite having a few issues with the car, has been trying his level best to hand it to the Hyundais.
Andreas Backerud in the previous shot there, racing an electric car, as is Harper Mackie in the green Ford Fiesta here. First time ever that they've raced in an international event together with internal combustion engine machines. Enzo Eid there in the Audi, battling with Anton Markland. He's been impressive too.
He was, yeah, around the outside and then not giving way when it came to the Joker lap merge. Good job by him. Finally, things went Olofsson's way and not so much for Hellman. It wasn't a bad one for Hellman. He lost out at the start. You could see him back out of it. He'd won 3 qualifying sessions. He knew he'd got the TQ spot in the bag. Meanwhile, Olofsson's luck changed and he came in considerably ahead of Hellman. The conditions were changeable through the entire session, so you can't read too much into the varying pace from the front to the back of the field. Casper Janssen back on it again. Really impressive. This was Gronholm. Eid getting into the back of him. Sabo going off to the Joker on the first lap. Christopherson had lost out on the start again. He's had a couple of dodgy starts today, Hal. He won't want that in the semi-finals.
House, they've been battling clutch problems all day today with the Polo and a couple of other issues. Christian Szabo in that race was on a flyer, having jokered on lap 1. This was a brilliant battle in the first couple of corners here through the Joker lap with Evjen and Backerud.
Yeah, Backer had actually out-dragged him in the deep mud, which we've not seen anyone do. Look at this, 3 cars wide over the first crest. That's the first time I've seen that shot from the drone. It's absolutely brilliant. Fraser McConnell here, out at the front of the pack. Choo-Choo had a puncture there. A good recovery from McConnell, but probably not enough. Well, it wasn't enough, as you can see, to get him up onto the front row. So here you got your semi-finals. Top 12 go through. So semi-final 1 will be Gronholm, Markland, McConnell, Gurman, Backerud and Michalak. And semi-final 2 will be Christopherson, Szabo, Evjen, Eid, Hedstrom and Harper Mackie has made it in P12. So both the electric cars are in on the back rows of the grid. All our championship contenders, the top 3. You've got Evjen, you've got Christopherson and you've got McConnell fighting it out for that. Look at Hellman there, 3 wins from 4. The 4th session went to Simon Olofsson. That dragged Olofsson up. We thought it might do. He's got a front row start alongside you're going to see Niels Andersen, who so nearly won here on Thursday in round 3. You've got Linus Osland, who's racing at home. His dad here is a part of the operating crew from the circuit. Enlund, Sokvist, Daneklev, Janssen, Jonsson, Exbeth, Foss and Oskarsson are the top 12 for Lights. Hope you've enjoyed the action so far here from RallyX Nordic. I don't even know how many sessions there have been. I'm not really sure what day of the week it is. I think it's Sunday. Whatever day it is, it's a race day, so it's a good day. We're coming up to semi-final time. Semi-finals for me, Hal, are often the best bit of the weekend. Normally one of them. One of the semi-finals, people lose their minds and go, I have to make the final, and things happen.
It's like a total reset, isn't it? Qualifying's done, that's out of the way, and now it's a whole new thought process going into it. Time is irrelevant now, and it's all about race position to make it through to the final.
And I sometimes think that means that the thought process doesn't involve a lot of thinking. You know what I mean? It's things go awry.
You've got to go all in, haven't you? That's what it's all about.
Good stuff. What have we got next? Race control? Okay, good stuff. Right, well, we're finishing this championship early this year. We're finishing it early because we're going to put the cars on a boat and head off to something ever so awesome over in the United States of America. It's coming to Europe as well. We're going to have a decent chat about it, but this is Nitro Rallycross.
From the mind of action sports icon Travis Pastrana.
This is the only course in the world where cars literally fly.
Comes the next evolution in motorsports.
This is our Super Bowl. This is our Daytona 500, our Stanley Cup playoff game.
Spectacular purpose-built courses.
We decided to build one of the wildest tracks ever.
Incredible locations, from the desert to the snow. Huge jumps.
Wow, it's like they're launching out of a machine gun.
And drama at every turn.
This is literally the best, the wildest rallycross in the existence of the history of rallycross.
Welcome to Nitro Rallycross.
Welcome indeed to Nitro Rallycross. I can't wait for that. Been lucky enough to be at the first two events in 2018 and 19, and they were absolutely epic. And we're delighted to have with us Chip Pankow, General Manager for Nitro Rallycross, who's made a special trip all the way across the Atlantic to come here to Höljes. Chip, how you doing?
Very well. Came here for the weather.
Yeah, it's been interesting, hasn't it? It was almost Arctic this morning. But look, you've been to Holjes before, haven't you? You've got a long history in Rallycross. We're super excited about Nitro, but this I know has got you all fired up to get the season underway. I can't wait. You know, September already, but we got some Nordic stuff to finish off first. You had a good time?
It's always great to be here at Holjes, and it's great to be back. It's been amazing to watch, and I think they've got 178 cars here, if I heard correctly, all different classes. I'm watching 11-year-olds race cross cars and things like that, and it's fantastic, up to world champions.
Yeah, it's the split of the different classes and the people and the guests we've had in the studio as well. I mean, Marcus Gronholm, Andreas Backer. I know we're looking to get some of those faces across to Nitro Rallycross. We're talking big circuits, aren't we? We're talking the best drivers. We're talking a big entry as well. I know there aren't many details we can reveal right now, but we're pretty fired up for this.
We are, as you said. We start in September in Utah, and we're going to have a big field. Best drivers in the world, and you know the tracks. So it's 5 events this year, and you know you have Utah. I mean, the world's kind of seen the Utah track, and we're just going to continue to follow that along the way. So all the designs are done for the tracks, CADs are done for the tracks, dirt is starting to move, and I mean our operations team was out last week doing site inspections at all of them, and we'll kind of keep checking in on those tracks and then beginning to test them till we get up and running and racing on them.
I can't wait to see more gap jumps. I mean, Hal, I know you've not been to a Nitro Rallycross event. Yeah, I'm keen to get you to one this year. What were your thoughts? Obviously, you're a Rallycross man through and through. Seeing Nitro from the outside is pretty epic. Yeah,
just incredibly extreme, isn't it? And my residing memory of the gap jump, like you say, is texting Timmy Hansen when he went over for the first event, and him being so dubious about attempting it for the first time. But as soon as it's all down to time, you know, they're absolutely committed to doing it, and they all love doing it once it's been done for the first time. Yeah, it's fascinating and really exciting.
You just got to hit it that first time.
Yeah,
know, and know the right miles per hour.
73 it was, yes, I believe, exactly. Last
not
time.
72.
No, not 72, and not 74 either. 73. We're going to head down and catch up with Laura, and we'll be back in the studio in just a minute.
Thanks very much, Coley. Now, as you can see behind me, the RX2E cars are on the grid, poised and ready to go. Let's find out a bit more about the car and what the Super Team Challenge is all about. Andrew Coley and Andreas Eriksson will tell you.
3 and 4 of RallyX Nordic 2021. We've got a little bit of a special race on this weekend. Last year, of course, we had the legends. Andreas Eriksson is with me, one of the legends. Of course, we decided he can't drive this year. But Andreas, you've lined us up some RX2E cars. I guess you better tell us, first of all, what these are.
Now, this is the next generation RX2.
and it's an electrical version, obviously, more power. I wish I was a junior again. So this car has 250 kilowatts constant power, and it's the same weight as the normal RX2, so 1250 kilos. It's a very fast, nimble, and you know, little futuristic looking car.
Now I understand we've got 20 of them in total. How many have we got here this weekend?
We have 4.
Okay.
So I managed to get 4 here, and this will be a special race because I invited what I think very, very good drivers. And I mean, we have Marcus, Johan Kristoffersson, Andreas Backerud, Ericssons, Hansens, and I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Well, I've had the pleasure of choosing the teammates, so we've managed to separate out the brothers and stuff. I know we've got a couple of races in there you're a bit worried about, but these are strong vehicles. They're going to be able to handle those pro drivers going at it. We don't want to see too much damage, I know. Are you excited about seeing these? We're talking about top World Championship level drivers driving the RX2 E-Car, some of them for the first time. You must be excited to get their feedback.
I think it's very important. I mean, this is the last phase. Last year we showed this car as a prototype. And now we've done a lot of extensive development on the cars, and it's very important for us to get the feedback of all these drivers. I mean, Marcus was the first one I invited because he's obviously a very good test driver, but he also says directly what he feels. He doesn't wrap it in something nice and you know, polite. He'll say directly, and that's what I need.
Yeah, sure.
So if we can get all these drivers, they are very good, they drive different styles. If we can get them to like it, or at least tell us how they would like to change it, we can do that, so the juniors or the younger drivers coming into these cars actually knows they are run by guys that actually knows exactly what rallycross is. Because in the end of the day, it's important that they sit in something that works correctly from the beginning to improve the skills, and not only, I mean, it takes years to develop a car. I mean, probably Marcus will not agree, but when he was young, he wasn't so good to adjust the car, but today he is. I mean, that's what we're looking for.
Okay, cool. So this is our 4X2 E-Cars. Over here behind us is a bit of a secret project. We can't quite show you, but what can you tell us about that? I know it's not been fully revealed yet, so what details can we have? It looks cool.
I mean, we're building cars here that are equally, almost as fast as the supercar of today. That's for the younger guys. So we need to have a future, and that's the future. So the plan is that it goes 0 to 100 in about a second. That's what we hope, but under 1.5 is what we can do, and it's 1,000 horsepower.
Wow.
But not only that, it can jump 100 meters, because I have a few friends in America that wants it to jump further and land harder, and you know, it's a big brother.
Well, we're very much looking forward to seeing more of that later on this year. I think we'll see some more details, but in the meantime, I think this RX2E race is going to be very good fun for most of us. Maybe not quite as much fun for Andreas when we see the cars at the end of the weekend, but hopefully they'll be coming back in one piece, and we're excited about it, so enjoy. Well, that was on Friday. We were actually going to have 4 cars on Friday. They've held one of the cars back to do some testing. We have got in this one, in the red and blue on the inside line is Anton Markland. In the purple in the middle is Johan Kristoffersson. And in the green on the outside is Kevin Hansen. Oh, it's a super even start away from the line. Inside line, Markland should have this. Johan Kristoffersson moves out, pitches the car in. Kevin Hansen goes all the way around the outside. Kristoffersson going to go joker immediately. Kevin stalls up on the inside, gets Markland in behind him. Great start by Kristoffersson. Hal, that was a super early decision from him, and I think that's a great move.
It was a brilliant move, wasn't it? A little unfair on Kevin Hansen this, given that Johan and Anton have been driving all weekend in Supercar. These cars are so equal, and all those little differences can add up, can't they? Kevin working away at the wheel there, under big pressure, though.
Dry conditions, and we did a little bit of drizzle earlier on. There you can see that's Oliver Eriksson. You've got Marcus Gronholm on the right, who admitted to us earlier on today in the studio. If you missed the studio interview with Marcus earlier, go and find it on YouTube. He was pretty hilarious about his spotting skills. What was it, Hal?
I think Oliver's taken it on board there, hasn't he? Because I don't like it, he said.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. So that's Sebastian Eriksson and Timmy Hansen. Great to see the drive. I mean, some of these drivers, Hal, are really experienced at spotting, and some of them not quite so much.
Yeah, Sebastian Eriksson, very experienced. Timmy Hansen's also done his fair share for the Hansen Junior team, Yellow Squad. So they're taking it very seriously, aren't they?
Markland rides up the curb on the inside line. This is probably our tightest, best race so far. Drivers haven't done what we thought they might. Andreas was so nervous, particularly about we had Oliver and Kevin in the same race at one point in separate cars, and I think he was a little bit worried about whether or not they were going to end up doing some panel crunching. He did say that anything they break, they're going to have to fix themselves. Christopherson, though, going really well behind and closing them down, I think.
He is, yeah. Christopherson's really smooth style suits these cars, doesn't it? It's all about carrying the momentum, not getting on the throttle too early because they've got so much torque. It's so easy to get sideways too early. Oliver on the radio to Kevin Hansen.
Be a bit more traditional here in terms of the way these guys are doing it. Into the Joker. So Markin's gone Joker. This will be to cover Christopherson. I think it's too late. Markin's got his head around this car nicely, though. Look at that. Carries good pace through the Joker lap. So much drier now. Christopherson's got him, though.
Markin's one of the most underrated drivers in the supercar field, in my opinion. There's Marcus, not really contributing to Oliver Ericsson's spotting.
He's got his arms nicely folded, but that's about it, isn't he?
Telepathic, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Down the hill, Kevin Hansen. It's one lap to go at the end of this. I think Markin came pretty close to the barrier there. There's nothing missing from the side of the car.
They've really graded that bump, haven't they, as they come down the loose section. Earlier in the weekend and earlier today, there was a big lip there going onto the tarmac, and now it's nice and smooth. Kevin Hansen's going to have to Joker this time around.
So Kevin's going to go Joker. Watch for Johan Christopherson in P2. He's going to anchor that car up on the inside line. This could be close at the merge. I think it's going to go the way of Johan, but it's going to be fairly tight. All side by side. Johan just gets it. Kevin Hansen clatters into the world champion, a bit like he clattered into his brother here. Best race I've ever seen between the two Hansens was here at Holjes in the two Peugeots. And they properly went to work on each other, much, I'm sure, to the disgust of Kenneth, who was in charge at the time. But it is Johan Christopherson who's come out in front. Baccarat and Ericsson there, Kevin Ericsson not looking quite so. But that is the closest race we've had in these machines. I think if you've got any doubts as to whether or not the racing's going to be any good, it definitely is. Bit twitchy on the jump landing. Round the left-hander, though, it is Christopherson who takes the flag from Hansen and Markland. They are that close together. 1.079 between P1 and P3, just over a second, and that was a great race. Christopherson takes it from Kevin Hansen and Anton Mark, and that was Heat 5. The points up to that point, Christopherson's team, its lowest points wins, and they were 1 point ahead of the next best squad.
Well, Timmy, Sebastian, a great win for you there, and for Johan, of course, in the car. It was a good strategy for him to go Joker. You called that, Sebastian?
No, he did that himself. It's hard to call in the first lap because it's always a bit messy, but it was the right choice. He said on the radio that he thought he would be more clear because I think was it Kevin that was second?
Yeah, we also thought he would be more clear. He had 2 second gap, and that should normally be, but Kevin must have done a great Joker, and they came out close. But for our team, it was good. So I think we're leading now ahead of the last race.
I think you are. And for once, Timmy, you're actually racing seemingly against your brother. How's that?
Yeah, it's like both mad and happy about his performance now. Like, he did a great outside move in turn 1. It's like, wow, well done, but shit, you know?
Team Hansen has been split. You heard it here first. Thanks very much, guys. Good luck for the next race.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who doesn't want to see Timmy Hansen and Kevin Hansen split up into 2 separate teams? Because I want to see it, because they race so hard, the pair of them. Great racing from RX2E. Chip Pankow, the car that we saw in the background outside, has a bit more power, I think, than the RX2E, doesn't it? I know that, again, there's a few details yet to be revealed, but it's a bit of a weapon.
Cars are great. I mean, that's they're RX2Es, and they're going almost as fast as supercars. And what an epic battle those guys put on.
And the FC1, though, is going to be faster than the supercar, isn't it?
Yeah. It's going to be a lot faster. I mean, talking 0 to 60 mile an hour, 0 to 100 kph, under 2 seconds, probably 1.5 seconds. It's going to be pretty epic. I think the only thing that it's going to be limited by is wheel spin.
Okay, so yeah, how much traction can you get? And I think with the kind of power outputs I've been hearing people talk about, yeah, it's going to be a heavy right foot, not necessarily going to be needed. So really looking forward to seeing that machine in action. It's headed for some shakedown tests on chassis, more drivetrain stuff coming later on in the year. And if you follow Nitro Rallycross's social media accounts, you'll be able to keep up with the development of the FC1. Of course, Nitro Rallycross running internal combustion this year, and you'll see the FC1 appearing. You're going to see some of the top drivers that take part here in Nordic head across to the States, but don't panic. They will be coming back to Europe the following year. We're not taking them away from you. We're aiming to bring Nitro Rallycross all around the world. Long old hold here. Ericsson and Anderson on the front row. I was starting to wonder if the start was actually going to go there. So Ericsson off the line with a good start. Anderson too. In the background, you can see Alex Gustafsson hasn't had the best start, but he's on the inside of the guys on row 2. Side by side into the first corner. Ooh, a couple of people late joker decisions, but all tidy. And in fact, the P5 car making a last-minute decision to stay on the standard lap, but it's Erik Nilsson who leads.
Great start from Nilsson, very composed through the first couple of corners. These guys love sitting on the limiter the moment the marshals leave the grid, don't they? It makes the start feel like an ever so long process. Lucas Anderson, how good was he in Denmark? And he's got the hammer down, chasing Erik Nilsson now. He really needs to get on the front row if he wants to win this final. Erik Nilsson, I think we've got to take a hats off to him. How, you know, all these guys are aged between, guys and girls, aged between 11 and 14, I believe. Have we got a 15-year-old? I don't think we have at this one, maybe one. But Erik Nilsson, 3 wins from 4 sessions in the most tricky conditions, but about to lose out here. Lucas Anderson has gone alongside. He's going to have the inside line up at turn 1, chucking the car in over the crest. And sure enough, back onto them is Alex Gustafsson, who's with them. So these 3 are 3 super young hot shoes. Chip Pankow, this is... how have you felt about this? This is so young.
Yeah, I mean, they're so young, and I mean, I can't wait to see these guys coming up in Nitro someday. I mean, it's just the talent is there. Think about how good they're going to be in 5-6 years.
It's terrifying for the... We've had a few of the older drivers in here, haven't we? Looking at them going, yeah, I think they're going to... Was it Sebastian Eriksson who said, yeah, there'll be a point at which I'm going to have to retire, basically. And he now thinks it could be within 5 years. How we've been saying the same thing.
We have, yeah, and Lucas Anderson, one of the hot shots of the championship, is all over Erik Nilsson for the lead of this race. Got upside, got up the inside, through the long left-hand final corner on the previous lap. Doesn't quite have the run on Nilsson this time around. These vehicles are so equal, aren't they? So the small inputs made by the driver make such a massive difference. And this race is all about position, isn't it? So really, Lucas Anderson wants to be at the front.
Joker for
Gustafsson takes the joker.
So Gustafsson's gone joker. Going to come back on the standard lap now and squeeze in. Hattenmar is going to end up in P4, having not joked. That's a good move by Gustafsson. For me, how that pretty much guarantees, obviously we've got a couple of laps to go, but that pretty much guarantees that spot in the semi-final. Hattenmar and Martin's yet to joke behind. Lunderlander in the purple buggy has. Martin hasn't and is at the back of the pack. Look how close it is up front, though. Nilsson versus Anderson. Anderson is the championship leader with 2 wins in Denmark. Nilsson hasn't had a win this season.
I think Anderson has to joker now. As long as they've got a reasonable gap to Gustafsson, he needs to try and cover off Gustafsson. He can't afford to end up on the 3rd row of the grid for the final. I think he's got enough, but he needs to stop being held up by Nilsson now. Nilsson's done exactly the right thing and covered him off.
Good tactic. You could see how much Anderson missed the apex by, and his Nilsson spotters have mugged him there by sending him in front. He was going to go, definitely.
Meanwhile, Gustafsson lost a heap of time in turn 2, got way too sideways, lost the momentum. Because of the low RPM and the relatively low power of these machines, you have to be tidy. Got a bit too scruffy there, lost momentum, and he hasn't managed to close that gap.
I'm staggered how quick Nilsson's joker lap was there. He barely looks a few car lengths back, so coming down the hill now. Here is Anderson, going to have to try and hold on. Listen to the limiter as he comes up over towards the jump. Have a listen in. You just hear it as it comes over the crest. He gets a little bit of air behind Nilsson, not quite so much. This then for the win and for the front row in the final. Into the joker lap now will go Anderson. Nilsson, the TQ man, will want to hold on. Got to get anchored up, nicely turned into turn 2. Anderson slides the car in sideways. Nilsson on the inside line, going to find the traction. Look at the speed they can carry through. The cars are just that little bit narrower. I think it's going to be enough. It is, and Nilsson comes out in front of Anderson. Couple of car lengths. Well done.
You called it, Andrew. The joker lap from Nilsson was absolutely spot on, wasn't it? And Anderson just got a little bit too much rotation before the second apex in the joker lap, and you lose so much of your momentum on the exit that's what really made the difference.
Gustafsson there, so we've got Lucas Anderson, who's championship leader, Gustafsson, who's P2 in the championship. Both those are going through. And where have we got Nilsson, Nilsson's down in 6th in the championship. 2nd at Höljes the other day, so Nilsson's having a much better weekend here, but we'll want to go one better. This is a step towards its semi-final win for Nilsson. Oh, moves across to cover off the outside line, right the way to the flag. But it's a great drive. Chip, what's the score in the States with things like Crosscar? I mean, I know I've seen things like Sierra cars and stuff, but there's a big scene for UTVs generally, isn't there, side-by-sides? And you know, there's a lot of junior motorsport over there too. Is there anything quite like this?
Not quite like this. It's starting, but there is a massive scene for side-by-sides and racers. And the off-road stuff in the desert, they'll get 1,000 entries.
It's incredible.
And so, you know, someday I'd love to see that crossover onto some rallycross tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that's going to be the advantage, or one of the advantages of Nitro Rallycross, is we are going to see permanent tracks in the United States, which gives you a chance to grow the sport, not necessarily for Nitro to grow it, but for people to practice. If there's nowhere to practice, you've had some great tracks over the years, but if they're not there the following week, you can't go and do your testing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, rallycross is you know, happens here, and it's in everybody's DNA and their blood. And really, America has no rallycross tracks. So that's one of the things we're looking to do with Nitro, both here and in Europe, is kind of build epic tracks and then keep them there. So people can get out to them, get on them, we get young drivers on them, trying it out and coming up through the sport.
Yeah, sure. That will definitely, it makes it a career choice, doesn't it? We've been talking, Hal, about how a number of young drivers now will go karting, and then instead of necessarily going, oh, I'm off for a single-seater career, they're now able to go, do you know what, I'm heading towards rallycross. I think potentially with the transition to electric rallycross, which is happening around the world, maybe the manufacturers come back, or that's the hope anyway, and then the drivers have got a career path again. We need that, otherwise guys like Backward are spending their entire life looking for money.
And what this cross-car category does is sort of removes the need to go karting from such a young age. Okay, some of them start from 4 years old or something, but from the time you're 10, 11, you can be competing in a junior cross-car. You can escalate that to a cross-car, to a Supercar Lights. You know, the structure is becoming more and more in place within rallycross.
Carl Uito qualified P2. That was a little bit under the radar today. Yulalami on the front row, then it's Persson and Hallinan on row 2, Nordbeck and Lidman on row 3. Oh no, denied. Not what you need.
Undone all the hard work from making it onto the front row of semi-final 2.
I mean, looking at it, Hal, he had a P5, 2 P5s in fact, a P2 and a P3. Mikhail Ito, but you know what I mean. It wasn't. When I say flying under the radar, we've seen some great racing, some heat race wins, but of the consistency in terrible conditions, that's not taking anything away from the pace. As seen a P2 qualifier and pole in semi 2.
Yeah. Yes, you often see that, don't you? That someone creeps up to the front row because the fastest guys have been affected and lost ground, and they may have gone fastest in one session, but then been really slow in the next.
Right, let's have another go at this then. Ulilami on the front row was second in the standings when we got her. Has dropped down to P3 now, behind Gustafsson and Anderson. Only 20 points off the championship lead. That's the red and yellow coloured buggy in slot number 2. Hallinan on the outside is the driver who's been handing out licorice all around the paddock and making himself very popular. Came into the commentary box the other day and looked so pleased to have met Andreas Backerud, which was absolutely lovely. He really was. He was grinning from ear to ear as we called him across to stand with Andreas. Brilliant start on row 2. Ulalami goes back. Hallinan trying to come all the way around the outside. Goes from row 2 straight up into slot number 2. Ulalami's maybe gone down from P2 to P5. It is P5 and now it's P6. Disaster. And then the pole man has gone straight off to the Joker. So Uito, who we know's got to do 2 Jokers thanks to the jump start, has decided to do one immediately, Hal.
We've had a wet weekend, haven't we? But the seas have completely parted for Hallinan. That was absolutely perfect. From the second row, he made a brilliant launch, hung it round the outside. The pole sitter jokered, and he's just left with clear air up front. Fantastic.
Brilliant stuff. Laura interviewed him earlier on, Chip, and he said he wants to be a factory driver with Toyota, but you've been trying to persuade him that he needs to come across and become a Nitro Rallycross Junior.
Yeah, and bring Toyota with you.
Yeah, that's fine. And you've got some licorice as well.
Absolutely. I've had a half a bag of licorice already today. Yeah.
He's handing it out literally. His dad said, I've got kilos of it. The other lovely thing, and Chip, Hal, you'll both have a comment on this, I'm sure, it's Lowry and literally his dad, and that's it running the car. His dad said it's been a pretty tough weekend.
Yeah, no, I love that. I mean, they come out, they're working together on the car, dad's spotting, they're doing the whole thing. It's exactly what we want to see. And, I mean, what a great thing for the two of them, you know?
Yeah, it's such a great dad-lad experience, isn't it, Hal? You know, that's fantastic.
It is, very much so. Rasmus Persson's ducked into the joke at the second opportunity, dropped to third, but crucially he's covered off those behind that only have one joker to do and have already done it. So he's now running third overall behind Uito, who is yet to do his second joker as well. Brilliant move.
Uito, I think, could do okay here. Now, Uito's got a couple of laps that we've got with 3.5 to go, basically, with the graphic at the top of your screen, side by side down the hill. That's Lidman on Ulalami. No, sorry, on Nordbeck. Nordbeck going backwards. I can only see the red roof behind the arm coat. But for me, this is about Uito and whether or not Uito can manage to joker again. He's going to have to hang on for at least one lap, Hal. But again, the P4 car runs wide. Top three from this go through. Hallinan going to go to the final lap. Hallinan's killing this.
He is, yeah. Uito goes now, doesn't he? So he's taking his second joker.
This might be then for a place in the final. If he can get out into P3, maybe even into P2. Uito jumped the start, got to shut the door on Ulalami. And he's done it. Absolutely fantastic. That's a Petter Solberg job. Two jokers and still going through.
I'm impressed he's managed to do that, having jokered on lap one, because you would expect to have got caught in traffic, but he's managed to pull it off, and now he's challenging for second.
Person. Come on, get in. So Ito's all over the back of Persson now. Hallinan out front will be taking advantage of this massively. Ito's like he's got extra RPM. He hasn't, but he's coming down the hill. He's so close behind. And he's hoping Persson's going to be driving on his mirrors, because Persson's going to be looking at this thinking, okay, what's going on? You know, I want to get past. Doesn't run deep. They're all being super protective of their positions. Hallinan, I think, has got enough margin, but it's not going to be easy.
No, I think he does have enough margin. You're right, Andrew. I think we're going to see him through into the joker now. Yes, we are.
So Hallinan goes joker now. That's one lap early, and that's just to make sure there are no mistakes. He gets a little bit deep on the first section of it. Going to try and shut the door. Moves across on Persson. Persson's going to be there almost. Hallinan shuts it. Now we've got a three-way fight. They could hold on where they are and book their slots, or they can fight it out and see if they can get up a row. Uito looking up to the inside line. Uito's deep on the brakes, hooks the wheels up in the background. Lilami will pick up the pieces if any of these guys go off. Great move by Uito. That was firm, but I think it was on.
So do I, and he had that set up from the previous right-hander, didn't he? He carried enough momentum, ran to the outside of the circuit. That's not the ideal line if you're going to take the velodrome on a normal lap, but centred up the inside and got it done.
I thought Persson was getting a little look back on the brakes there. Still another lap for these guys to battle it out. Oh, Hallinan's dad, it's funny, isn't it? Once you meet someone, you start to feel things are a bit personal. He was so chilled out when he came in earlier on. I bet he's feeling super stressed now.
I bet he is, especially with Hallinan throwing the cross car around like that. He's obviously feeling well on top of the car. Maybe not the quickest way, but it definitely covers off the inside line when you can get the side of the buggy across the curb in that way.
And just in case you haven't been watching all weekend, where have you been? Hallinan, the leader of this race, is 11 years old. The youngest driver in the field, 11 years old. He's fantastic, speaks perfect English. He's fully into his rallying. His dad was showing me pictures from him testing during the winter. I mean, yeah, he's loving this, but he's got to hold off from Uito. Uito's making a move on the dirt up the inside line. That is an incredible pass. That's worthy of a world champion. Uito, double joker, having jumped the start, has just made an absolutely killer pass on the last lap. He's going to go through to the front row of the final. That was absolutely stunning. Hallinan takes P2, Persson P3. How did he pull that off?
What a move. He had such self-composure to not try hanging it round the outside. He got a good run, didn't he? And just sat on the outside. You very, very rarely see a move on the brakes there.
I'm like jaw on the floor, blown away. Chip, what about that?
You know, we used to talk about 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds racing. So no, they're not mature enough. That race we just saw, that could have been a supercar final.
It was unbelievable. That pass he put on him in the fast right-hander.
Yeah, and these kids, I mean, they're in grade 5 and grade 6. They're learning to read.
Yeah. He's not wrong, is he? He's not wrong. They're probably better at reading than me, to be fair, but that was, having jumped the start, so he's done the hard work, Hal. He's got up to P2 in qualifying. He's jumped the start. He's then kept his composure, thinking, I've just blown it. He's double jokered and got himself to P3 and then makes this incredible. We might see the pass now. Makes this pass.
In the footage just then, we saw that he'd already pulled that move off once in the race on Lidman when he'd taken the Joker so early. There's Hallinan returning from the Joker back to the lead later on in the race.
Here.
This is the move on Person.
I'm here.
So after the Jokers had played out, he was actually running third. Look at this move up the inside. That's almost an exact replica of what he did on Lidman earlier in the race. I really thought he'd blown it by joking along lap one, but he absolutely pulled it off.
I'm staggered. I'm left staggered, particularly by the move down the hill. I don't think we've ever seen anybody try to make that pass stick. People have often tried around the outside, but it's too dirty. But to go on the inside, normally the braking zone is too dirty to anchor up, to get it turned in. What a weapon. You wonder, don't you, how many people are going to be looking at this and thinking, I'll get him signed up. Osterberg, top of the table, 3 wins from the 4 sessions. Rierson, Treuterud, 1 Q1. That sees him up in P3. Nittish, P4, ahead of the factory driver for the same brand, David Matt, P5. Holberg looked brilliant in the wet. Aronen, Egerton, Svard, Anderson, Radström, Rakalainen. Remember, the top 18 go through here. So it is jeopardy all the way. You're not guaranteed of a spot just because you're quick. You're going to have to battle it out again. So Osterberg's been great. We've seen some incredible drives in all conditions. Really sends it in the dry. It was super smooth in the wet. Got Nittish on the front row. Then it's Aronen and Anderson. Watch out for Larpety and Bendixson. Another really long hole. Great start. Rainis Nittish, brilliant start on row 2 for Aronen, trying to get through side by side. Jimmy Osterberg gets squeezed by Rainis Nittish. Hooks the wheel up on the curb. Nittish going to get the whole shot to the inside line. Osterberg goes Joker immediately. Goes out to the outside. Bendixson spins in the background. Larpety's gone into the Joker lap with Osterberg. Anderson has gone standard lap in behind, but Rainis Nittish with a great start.
Rain is using all of his experience from the highest level in Rallycross there. He's looked at turning in on Osterberg into the first corner, then turned back away again, hung it round the outside very calmly on the brakes and left Osterberg nowhere to go. That was years and years of competing against the best drivers in the world to pull that off.
Yeah, really, but also so measured, you know, so decisive.
Not
but
getting
so
flustered and just be so calm
and no
about it.
contact, you know, not putting a wheel in the gravel trap. I'm here, you can't close the door on me. I'm in your space. You're going to have to go somewhere else. And now he does run a little bit wide. Aronen looks for a way through. Nittish going to shut the door. Aronen rides up the back of Nittish's car. Contact between the 2 wheels. Aronen's nose goes high. Surely Aronen goes Joker now. Doesn't. Looks to the inside. Passes Nittish in turn 2. Aronen gets it turned in. Finds some grip from somewhere. In the background, it's Larpety side by side with coming over the crest. Osterberg has managed to pull in as well. So Nittish drops down a place. I want to see the background. Where's... OK, that's Osterberg with Larpety. And where did Anderson come in behind?
I can't quite see in that shot. Having done everything right in turn 1 on the first lap, Rain has just left a tiny gap, didn't he, in the second corner here. And it was Aronen that fired out the inside over that curb. Another brilliant move. These semi-finals are fantastic.
Yeah, they are. Remember, only the top 2 go through, meaning you've really got to race it out. There's no settling for third here. You're either on it or you're out. Chip, absolutely brilliant racing from these guys. I know you've done a bit of racing yourself. How much do you fancy going cross-car? Because they just look livid. I just want to get out there and have a go.
It looks incredible, but I'm scared to death because the things that are working and the places they're finding grip they look like the places that you're not going to find any grip at all.
Yeah, but they're just having a crack at it anyway. Osterberg coming under increasing pressure from Larpety. Is Larpety joking or not? Doesn't look like it, according to our indicators. Similar pace, but our Joker indicator has shown he hasn't. Nittish and Aronen out front. Anderson has jokered. And there's the drone chasing them round. Unbelievable footage this weekend. Go and have a look on Instagram. The big crash from Lars Anderson down that back straight, caught by the drone. Lars is OK, by the way. He's watching at home. Hey, Lars, hope you're feeling good.
Osterberg's managing to pull a little bit of a gap now on Larpety, because in the background on the previous lap he was getting oh so scruffy, and Larpety was all over him in the first couple of corners. I think Rainis Nittish isn't in a position to joker now because they're closing on him far too quickly. If he jokers now, he's out of it, isn't he? He needs to stay out, I think, for another lap.
Yeah, got to try and see what happens to everybody else, hasn't he? And he's going to have to joker on the last lap. He will be hoping that Larpety is obviously waiting till the last lap. He's hoping he might say take Osterberg out, and then he's laughing, isn't he? So he might as well. Obviously, he can't see that, but his spotters will be able to. I know his dad, Eyeglass, is here with him this weekend. But Andreas Backer was telling us earlier he saw Rainis when he left. working on the car and cooking dinner for the rest of the team, and Reynes is here and enjoying the level of racing.
He is loving racing again. He's worked incredibly hard for years to get the budget together. He's a household name in Latvia, isn't he? And I think all credit to him for putting himself in this really competitive field and having to really dig deep, just like Johan Kristoffersen is in Supercar, in a car that's not quite as good as the others, to battle through and enjoys racing.
Yeah, good to see them all with a smile on their face, a little bit less pressure. Here we go, final lap. Now comes the pressure. Aronen, Nittisch out front. Where is Osterberg? Can Aronen hold on? Is he close enough, or is it going to be Osterberg? Larpety hasn't jokered according to our screens, but it doesn't matter to us. Osterberg's going to go through. Larpety is in P2, so now we're not sure whether Larpety's jokered or not. Aronen bashes into the back of Larpety, looks to the inside, uses the curves, going to cut back surely and try another move. Osterberg has done enough. Brilliant joker early on, having lost the lead to Reynes Nittisch. What's going on behind him, though? What's the battle for P2? We know he's through. Where's the P2 battle? Have a look in the background. There it is. And it's Aronen. Is it Aronen? Yeah, no.
It is, yeah. Larpety's lost out big time there.
Reynes gone backwards.
Reynes has come out fourth, hadn't he? But no one can challenge Osterberg up front.
Osterberg going to go through. Aronen coming back. What on earth happened there? Because with Larpety we saw was in P2 but hadn't jokered.
The timing screen saying he had, so maybe it was just an anomaly on the graphics.
So he had, thank you very much, we just had some results handed to us up here in commentary. Fist pump for Osterberg. So something happened in the background, didn't it, which dropped Larpety in behind Aronen, took us by surprise when they came out over the crest. Good tactics from Osterberg. He's looking on it here, isn't he? Osterberg at the minute is... I have no idea where in the championship. I'll find it.
Look at Reynes. He stays out of trouble, runs wide, calmly goes through the first corner. Osterberg was left with no alternative at all. Larpety did joker, didn't he? Went in straight behind Osterberg on lap 1. Then, fortunately for Osterberg, Anderson jokered quite early on as well. Here's the move of Aronen up the inside of Reynes. That was pin perfect. They're so narrow, these vehicles, so you can really fit them through gaps that don't exist in other classes. And this is the joker on the last lap. Let's see if we can see what happened behind. So Reynes is the second car in the joker here. They come out third and fourth.
So Larpety's got it here. It had jokered. We couldn't see that from our graphics, but you could see it on the timing screens. And we don't see it. So didn't see what happened to Larpety. But either way, it's Aronen who goes through. Nittisch ends up in P3. 2.2 seconds between Osterberg and Aronen. That's a decent margin, isn't it? It really is. Okay, there was some battling behind him, but Osterberg lost the start, kept his head down, and came back. So that is your P1 and your P3 man through from semi-final number 1. 3 semi-finals. This one, Riersen, who's been a weapon. Mayat, the French factory driver. Eganson, Radstrom, Crepo, and Baldins on the back row. Don't count Baldins out. Epic performance on Thursday. Baldins was P2 overall on Thursday. Riersen gets a good start on the inside line, certainly better than Mayat. Mayat's going to try and shut the door. Look at Baldins, though, P6 to P2 round the outside. He'll nail that to the apex in turn 2. That gets it done. Mayat has gone in pretty much on the lock stops and the limiter into the joker. Look at the speed of Mayat through the joker. There's so much grip in there now, you can properly send it.
The track has completely changed, hasn't it? What a brilliant start from Baldin. 6th on the grid to P2 in the first couple of corners. He was brilliant in the dry on Thursday. He's under pressure now, isn't he? But he was brilliant in the dry on Thursday. Really struggled in the wet conditions of yesterday. So similar to the first couple of rounds in Denmark, where he wasn't brilliant in the slippery conditions. Now it's dry, and he's really making that work for him.
Riersen in front of Baldins. Baldins under a bit of pressure. This could well play into Riersen's hands. Riersen was P2 in the standings. P2 to Gronholm when we came here, and now P2 to Patrick Hallberg after round 3. Baldin still under enormous pressure. Mayat look as joker. Now Hal is struggling to get past Radstrom. So Mayat really, from the front row, I mean, still isn't out of this, but needs to start making some headway.
Mayat's in the joker window, isn't he? He's about 3 seconds off the lead at the moment, but he's caught Radstrom, and I think that's going to just hamper his cause a little bit. Riersen's nibbling away at the pace. And Baldins is under pressure from Eganson behind, isn't he? So that's slowing those two up a tiny bit, and Riersen's just nudging away. I think... yeah, Mayat's going to lose out badly behind Radstrom here unless Radstrom jokes on the next lap.
Oh, mistake from Baldins, just gets a little bit deep. It's not a taxi to the apex, it's just running slightly wide. Come on, Mayat, make a fight of it. Desperate to get past Radstrom. He's going to be hoping Radstrom goes now, watching the back. Does anybody go? Yes. From P3, Eganson goes, and Radstrom doesn't. So Mayat's going to make up a place there. I guess Hal, it really comes down to whether Mayat's going to be close enough to Baldins, but I don't think he is. I think Baldins is going to get it.
Eganson joking can only possibly help me out, but I think I wouldn't have joked then if I were him, because you've just put yourself completely out of the running. From that position, I would have stayed out till the bitter end. I mean, it's not all over Radstrom out of the velodrome, is he? So it's not like he's massively under pressure. He's lost a bit of momentum.
Rierson flying up over the jump. They're getting full air now there's a bit more grip.
Real indication of how dry it's got, isn't it? That they're getting a lot more air.
Mayat's made a mistake. Mayat makes a mistake, gets a little bit deep, just about holds onto it. It's, I think it's, is it Crepo?
It is, yeah.
Now, so Crepo's in behind and Eganson drops back. Still no joker from the front too, and Radstrom goes to the end as well. Chip Pankow, the conditions we've seen this weekend, these guys have had to dial these cars into like wet, dry. That's really tough.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. I mean, the Joker is so important here at Holjes, and it's amazing to see how much faster it's gotten. You know, and it's the Joker, when it's ever changing from a grip level, it's such a technical little thing, and you see it catch so many people out. But now they really can send it through the Joker. It's pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah, certainly. They're not losing much time at all. We're seeing first lap Jokers almost bring you back into the pack. If there's a bit of a squabble in turn 2, you could, in theory, if you're front of the pack, go Joker early and come out in a really strong position. Rierson, Baldins, I'm looking back for the gap back to Mayat at the minute, and it is, what is it, come on, 5.2 it says on here. I think that could be enough for them both. They both go in, so Rierson's gone in, Baldin's gone in. Watch for Mayat coming up over the crest now versus Baldins in the orange and black coming from the Joker lap. Baldins moves across and shuts the door. Mayat's under loads of pressure from fellow Frenchman Crepo as they come through the left and the right. From the back row of the grid, and they're going to fight. You see the spin in the background for Eganson goes round. Radstrom's out. Egan's just starting it out now, just doing a ton of donuts. So gold meds for send to Eganson at the back of the pack if you're out. In fact, someone sent me on Twitter, they've made the stamp, the gold stamp medal, and they've sent it to us. I think we might have to give it to Eganson for donuts and styling out the mistake. But Rierson from the pole with a brilliant drive. But Baldins from the back row, yes please, through to the final. And could Baldins get a double podium here?
What a brilliant recovery from him, having really struggled in the wet conditions of qualifying.
17th, Hal, yeah.
And this concept of 3 semi-finals, he would have been out with a normal 2 semi-final scenario. So the 3 semi-final situation has allowed him to qualify low and get back in. Watch his start. Look at the traction he gets off the line.
That's bonkers. He's gone from P6 to P2 before he gets here. He's round the outside of it, and at this point, you know he's nailed it on. He's just got to stop it on the apex. I love Rierson's driving style. That rotation that he gets on to get the car turned in so early doesn't maybe work quite so well in the wet. I think Osterberg adapted really well. Osterberg drives the same as Rierson in the dry, Hal, but in the wet he seems to tidy it up and just get smooth.
Osterberg's been driving that chassis for a couple of years, hasn't he? Whereas this chassis is new to Rierson this year. They did 1 day of testing here in Höljes in mixed conditions, but that was snow, so it's nothing like driving in the dry.
Yes, please. Donuts all round. Over the line. Great job, Rierson. Baldins, though, from P6. Most of that work was done in the first 150 metres. Do you know what? Actually, most of it was done in the first 8 metres off the start grid because he'd got about 4 cars before he'd even crossed the front line. Absolutely amazing. Many of these guys as possible make the trip up to Finland and Oulu zone in 3 weeks' time. Meanwhile, semi-final number 3. You can have 3 semi-finals. That's how we roll. Treuterud, Holberg, Svard, Räikkönen, Anderson and Hukar at the back. Hukar was our sensation in Denmark, but has tied it up. Holberg, for me, has been the one who's had a bit of an up-and-down week, and the cars looked absolutely epic. Certainly in wet conditions, but traffic hadn't quite gone the right way. Treuterud on the pole had won one of the sessions, but it's a great start from row 2 for Svard, getting in between him and Räikkönen in the orange and yellow buggy. Holberg in front. Not too much carnage in the background. Anderson is, I think, dropping a wheel off into the dirt, and Svard has gone straight into the joke that Räikkönen over the jump, but out front it's Holberg, Hal.
Svard made a great initial launch, didn't he? Then it didn't all quite come off in the first couple of corners. Hukar also made a great start from the back of the grid, the same slot that Baldins had made a great launch from in the previous race. Maybe the back of the grid hasn't been quite so disrupted by the changing weather conditions. Of course, that row hasn't been used until the final stages. The Swedish Championship stages, the final stage of the Swedish Championship rounds went just before we started this broadcast. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the other classes. Meanwhile, Holberg, little lock up on the brakes coming into the final corner, but he's pulled a few car lengths margin. That's so important with being able to keep your head down and eyes forward.
Holberg, Rierson and Enholm all had double podiums down in Denmark, but Enholm hasn't come here, so we've got Rierson and Holberg. Osterberg, who was in P4, moved up to P3 in the standings. Would have gained another couple of points by taking the TQ here, and now he's won his semi-final. Remember the points during qualifying, points in the semi as well. So it's important here for Holberg to get a good result. Holberg at the minute is leading the championship. It was by 5 points from Rierson.
Buchar's dropped himself out of the lead battle by joking on the second lap. Svard, as they last crossed the finish line almost a lap ago now, was 3.8 behind, so he needs to pull his finger out a little bit, although he has done on his lap. Visually, he's closer to the leading.
The rule is one wheel on, and he was fully up above the curbs. And Bakkerud was in here earlier, and he goes, "Oh wow, they're really pushing," and indicated the same. Johan Kristoffersen said the same thing. His mud flap's going wild at the back. The tyre's okay. Johan said if you're up north of the curb, you're really taking risks. He said there's time to be gained, but it's a gamble at that point.
But you put all your cards on the table in the semi-final, don't you? If there's a time to push, it's right now, because only the top two go through to the final. There's no point in holding back.
No, absolutely not. Into the Joker goes Räikkönen in the super luminous coloured buggy, covering off Svard in the background. This could be for a place in the final. Got to shut the door. Svard's going to nearly be there. Räikkönen gets it done. Svard will know now is the time to pile the pressure on. See if he can make a move. Up into the velodrome, up and over the crest. He'll drop down now and look to the inside line, surely. Look at that, puffs of smoke from the wheels. You can see the dust flying up as well inside. Svard can't quite find enough grip to get past Räikkönen. Holberg, I think, has got this one in the bag, but still going to need a tidy Joker.
Svard picked the throttle up just a little bit early there, got the rear sliding. He's all over the back now, though, isn't he? And I think he's going to try and move up into the last corner. Brilliant defensive positioning from Räikkönen, who just sat the car just enough on the inside to cover the inside there. And again on the exit, brilliant drive this to keep the position when... The trouble is they're just going to lose so much pace. I think the Holberg must be in the Joker now, out of shot.
Where is he? Come on, Holberg's miles in front. He's massively checked out. So Holberg's through. Räikkönen is under enormous pressure. Everybody behind him knows. Look, I tell you what, if you're in P4, you're watching to see if Svard does something silly and takes the two of them out. Again, the dust flies up. Svard could not be closer. He's piling it on. Räikkönen just keeping it tidy on the inside line. Watch for a pass down the hill. We saw a brilliant pass down here for the juniors. Gonna have a look anyway. Oh, not quite close enough. They're going that little bit more quickly. He might have one more look on the brakes on the inside, or is he going to go outside? He goes outside line. Räikkönen on the curve on the inside. Svard sending it round the outside on the lock stop, but the dirt drops him back. He's going to end up P4. Räikkönen gets P2. What a brilliant semi-final. Racing right the way to the line. Holberg destroyed them, but Räikkönen, brilliant defensive drive there, and I have to say yes to Svard for the last corner attempt.
So nearly got it done, and that was all done on the entry to the velodrome by being a little bit tidier, carried the momentum. I really think he probably could have sunk it up the inside into the right-hander, because all that was going to happen is they were both going to run wide anyway. On the last lap of the semi-final, I think I would
might as well have had
with
a go.
That momentum, yeah. I would have gone
because
for it.
The thing is, if you lose out, okay, let's say he loses out and Räikkönen loses out, as long as he doesn't take him out, okay, you haven't made it, he hasn't made it, you might as well have a crack at it, mightn't you?
But he hasn't made it anyway, so it's worth the risk, isn't it?
Yeah, so you have a look. We're all being influenced here by a wonderful 11-year-old who made an insane pass on the inside of the corner that nobody has ever passed on before. And we're like, well, that's possible now. If he can do it, anyone can do it. But it's not the case. He's obviously a very talented kid. Look at that. Turn one, and basically, Hal, that's the two that went through, but it was not that simple, particularly for Räikkönen.
Holberg was really quick last year, wasn't he? Got a lot of qualifying wins under his belt, but it never went quite right for him. This semi-final, he just absolutely smashed it, didn't he? And I think he can be a threat later in the season.
Chip Pankow, just before we move on to a bit more racing, there's a bit of a special relationship, isn't there, between RallyX Nordic and Nitro Rallycross?
Yeah, we work together, and when we're looking at calendars and everything, and it's we like to see kind of all the grassroots that's here, and we invite those people to get up and move up in the scales amongst Rallycross, and someday come into Nitro.
Okay, and you've come over here, of course. We're heading across to the States for 5 events this year. But I think some of the European fans think, well, that's cool, but I'm over here in Europe. But Nitro has plans to come here and elsewhere as well.
Yeah, we're coming to Europe, and specifically we're coming to the Nordics. I mean, this is kind of the home of Rallycross, and we're coming to Sweden. We're coming to Finland, and potentially some other places as well. So Europe is a very big part of what we're doing, and that'll be in 2022. At least 4 European runs in 2022.
Okay, there you go. You'll be able to come see Nitro Rallycross in person. Or, of course, you can take a holiday to the States. Highly recommended. Tommy Howman with the TQ spot, 3 qualifying session wins. He's been absolutely brilliant. Nils Andersen very nearly took the win on Thursday in round 3. Linus Ossund is racing at home. Simon Olafsson has just had a return to form in Q4. And Martin Enlund, then Sogqvist and Eklev Janssen, Kasper Janssen, another one who's going to be getting a medal for Sendage. Chip Pankow, thanks so much, mate. You're staying, I know, for a little while to do some investigations around Europe, and then we wish you a safe journey home. You've had a good time at Höljes?
Oh, it's been great. It's been great. Thanks so much for having me and for your hospitality, and the racing's been awesome.
Thanks, Chip. Take care, mate. We'll catch up with you soon. Chip Pankow from Nitro Rallycross, thank you for joining us and letting us in on a few of the plans for the future. Short-term plans for these guys. What's going to happen in the next 100 metres? Tommy Howman, Linus Ossund. Howman with a brilliant start. Amazing start by Enlund on row 2. Maybe got halfway up the inside already. All the way up the inside now. Oh, on the outside, it's a Neklev. Howman going 3 aside. Surely got to go Joker from lap 1. He doesn't. He goes standard lap. So Enlund's gone out to the Joker. And Tommy Howman there somehow ended up outside a car, Hal. That was pretty hectic.
It was hectic. I think that was rather instigated by Enlund, shoving it up the inside or getting a good start and firing up the inside and causing a bit of a kerfuffle in turn 1. Linus Ossund really struggled for the first 3 rounds, I think, relative to where we expected him to be. Now he's got a golden opportunity to get on the front row of the final.
3 cars, remember, go through from each of the semi-finals here. There are only 2 semis, more traditional format because the field's that little bit smaller. So with Crosscar, they like to give more people the opportunity to go up. We can understand that. We can buy into that. I wonder what Howman's going to do from here, Hal. We've been so impressed, and I know you've said some other people in the paddock. Some people said that they believe that some of it is actually down to his simulating. He does a lot of esports.
Yeah, and he's so clean and tidy. You can see it there. Linus Ossund actually lost a couple of tenths into turn 2, ran a bit too wide. Holman was absolutely on the money. Yeah, he does a lot of iRacing, and the slippery conditions, I think, really play to his advantage in the wet because they're so used to driving like that in the iRacing game.
And it's just consistency and repetition?
I think it's also the feeling, isn't it? It's just the dynamics of iRacing and how that works over the dynamics of driving a lights car. You know, by chance, you know, that driving a Subaru or whatever on the iRacing Rallycross platform can be similar to driving a Supercar Lights machine. They're very different, aren't they? But yeah, by chance they're similar, and he's making it work for him.
He's done RX Academy in the past. This is his first season in an all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive lights car. In P2 here, these guys, I think, are going to try and gap. They've got to watch for Enlund, haven't they, who at the minute is stuck behind a Neklev. But if Enlund gets released, then it's do you start to cover off the people behind you, because Enlund is quick enough to be a problem.
He is. Remember that both the leader, Linus Ossund, and Anaklev are running out of the OMSE stable. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're just leaving Anaklev out of it, out of the Joker, so that he's just holding Enlund back a little bit. You know, not to be a roadblock, but just, you know, he's a little out of it anyway. He hasn't got the pace of the top 3 at the moment, so leave him out. try and create a little bit of a gap so that when Linus Ostland's jokers later on, he's got that margin to play with.
Through the long left-hander again. Are we going to see a joker this time from Jonsson or a Netclev? And in fact, yeah, I mean, Enland's dropped back a little bit, meaning that potentially a Netclev's not holding him up. And Holman goes joker. So Tommy Howman's gone joker now. Watch for Enland on the inside line. Howman's going to try and come out in front of Enland. I reckon he'll do it. He will. And that was perfect because the Netclev released him. Enland was a little way back anyway. He slots in front of Foss. Well done.
That was important, wasn't it? And now Holman can get the hammer down for the next lap or so to see if he can close the margin on Linus Ostland ahead.
Got a little bit wide there. How unusually wide for Howman. You don't see the dust fly up there unless you've missed the curb on the inside. It won't be too much of a disappointment. He's going to get Jonsson back, but he'd like to get Ostland too, wouldn't he?
We haven't seen him under this sort of pressure so far in this round 4 across the two days of this weekend, have we? And now we're going to see Linus Ostland and Martin Jonsson head for the joker lap on this final tour.
Round turn 1, Ostland's going to go in. Here we go, Jonsson as well. Watch for Howman on the inside line. Oh, Jonsson's gone in, absolutely lit in P2. Out from the turn. I don't think Ostland's got enough pace. Howman's going to be there. Howman's got him done in 1 lap. Rides the curb on the inside line, pushes Ostland wide. 1 lap. That was all he needed. Oh, and Jonsson's got through too. As he knows, Jonsson, that's Jonsson and Enland battling in the background. What a great drive there by Howman.
I think Enland might have a rear puncture or broken suspension because the car's all over the place. But yeah, you're right, Andrew. What a drive from Howman. What a lap from Howman to make the difference.
And he wasn't doing laps like that a moment ago. He was struggling to close the gap down to the leader. But your TQ man, Tommy Howman, who won 3 qualifying sessions. He's been on the podium at every round. He's got 2 wins already. And he crosses the line, the TQ man, to go to pole in the final. P2 goes to Ostland racing at home. P3 to Martin Jonsson.
And that's a hammer blow to Ostland, isn't it? Having had the lead, having gained the lead in the first couple of corners, drove a good race, but just didn't have the pace of Howman when it really mattered. And that, psychologically, that'll affect him going into the final.
Have a look at the start for us, Howman, see what happened. Because to me, Howman had the inside line here. We saw the brilliant start from Enland, but Howman's got it here for me. But then he just gets, Ostland stays in it, doesn't he, round the outside, forcing Howman wide. I thought Howman might go joker there, and I think he could have done.
Yeah, I think he could have done as well. In the event, clever to stay out. I actually think that first corner scenario, like I said in the first time around, was instigated by Enland having his nose up the inside, which meant that Linus Ostland couldn't move across, and actually, in the event, forced Holman out and had to go, where he could have been in a position to joker.
A chain reaction really from the row 2 grid start, which meant that he got through. Ostland's joker wasn't bad. I mean, they were side by side, but right of way goes to the standard lap. He's 80%, 20% in front. He's certainly 100% alongside.
Ostland was lucky no one was closer behind as well, wasn't he? Because he got forced so wide there that he could easily have been swallowed up had he been more in the traffic.
Howman, Ostland, Jonsson going through. Enland, Netclev and Foss, P4, 5 and 6. Semi-final 2's got some stuff to live up to, hasn't it? Nils Andersen, Simon Olofsson on the front row. Andersen was P2 in qualifying. He was P2 on Thursday. Olofsson won the first round, but has had his form come back here. Row 2 is Sokvist and Kasper Janssen, who's been ever improving and impressing. And on the back row, Expert and Oskarsson. Great start, Olofsson on the front row. Andersen equal to it, though. Kasper Janssen's got a good start, might move across to the inside line. Andersen's going to get there. Janssen's looking for a way through. Olofsson holds to the inside line. Waterman's going to get collected there from behind by Oskarsson. Kasper Janssen's gone joker immediately. Good move, I think.
Nils Andersen run by the family friend team in the Kristoffersen Motorsport Camp this year, and if Johan Kristoffersen had been in that car, you wouldn't have been as surprised with exactly the same move. Just clipping the curb on the inside. Randy forced Olofsson that bit wide, which meant he couldn't go around the outside, and look, it's paid off now, hasn't he? Putting car lengths on him going down the hill.
You've got to have a good head on you to pull that move, because if you've got too much lock on, Hal, and you touch wheels, you can break steering straight away. It's almost a case of having the kahunas to keep the steering straight and drive through turn 1 offline. If you keep the steering straight, you're going to force them wide without breaking the car, but it's not easy.
Yeah, now it only comes with experience, doesn't it? Because it's such a blind crest going through the first corner here that you need to know where to place the car without actually being able to see the road. And he's pulling a good gap now, Anderson, isn't he?
He is, and Casper Janssen is on the back of this train. The green and black car in the background. He's looking for a place through, and at the minute, Hal, he's definitely got P3. I'd say he could potentially get Olofsson. It's going to depend what happens with the cars in front of him. He really could do with Sjokkvist or Oskarsson getting out of the way and see if he can get his head down and close the gap a little bit more.
Olofsson's now managed to gap Oskarsson a bit, hasn't he? And that'll only help him in chasing down Niels Andersson. In fact, I think he's closed the gap a little bit visually, at least since the last time around. This is harming Casper Janssen, to be stuck at the back of this train, but at least he's definitely going to gain at least 2 places, like you say.
Olofsson can't quite match the pace of Anderson. I'd love to know if Anderson's able to match the pace of Tommy Houman. Houman was so good in the wet. Anderson, where's Anderson been? Yeah, I mean, he's been top 3 all weekend.
Sjokkvist Jokers, so that gets him out of the way for
Janssen.
Oskarsson's next in line and yet to Joker.
Niels Andersson looking super calm up front. Olofsson, I think, will be pleased to get through to the final, Hal. Say after the semi-final last time in Nice, went out with that broken belt, and then got a wasn't on the podium last time. I'm trying to see where Olofsson was. Olofsson went out in the semis, yeah. And yeah, he retired in the first lap of semi-finals. So he's had 2 bad semi-finals, Olofsson. I'm not saying he can't keep up with Nilsson, but Anderson. I wonder if he might just be willing to take that result and just get through to the final.
He went fastest in Q4 earlier on today, didn't he? And that'll have given him a bit of a confidence boost. Now he goes into the Joker with a lap to go.
Well, I wonder if that's the cover off Casper Janssen behind or not. Oskarsson goes over the jump. I think it is. He's going to... Oh, and he hits the wall! Oh, Olofsson sideways. Casper Janssen avoids him. Not sure if the rear left's damaged or not on Olofsson's car. Watch him come over the crest and round. We need to see him from the front, see if the rear left is hanging on or not. I think it is. I think Olofsson might have got away with that. Casper Janssen goes high-low, trying to find a way through, kicks up the dust in the background.
You know what? Actually, I think clipping the wall and firing the car over to the left actually got him the position, because if they'd had a drag race to the next corner, I don't think he was going to do it. But Janssen had to get out of the throttle because there was a car sideways in front of him. Olofsson collected it all up and took the position. Brilliant. You couldn't plan that.
He's done it like a bad snowbank lean. You know, when you lean on it too hard and it pinches the nose back in. Luckily for him, the bank, or in this case the Armco, ended just before he wanted to merge. In goes your leader, Niels Andersson. Oskarsson goes in 2. Top 3 are going to go through. So this is Oskarsson versus Janssen. I think Janssen's got it. He has indeed. Great drive by Niels Andersson out front. Oskarsson might try and make a move on Janssen on this last lap. Comes out, going to have a look on the inside line. Not going to be able to get it done there.
So easy to get on the throttle too early coming out of that right-hander and force the car out wide. You just lose all the momentum going up to the velodrome where you're so close and you get gapped and then you can't get it back.
I'm going to fire up Dirt Rally when I get home. I'm roasting to do some laps of Höljes now, I've got to say. Now I'm seeing all these pro tips, you know, inside line, staying off the gas that bit longer. Andersson, pro tips all the way. Brilliant drive to go P1. P2 is Olofsson. And P3, Casper Janssen. So front row go through and Janssen from P4. In semi-final 1, it was the front row and Jonsson from P5. So Jonsson with the biggest gains here in semi-final stages. Off the line. So look at Casper Janssen, green and black. And Niels Andersson, Hal, you said... I mean, he was actually clearly in front, wasn't he? He didn't have to run the pack too deep himself. I thought there that Oskarsson was going to pick up the train on the brakes into turn 2.
He didn't have to run. Niels Andersson didn't have to run the pack deep, but it's the safest thing to do. Look at the brake lights in the back. He'd come off the brakes, let the car roll on, and then got back on the brakes again. Very composed, just like we would have seen Kristoffersson do, as I said before. And I think this is a really good drive from Olofsson as well. Sometimes we see him lose his head in this scenario, but he actually delivered a good performance despite this barrier clip. Look, Janssen's had to get on the brakes to avoid him. That's what got in the position. Fantastic.
I wonder if Janssen were feeling a bit more ruthless, if he might just have driven through him. Not literally, but he could have.
Such a risk, though, because you don't know what's going to happen to your car.
No, you don't know where you're going to end up, whether you're going to damage the car. Janssen in maximum attack mode. Niels Andersson takes semi-final number 2 in lights from Olofsson and Casper Janssen, completing our lineup for the final alongside Houman on the pole, Osland and Martin Jonsson from semi-final 1. Houman versus Andersson, that is tasty prospect indeed, because they were P1 and P2 on Thursday in round 3. Intermediate standings for Supercar. This is how they qualified. absolutely dominant performance by Nicholas Gronholm with 2 wins from the 4 sessions. Kristoffersen in P2 didn't win a session. Anton Marklund won Q4. Laura told him, he said, oh, that's nice. Christian Savo ended up in P4. Fraser McConnell won Q1. Brilliant drive. McConnell's been great this weekend. Look at the 28-pointer, though, in Q3. That was a retirement for him, and it sees him further down the grid than he'd like to be. Sondra Evgen, Philip German, Enzo Eid up in P8. Backward, Hedström, Michalak and Harpamaki. Harpamaki and Backward are both running electric rallycross cars from Stad. First time at international level they've been able to race alongside the internal combustion machines. So Gronholm from the pole, Marklund alongside. McConnell really needs to get, well, obviously needs to be top 3 if he wants to go through, but he'll want to get past at least one of them if he can, give himself a chance in the final. Ready to race, like going to go out. Watch for the green. Oh, McConnell has to dip the clutch. Disaster. Backward flies past and goes down in P5. Instant Gronholm's destroyed them on the run to the first corner. German comes round the outside, and Marklund now. Who's going to go Joker? Marklund goes. Fraser McConnell goes too. I think it's a good move by McConnell from P6 after a bad start. Backwards up in P4 in the electric start machine. Oh, good in the background there. Having a good go at the curbs. Marklund was. Mixed up start there, Hal.
Backward had a great launch, but got a bit boxed in into the first corner. Marklund went Joker. He did that earlier on today and made it work for him to the fastest time. McConnell left with very little option. I think he did exactly the right thing. The spotter won't have been involved at all there. He made that choice for himself. Follow Marklund. He knows Marklund's got good ultimate pace, and now they're on the back of Anders Michalak already.
They now need Michalak, don't they, to make the necessary, not mistakes, but or potentially to Joker. You know, Backward is not going to be easy to pass, Hal, and they will know the tactics. Backward will know what to do to try to secure a spot. If he could get the electric car through. Oh, straight into the Joker lap now. Michalak's gone. This is trying to protect his position from Marklund and McConnell, but that's not going to happen.
Backward's only racing for himself in this race, isn't he? Remember, Michalak is Marklund's teammate for this event, and I expected them to move Michalak out of the way. Again, he's in no man's land there in 4th. He hasn't managed to do what he needed to do in the first corner to sacrifice his race and let Marklund have some clear air to get on the back of Backward, who we know in the races in the dry on Thursday was using his tyres really hard come the end of the races.
Now, don't forget, Gronholm here, you know, he won the other day round 3, but he's not doing the championship. They've come here to do a bit of testing, basically, so it doesn't matter what happens with him. Backwards, sideways in the last corner. McConnell's looking up the inside of Marklund. Marklund in the last corner there was struggling a little bit, and then McConnell can't get there, though. But McConnell is in the championship fight, and he needs to get past German. German's gone now. This is going to be to try and hold a position and see if he can beat McConnell into the final. Fraser McConnell looking for a spot in the final here, and German's got the door shut. Great move by German. Spotter crew. Oh, the nose-to-tail contact, 3 cars deep.
We were surprised at the gap Szabo slotted the Hyundai into yesterday, but that was even tighter for German to slot the ex-Marklund Motorsport Polo into there.
Oh, it's going to go inside. McConnell gets them both. Fraser McConnell gets them both on the traction. Must be a problem for Marklund because German's blasted past him too. Down the hill now, bits of car flying off in the background. How did that happen?
Nightmare for Philip German. He was right up behind Marklund doing nothing wrong at all. Marklund has a problem and he's left with nowhere to go. Brilliant opportunistic move from McConnell to fire it up the inside of both of them.
2 of them at the same time. McConnell's heart rate now, if it was 180 before, it's just hit about 210. Into the Joker lap goes Backward. He's going to try and hold them off now. This could be a good move. Backward might slot into 3rd place here. Oh, McConnell up the inside, side by side. Backward in the deep dirt. McConnell's going to stop that, anchor it up on the inside line. Backward might go through to the final in the electric start car.
Doing a brilliant job, Andreas, isn't he? He's been so careful on the Joker mergers all weekend, but there's no time for that now, is there? Really forced himself across. Bit of contact with Fraser, but nothing untoward. They both survived, and now Andreas has just got to fend off German, whatever happens to his tyres in the next lap.
What a fantastic race. Not even really for racing on track, just a little bit of carnage, a little bit of bad luck. You can see how far out in front Niklas Gronholm has just disappeared. He's gone. So Gronholm will be going into the Joker lap. Now, he can pull through, he can stop and change a wheel if he wanted to. Gronholm has absolutely smashed it.
He's so off throttle there, you could hear the anti-lag chirping away. No point in risking any penalty. Meanwhile, Fraser McConnell is on a mission. There's no lifting off for him.
No, big jump over the crest. Avoids the curves on the inside line, which is important for trying to avoid a puncture. Backward now, trying to hold on for a P3 in the electric start car. Get it through to the final. That would be a brilliant result, trying to see what he got the other day.
German's all over the back of him going into the velodrome. Philip German's known as being quite a gentle driver, not in a negative way, but meanwhile up the road, Nicholas Gronholm has absolutely checked out, barely on the throttle through the final corner to take the first semi-final victory.
Brilliant job by him. Here comes McConnell with the problems for Markin and the others. Markin goes at the inside in the background, but it's Backrud who holds on. McConnell gets P2 with a great pass on 2 cars at the same time, and actually that was Michalak and Gurman, so I think an issue for Mark and Summer. Gronholm has walked that. He's absolutely walked it. He may well have saved his tyres with a performance like that. And Backrud goes through. I'm looking to see where Backrud was. Backrud did not make the final in round 3. He was 4th in his semi-final, so he gets the electric start car through. I think that's an amazing result for Backrud.
Yeah.
Look at this though. McConnell's just making it, and it's gone in with Mark bang on the right side. I think if he hadn't done that, game over. He wouldn't have made it. Championship potentially over. Too many points lost.
That's so different to a year ago. He's so much more experienced now, not only in Supercar but in Rallycross in general. Markland had an awful start, and that's what caused that chain reaction. Philip Gurman drove a great race until the next couple of corners. Look, I think Markland's already got a problem here. Gurman's in the back of him if we see the velodrome. Gurman's done nothing wrong. He's gone wide to try and get round, and McConnell's gone, thank you very much, up the inside. Gurman has a bit of contact with Markland, shooting the car. Brilliant from McConnell. You have to seize those opportunities if you want to win events and championship.
Expecting that I need to step it up for the final, but yeah, the car is working, and yeah, clean run.
And that was a victory by some 10 seconds or so. It was a huge victory. I'd imagine in the final you're going to be up against Johan Kristoffersen. Could be a tighter one.
Yeah, it will be tighter. I got last time down the hill, Jussi was on the radio, gap to next one, 54 cars. So I was like, okay.
It was a big one, yeah. And of course, Christian Sabo now on the start line for Semi-2. We'll let you go and have a watch of that one. Thanks very much, well done.
It's unusual, isn't it, for Jussi to be making jokes on the radio, but if he says it's 54 car lengths, then yeah, I think Niklas knew he had that in the bag.
Jussi probably counted it.
Yeah, it probably was genuinely 54 car lengths. Exactly, 54.2. So you've got Kristoffersen, for the standard lap, or sideways contact. That's Hedström getting into everything. Come on, Peter. He's driven straight through him, and that is ridiculous.
That is poor, isn't it? He's going to get black flagged for that, but it's absolutely ruined Evian's race for no reason whatsoever. They could have saved that and both got on with it, with these 4 guys squabbling up front. Kristoffersen didn't have a good start yet. Again, they've had the clutch out of that polo every single time I've been around there today. Not quite as bad as it was earlier, but he did get away, and now he's chasing down Sabo up front.
So Sabo, Kristoffersen, Ida and Harpamäki, and how this really now is a race for P3 between Harpamäki and Ede. Ede runs a bit deep. Harpamäki looks to the inside line but can't quite stick. Kristoffersen will want to beat Sabo. He will want to be on the front row, and he'll do anything he can to get that done, because that's his best shot at a win. And he goes Joker. He knows there's no one behind. He knows what the problem's been. Hedström's going to come around, but he'll get out way in front of him. Harpamäki's gone on with him. Brilliant move by Tommy Kristoffersen.
Brilliant move by Kristoffersen, and they've been helped massively by Harpamäki going into the joke as well. I was wondering as they came up to the first corner if they would dare to do it, because Harpamäki might hold them up. Now we're going to see Kristoffersen get the Kristoffersen hammer down like only he can, and see if he can catch up with Sabo to take this race win.
So for me, you don't give Kristoffersen more than 1 lap. Don't ever give him more than 1 lap. I would send Sabo on the next lap, but frequently we see teams go, no, we've got the confidence, we think we've got the lap time, so we're going to see. How ballsy are they feeling at the Gronholm RX team? Are they going to send Sabo in and protect the position from Kristoffersen, who is renowned for hunting down the tents? They're not, so they think Sabo's got the pace, Hal.
Sabo's feeling really confident in his Hyundai this weekend, and Jussi Pinnamäki, Marcus Gronholm and Lexi as well are all feeling confident with him too.
Enzo Ede's been sent in, and that's to cover off Harpamäki in the background. I think that's a good decision. That's going to slot Ede through to the final, I think, for the first time this year, Hal.
Yeah, so do I. That's great for him, isn't it? I think we're about to see Sabo. Well, Sabo needs to produce the lap of his life. If he wants a career in Supercar, the best way to start that and to start achieving at the highest level is to beat Johan Kristoffersen now. But Kristoffersen's closing fast, isn't he, I think?
Kristoffersen was in a fight like this last year in the second final in the World Championship against Matthias Ekström. We had 3 timing loops then, and we saw the battle go 10th, 10th, 2 tenths, 1 tenth, back and forth between them. Sabo and Kristoffersen, they're going to leave him out. Hal, I don't think they've got enough time.
It's 2.4. It's the final. I'm sure it's not the final lap. There's 2 to go. The gap's 2.4.
What do we think we need? Roughly that?
Yeah, I think that's come down a tenth or two from the previous lap.
Look at the attitude of Kristoffersen.
So hard.
You can see it.
The rear wheel cocked in the air as he clips the curb as well. You rarely see Kristoffersen on a push like this.
He told us about that curb. He said if you're up north of that curb, you're taking risks. There's time to be gained, and he knows it.
And look at Zaba. He's on a big push as well. Piinamäki and Alexei Koskinen will be on the radio saying we really, really need to get this done now. Look at Kristoffersen in the background.
Here we go then. Big fight for the Joker lap merge. This for the win in semi-final. Number 2, Sabo has the Joker this time now. Kristoffersen's been hunting him for the last 3 laps. Watch for Sabo, going to pitch it off to the left.
Sabo's lost 4 tenths.
Oh, he's lost 4 tenths on that lap, and he's not sent it in super hard. This is easily going to go Kristoffersen's way up and over the crest. No contest. 3-time world champion takes the 3 laps. You've got to respond to him. I wouldn't leave him out there, Hal. Maybe I'm a wuss.
Nor would I, no. And I think they've obviously got great confidence in Szabo's ability, and that says great things for the future too. But
and they should have. As a team, they have to have faith in him. But I just think don't give him the chance.
Yeah, of course. I also think Szabo was very cautious through the Joker then as well. So he maybe cost himself a little bit more. I don't think that made all the difference, though.
Kristoffersen, the pole man from semi-final number 2, is going to go through to face the pole man from semi-1, Niklas Gronholm. Gronholm won the other day on Thursday, but Kristoffersen wasn't there. So Kristoffersen will be in the final this time. Enzo Eid goes through in P3 behind Szabo, and that's Enzo Eid's first final this year, and it's a deserved result. We saw him trying round the outside earlier on, how we've seen Enzo Eid get stuck into making passes. Finally, he's had a payoff and he makes it through to the final. But great race from Kristoffersen, and really, honestly, nothing less than we'd expect.
So composed is that man that as he drives back to the paddock, just reached up and flicked the GoPro off that's pointing out by the mirror.
He's not a robot, I promise. He's one of the funniest blokes you've ever met. But the way he operates, yeah.
He didn't make a great start there, didn't he? And it's all about the fight back. Gets right up behind Szabo. Enzo Eid's in there as well. Look at Evian. He's done nothing wrong there. Edgham's shoved it up the inside and continues to stay in the throttle and rotate the car in front of you. You cannot do that and get away with it.
See, and how I very rarely call that out like I did, but I'm sorry, on this occasion, you've got to call it as you see it.
Yeah, and he's been disqualified. He was black flagged during the race, but that does nothing because that doesn't give Evian anything back.
No, I know. Well, I feel sorry for Evgen.
So do I, yeah.
And actually, Evgen, of course, is second in the standings. Evgen was on 70 points. He was 4 back from Kristoffersen. Looking at the standings here, Fraser McConnell has lost another 3 to Kristoffersen in the qualifying stages. Then Kristoffersen has won and another 1. So Fraser is was 8 points back and is probably going to be another 4 back from Kristoffersen. But Sondre Evgen, crucially, isn't going to make it through. So I reckon Franz is going to move up to P2 in the standings right now. And it's going to come down to what happens in the final as to how close it is. Is Kristoffersen going to give himself you can't say unassailable lead, but Kristoffersen, Szabo, Eid go through, Harpmaki, Evgen out, Hedström excluded.
Well, Johan, we've seen absolute brilliance from you this weekend and over the course of round 3 and 4, but a lot of bad luck as well. You seem to put it all together for that performance there to head into the final.
Yeah, I mean, the mechanics has been working during the break now flat out because we have so many problems, unfortunately, but it's not any big problems, but to be fighting on this level, you need to have everything on the absolute perfect, and the start hasn't been good all day, and today I did a decent one, not enough against Szabo, but then Joker on the second lap took a massive risk going in extremely close to his rear wheel and then extremely close to the bollards and then driving a couple of laps which was absolutely on the limit of what I can do. So I cannot do more, and let's see how it goes in the final.
Well, it paid off, and we would expect nothing less from a world champion. Niklas Gronholm won his semi-final by 54 car lengths, I think his spotter said. You're expecting a big battle with him coming up?
Yeah, I mean,
and with Szabo, of course.
I'll try to put some pressure because when he's under pressure, he's not winning by 54 car lengths.
Fighting talk. We love it. Thank you, Johan.
Thank you.
Kristoffersen is well up for a scrap, isn't he? A couple of laps on the maximum of what I can do. You don't hear him often say that. And obviously, Hal, with a few issues on the car as well. Amazing. And he won't be winning by 54 car lengths. I like the little cheeky little throwdown as well. Right, we are on to RX2E. I made some notes earlier on of what the scores were, which I'm sure will be useful. Now, I had a couple of WhatsApps during the break. Apparently, one of our teams had already won this. So James from OMSE messaged me and said, shall we award double points in the final race? And I said yes. So we've changed the rules, Hal, because we didn't want this race to be over before it was over. Who have we got in this one? We've got Timmy Hansen on the pole. On the outside line is Kevin Eriksson. Kevin Eriksson has gone round the outside in Kevin Eriksson style, reminiscent of Buxter Huda. Into the Joker lap goes Timmy Hansen, and it's Marcus Gronholm, I believe, who's in P2. Yes, Marcus.
Kevin won at the Estering, didn't he, in 2016 by sending it around the outside. He's done it subsequently as well. He admits it doesn't always come off like he would like it to, but it definitely worked then, didn't it? Now he's got Marcus Gronholm, who used to drive for his father's OMSE team, putting on the pressure. Marcus gets a little bit too much oversteer on the exit of the velodrome, which is only going to allow Timmy Hansen to catch up a bit. But these cars are so equal that the margins are tiny.
Look at the way Gronholm, I just love watching Gronholm drive. He's made up time. Gronholm made up time through that. Look at it, look at it. He's on the, come on Marcus. Marcus Gronholm having a look. Eriksson in front of him, Kevin Eriksson, who's on the development team for this car. And Marcus Gronholm, he's absolutely pouring it onto him.
Take nothing away from Kevin, but I would love to see Marcus win this race. That would be brilliant.
Kevin knows that. Kevin was in Irelia. You know, if you're going to get beaten by anyone, I don't know, Timozyanov's one you don't mind, and Marcus Gronholm's another. Some people are just, they're just those characters, aren't they? But yeah, Marcus made up most of the time, Hal, for me, although Timmy is destroying both of them at the minute. Marcus made up most of that time in this right-hander at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, just by being really quite aggressive in through the right-hander here. He's gone for it again. Timmy, with his super smooth understeer style approach from his single-seater days, that's paying off. Marcus is really sending it through the entrance of this corner. Kevin tight on the inside, covering the line.
Marcus Gronholm on a big attack. These are the spotters, and they're superstar drivers, all of them themselves. The rules, as I say, meant that you have to be spotted by your teammates. It was 3 drivers in 3 cars. Or flicks the car one way and then the other. That's Gronholm. Did he touch the bollard there, Hal?
No, I don't think he did. We did choose Oliver Eriksson to team up with Gronholm, didn't we? To give Marcus the best chance. Not that he needs any help, but Ollie Eriksson, it would have been unfair to put him with one of the guys that's been driving all weekend as well, because he's so experienced in these cars. Ollie was delighted to win the previous race, not because he was happy, just he was relieved. He said he felt so much pressure on the grid. He's been the development driver for this concept all along, and Marcus has dropped in the background.
Oh, Marcus Gronholm just misses the marshal post after the jump. He's in absolutely full semo. Please, can we talk to Marcus after this race? I just want to hear a Gronholm quote, you know? Something. Well, do you remember the old one, Hal? Tell Corrado I only need 3 gears. He's only got 1 in this. I mean, maybe we'll get an amazing quote out of him again. We had some this morning.
It's like driving with something in my trousers.
Yeah, just a legend. A legend. He was saying about how cross cars don't suit his driving style, and he's just got so many great, lovely opinions and stories. Told us this morning about how he entered a round of the Motocross World Championship on a 125cc bike. He qualified for it in Finland, was really proud to do that. So it's 2 points for the win, it's 4 for second and 6 for third. I've got in front of me, okay, what do the total points say here? Oh, there we go, checker flag for Timmy Hansen wins, good job. What are the points on here? I'm just zooming in. Yes, that's what I had as well. So we've got 8 points was... Okay, where is it in my sea of paperwork? I've absolutely no idea. I will find it. It was 8 points compared to 11 points for the 2 chasing teams, but I'm trying to figure out which teams won.
As the Hansen, Christopherson, Sebastian, Timmy Hansen, that is.
Oh, they've won it by a mile.
It.
Yeah, they've absolutely destroyed it. They're a 3-point lead. Job done.
Sebastian, we're just trying to work out the maths in the comms box, but by my reckoning, you guys have won the Super Team Challenge here with a brilliant performance there from Timmy. What were you saying on the radio? What was he saying back to you as well over the finish line?
No, it was quite a simple race for us. We lost out on the start. Kevin did a really good start from the outside, so Timmy just chose to joker first lap, and then for sure he had the best pace in the race, so he could hunt them down quite easily. So it was a safe victory for us this race. Timmy drove really well, and he was for sure happy after the finish line. He said that we did some changes on the settings that seemed to help, he said, so it's all good.
How much have you enjoyed, firstly, this sort of fun, super team format, but also spotting for the likes of Johan Kristoffersen, Timmy Hansen as well?
Yeah, it's good because normally we're competitors and now we actually it's a team racing together. So it's a new experience and it's fun. And I think we're a great team and it's always fun to work with good drivers.
And it's always good to win, isn't it? Especially in a brand new car, brand new format.
Yeah, for sure. So we're the first winners in the RX2E car. So that's something to be proud of, I think.
You've made history. We'll say it here first. Crosscar Juniors are now on the track ready for their final. Thank you so much to you, Sebastian.
Thank you.
Seems quite pleased with that. How I think that's fair enough. They just like winning, don't they? I don't think you'll ever find 3 teams of more competitive rallycross drivers than we just had there. I was expecting Andreas Eriksson to end up with a pile of parts, but luckily for him, it's worked out okay. Okay, we are on to Junior Cross Car. Their final. Here we go. Erik Nilsson, Uito on the front row, Anderson, Hallinen, Gustafsson and Persson. These guys are on the limiter before the marshals have been walked off the grid. Must be an unwritten rule in, maybe it's a written rule in the regulations. Good start from the pole by Erik Nilsson. Hallinen going to try and go around the outside on row 2. Gets a little nudge though and gets pushed wide. Surely going to go standard lap from there. Hallinen does. Into the Joker lap has gone...
Gustafsson.
Yeah, Gustafsson's gone in. Gustafsson is currently in second in the championship. Hallinen racing the drone up to the apex. Oh, side by side, Uito going to get passed here by Lucas Anderson. No, holds on to the position. Anderson is the championship leader.
Anderson could have had a look up the inside into the velodrome. Instead, he decided to have a look up the inside in the right-hander on the way up the hill and just didn't have the momentum to get back across, having touched the brakes to get out of that move. Uito, remember, did the fantastic double Joker drive in the semi-final. He's in a great position now. He doesn't seem to quite have the pace to be banging on the back door of Nilsson's cross car, but he's right there and there's a lot to play out in the next few laps.
There is. Alex Gustafsson, who jokered on lap 1, look, is already almost onto the back of the train. So that could see Gustafsson come through to the podium. Gustafsson is second at the minute. Into the Joker lap goes...
Lucas Anderson.
Yeah, Anderson's gone to protect the position because this is a championship fight he's in. And it's too late already, House. That's 1 lap from the back of the pack. Great job by Gustafsson.
Yeah, fantastic job by Gustafsson. He set the slowest lap time on lap 1, of course, as Hallinen has a look up the inside into the velodrome.
Going to go through. Great pass. These guys make such good, clean passes. Hallinen, of course, got passed on the run down the hill by Uito. They're side by side behind him, I think. There's your leaders, Nilsson, and they have slotted in. So Gustafsson ahead.
So Hallinen had forced Persson wide, hadn't he? And then Gustafsson capitalised too. Gustafsson is under pressure now from Persson again behind, but Hallinen's about to come under pressure from Gustafsson too.
So Gustafsson and Anderson having jokered. You can see Persson, Hallinen, Uito and co haven't. Hallinen goes Joker now, and look at that, backing it in front. Persson's gone in. So Hallinen and Persson are going to drop back. This is going to put Gustafsson and Anderson up into P3 and P4.
Perfect for EKSJC driver Gustafsson. He joked on lap 1. Hallinen didn't need to joker then, did he? But he's got out of the way, giving Gustafsson clear air. Now he can get the hammer down to chase Nilsson Uito. Last time around, the gap was 3.8 to the lead, but he looks like he's going pretty well, doesn't he? Well, they all do, to be fair. We'll see if he's closing next time around on this single timing loop that they'll cross over the finish line.
Gustafsson took the win here at Höljes for round 3 just a couple of days ago, so you wouldn't bet against him. But on the other hand, Uito was so impressive in that semi-final, Hal, that it's not a done deal.
It's not, no. Uito was brilliant then, and Gustafsson has, as the timing screen, Gustafsson's closed by 2 tenths. I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
Nilsson's gone in, and this is to try and cover off Gustafsson behind. So Nilsson's trying to cover the leader. He's seen that he's coming. That's a brilliant tactical move by Nilsson's crew, not to keep him out there. Normally, as the leading weight, up the inside, clattered into him a little bit. Gustafsson, that was a pretty aggressive move. I mean, he's gone through, and now Nilsson's dropping back. He's under pressure now from Anderson behind.
That's almost a direct replica of the move we saw Gustafsson pull at this very circuit on Thursday in very similar conditions. He's done that before, and he knows he can fit the cross guard just over that curb. It's cost him a tiny bit of time, but he was already challenging for the lead with Nilsson, and Uito, who was running second.
In the background, they're all getting crossed up. It wasn't quite so clean as the other day. How the other day it was a perfect smooth. We couldn't believe he'd slotted it through, could we? But not quite so clean this time. Gustafsson, Nilsson, Anderson chasing down Uito. Uito goes Joker now. Gustafsson going to try and get him at the merge. Gustafsson backs it in. Uito, though, is quick through the Joker lap. Watch this one. It's going to be tight. Where's he going to climb? He's going to shut the door on him. Oh, just goes through. Only just Gustafsson finds the tiniest of gaps. Uito is right there. Persson hasn't given up in the number 34 buggy. Might try and find a way through. And we saw Uito make that pass on the run down the hill. So watch here for Uito. I don't think he's going to be close enough this time round. He was the one who made the amazing pass in the right-hander, but not going to be close enough this time. And in the 1.99, it's Alex Gustafsson. Oh, super close between him. Uito does get in. He's got super speed down there. Persson looking for a last corner pass. Not going to get it done, though. It's Gustafsson who's going to take a second win here at Höljes. Wins both rounds. That's going to close down the championship lead just a little bit on Anderson, who finishes P3.
I thought Uito had done enough with that perfect Joker lap. He had a 2.7 second margin as they crossed the finish line into the final lap, but Gustafsson just had enough, carried the momentum and forced his way through. Gustafsson's local circuit, he's only from Arvika, which is not too far away, the same place that Per Eklund and Johan Kristoffersson come from. So basically a home win, and he did a fantastic result. That move into the velodrome, or into the right-hander before the velodrome, was decisive, wasn't it? And this is where it all happened, because he took the Joker really decisively, ducked out of that really early, decided not to follow Hallinan, went to the Joker running clear air.
Right decision, because he was down in P4, and you're never going to stand at that. For me, if you're lower than third, and you're definitely going to go Joker if no one's gone. Normally, by the time you get there in fourth, the guy in P3's gone Joker anyway, particularly in a final when you know you're not going to get held up. I want to see these passes, Hal. You're right, it was an absolute carbon copy, but to me it was a little bit more aggressive than we saw the other day. I'm not saying it wasn't on, it just wasn't quite so clean. You wouldn't want him behind you, would you? You wouldn't know. Persson got forced wide by Hallinan there, and this is where Gustafsson capitalised. Now we're going to see, this is where we're going to see the contact. So this is Nilsson into the Joker. We're not going to see it at all, I don't think. Yes, so we're going to see it in the next corner now. Look at the positioning. He's already seen it, hasn't he? He's like, right, I'm going right. Gets back in the throttle. That would really hurt your wrist when the steering gets dragged out of your hands there, wouldn't it? But I don't think there's anything untoward. There was a gap and he went for it. I like the fact he's kept it in his pocket. It's one of those moves. He's obviously only willing to risk it, you know, for the biscuit, basically. But you can't do it all the time because people see it coming. Oh, 100%. But it's to hold that back and go, now's the time to use it. And yeah, it is. Okay. I mean, we haven't seen anything on the timing screen to suggest that it's under investigation or anything. And job done. Aggressive move from Gustafsson. You can hear Laura down there getting ready to... Gustafsson's taking off his head and neck safety device. It's the Simpson device he's wearing there. Yeah, he's pleased. Look at that. They're so pro. Hat on, mask on already. They just know exactly how to do it, don't they? Fucking unbelievable. OK, so apologies there. He's slightly excited, so...
happy, eh? Well, here we go. Alex, congratulations. Round 3, round 4, box ticked. You've won them both. How does it feel?
I can't describe. I'm just so happy. I was aiming for podium, and then I just thought, forget it. I flat out, I just go for a win, and everything came apart, and I'm just so happy. I can't even describe how happy I am. This is my first ever double victory, so I can't describe.
Back-to-back wins coming into the weekend. Did you ever expect you to achieve anything like this?
I won here last year, but then I was aiming for the same result. Yeah, but I was aiming for a win, and I achieved the goal. So
and you got 2.
Yeah.
You got 2 wins. And of course we've got Finland coming up next in a couple of weeks. Same again there?
Yeah, my goal for this year is just to have fun and maybe protect the gold from the last year, but I'm gonna have the same goal for Finland, just to have fun, and then the results are coming.
You're definitely having fun, that's for sure. Thank you so much, well done.
Thank you.
Gustafsson quite excited, so again, mild apologies for the excitement, that's fair enough. Look how pleased he is, I love that. Yes, get in, double win. That'll tighten up the championship standings. I'm sure we'll take a look at those at some point. We are moving on now to the open class two-wheel drive final. On the pole, Matthias Janssen. Janssen actually had a DNF in Q4, but had done enough by winning the 3 qualifying sessions prior to that. But they were all in wet and horrible conditions, and Simon Tiger seems to have that car right underneath him in the dry. Bertelsen at the back will try to make it difficult for them. We did see problems for Janssen. Yeah, banging again. Has Janssen got the car sorted? He has. So Janssen had problems in the last qualifying session. Not so this time. But he can't outdrag Simon Tiger on the way down to the first corner. Janssen going to go standard lap. Bertelsen going to go with them. If Bertelsen wants to joker, he wants to do it from further back than that. I might have had a crack at the joker on lap 1 from P3. Seeing as you are in a 3-car race, you know, why not? But you want to come out from outside and carry the speed through.
Yeah, he's had good pace this weekend, hasn't he, Bertelsen? So, yeah, I'd have mixed it up a bit and had a bit of a go. I do wonder if that popping and banging on the start line is maybe Tiger's anti-lag, with it being a turbocharged engine.
Isn't it?
Janssen, of course, has been racing in the SM Championship, the Swedish Rallycross Championship this weekend, and was busy doing semi-finals and finals previously, I'm afraid.
Today, that is, sorry,
yeah,
just so
terribly.
you're aware, it's today.
Between the gap between Q4 and the semis of RallyX Nordic. Unfortunately, I'm very disappointed in myself. I don't know how he got on in the Swedish Championship round. He's been quite busy here in the paddock, but what an effort to be racing in both classes. Running quite a different specification to Tiger, as we've discussed through the weekend. So he's running an H-pattern gearbox, a 2400cc engine to fit into that category in the Super National class here in Sweden. And
Simon Tiger's running a rotary engine, turbocharged 530 brake horsepower car. Interesting, though, how Janssen definitely had the measure in the damp conditions, definitely.
Yeah, I think the extra track time will have helped with that, of course, because he's been feeling how the grip's been changing, but also, obviously, he goes very, very well in the wet. Doesn't quite have the power output of Tiger. And Tiger's all out of shape down the hill, cuts the curb on the inside, but I think he's gathered it up.
Janssen's car is looking pretty second-hand, and he drops a wheel off the side of the track again. It looked mint at the start of the weekend. He came and introduced himself to me and Hal down on the pre-grid on the first day, which was really cool of him. And, you know, he said about running in both, but it hadn't really occurred to me that would be both every single day. So, I mean, you know, we think we're knackered. He's done 4 days. He goes joker now. This will be to cover off Bertelsen behind. Could be close-ish. Slides across to shut the door and does so.
I've done a double-header weekend in an RX 150 buggy and was quite tired, but he's been swatting flies in that Volvo for 4 consecutive days now, hasn't he? So he must.
His arms are going to be hanging off him. Either that, or he's going to look ripped by the end of the weekend. It's like going to be 2 tickets to the gun show just from wrestling the Volvo for an entire 4 days.
Fair play to Tiger, though. He's on it. Well, yeah, he hasn't. Well, Janssen wasn't that far away, so he's got to stay on it, hasn't he? But he's pushing hard, isn't he? You can tell that by the little mistakes he's making. He's not been the most consistent performance, certainly not like Neeson through this weekend or through this final. I think he might go into the joker this time around just to cover off Janssen in case of a mistake, and he does.
Yeah, so Tiger's gone in. Good move. How close is Janssen? Not close enough is the answer. And a lap to go. So Simon Tiger then. Listen to that. Just listen to that engine. It sounds insane, doesn't it?
It does sound good. Janssen's not that far away, is he? He was his best lap's 4 tenths off that of Tiger, and I think given the level of equipment, that's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Absolutely. It really is. I think we can hear in the background actually cross cars as well, can't we? So you can hear a mixture of a rotary turbocharged engine up at the far end of the track and cross car pre-grid starts. Look on the right-hand side of your picture there, the cross cars are already lining up for their final. Look at the state of the front of Janssen's car there, There's a lot of tape involved. It's all good though.
3-second track limit time penalty for Janssen, I believe it is. But Bertelsen's 8.6 seconds behind, so he needs a miracle to close the 5.6 seconds he needs to make the 3-second margin.
Janssen's still closing down, Hal. Janssen is getting closer and closer to Tiger, so I don't know if he's just in maximum attack mode or if Simon Tiger is managing the gap. Dust flies up at that bottom corner. Tiger comes through the compression. There's just 2 corners now that can deny him. He did break the car on the last lap in Nice. Doesn't look like he's going to do that this time round. And Simon Tiger, having lost 3 of the 4 qualifying sessions, is going to win here, making it 4 wins from 4 in RallyX Nordic's open 2-wheel drive category. Brilliant drive by him again. 4 from 4.
Fantastic performance.
Hats off to Janssen, though, as well. I say, genuinely, to compete in 2 categories over 4 days, that's 2 rounds of Swedish and 2 rounds of RallyX Nordic is bonkers.
And he did it all from the start. Hadn't won qualifying, had he? So started on the outside of the grid, but got a brilliant launch. That car launches significantly better in the dry than it does in the wet for rather obvious reasons. being so powerful and only rear-wheel drive, but what a shot that is with the drone. Sort of flattens off that jump, which is actually massive relative to flat corners in another rallycross track. And look at that, you can see the crest there in the road as you head up to the velodrome section. I love these drone angles. It just gives such a different view of rallycross tracks. And the first time we saw them last year, we were absolutely blown away. It's no different now either.
No, absolutely brilliant. Thank you to Vigo. And I noticed Vigo's got an assistant with him this year, and they've actually got a landing strip up the side of the grandstand out the front. So it's taped off, and there's then an area of carpet underneath where spectators are not allowed to stand. And he literally flies the drone from there. They put the battery on it, chuck the memory card in the camera, head out. We even had a live shot from the drone earlier on this weekend, which is the first time we've seen that. So normally it's stuck on a memory card and taken into the truck, but we had a live shot, and it was brilliant. He's some pilot. So have a look online at RallyX Nordic social media accounts for some of the footage that Vigo has taken. Well done, mate. Well done, Simon Tiger, as well. 4 from 4. This is going to be some fight. On the front row, Jimmy Osterberg and Isak Rierson. They are the masters of chucking it in and holding it on the lock stops. Patrick Hallberg on row 2 with Jarkko Aronen on the outside. Tommy Räikkönen and Ronald Baldins on row 3. Baldins came from P6 to P2 in turn 1 in his semi-final. Osterberg, Rierson, Hallberg in that championship fight at the front. Great start, Hallberg on the second row, but Osterberg's got away as well. Rierson might be able to come around the outside from there. Osterberg's going to go deep on the brake, surely. Oh, up the inside line. Oh, up on 2 wheels. Into the joke that goes Osterberg. I think Baldins has come through. I'm not sure he's standard lap or whether it's Aronen. It's Baldins and Aronen have split the strategies, but Osterberg has gone straight to the Joker, and that was a hell of a decision.
It was Aronen that clobbered the curb on the inside of the first corner, and Baldins who went into the Joker lap. But did you see how the cars gripped up off the start? We haven't seen that since Thursday, have we? They really rise on the suspension like they're climbing forwards.
And these guys are already getting towards the back of the pack, Callum. There's a little bit of a concertina effect there, but Baldins has done brilliantly again. From the back row of the grid, he's right behind Osterberg. Rierson on the standard lap. Hallberg is where P3 of the drivers that have jokered, so hasn't gone Hallberg's way from row 2 on the grid, but it has gone Baldin's way.
Brilliant performance, just like it was on Thursday in these dry conditions. They're closing quickly on Räikkönen, who's yet again the third driver's in a bit of a no-man land situation. He's going to stay out for another lap. Osterberg sends it into turn 2.
Osterberg will need Räikkönen to get out of the way. It's probably going to take him another lap to catch up to him, at least in these final situations. Look at the line that Osterberg takes. It's so physical how where they come from the left-hand side of the bank and they then cross the road and go through the ruts. You can see they're really having to hold on to the car.
So physical to drive, aren't they? Jimmy Osterberg last time around 3.5 off the leader, Isak Rierson. I think that if he gets a couple more attempts, that's going to be nice and tasty for us as they join on the Joker merge. Rierson, you can imagine, is going to stay out. Osterberg really could do with Räikkönen jokering soon, just to get him out of the way, not necessarily being held up by him, but just to get him out of his line of sight so we can focus on the road ahead.
Yeah, get rid of the dirt that's flying up, maybe a little bit better visibility. It's not exactly dusty. Rierson looking confident out. Look at the road. Oh, that's a bad decision by Aronen. Aronen's made a bad decision, last minute change of direction there. He checked up for turn 2. Can't understand why he did that. It's going to come out into, comes out. Just look at the flames from Baldin's car as he lifts off the throttle. Aronen just comes out, but for me, Hal could have been further up the road.
He could. He cost himself quite a lot of time by making that decision change. You don't need to do that at that stage in a race, but it's worked for him, hasn't it? He's come out ahead of Baldins, who's got Hallberg all over him. This final is not going the way Hallberg would have wanted. Osterberg's on a bit of a mission up front. Let's look at the gap as they cross the finish line in just a corner's time.
So it's Rierson coming around to cross the start-finish line. I think he's got just about enough. Got laps to go. I wonder if he'll go earlier, if he'll just want no pressure. Watch for Rierson now. Goes Joker. Here we go. Rierson into the Joker lap. This will be for the victory. I'm pretty confident comes through. Amazing pace. Absolutely brilliant. Stunning Joker lap. Rierson has smashed it.
He'd pulled out almost half a second on Osterberg on that previous lap with no distractions and just keeping his eyes forward. But what a brilliant Joker lap that was. Maximised the apex speed on both the left-hander and the right-hander. Got the entry absolutely perfect by carrying that sideways momentum all the way into the corner. Brilliant job.
The Joker's so wide for these guys, how they just carry that bit more. You look at the gap and you think, nah, he's never going to do that. And then they just come through the Joker lap, just sail through it, as we see Osterberg up and over the crest, dropping one wheel onto the dirt, holds on to it, got a lap and a bit to go. Rierson qualified in P2, Osterberg was P1. And looking at my stats, where is Rierson? Rierson had a win in Neeson at round 1, was 3rd at round 2. Wasn't on the podium at Höljes. Rierson was, where was he? Down in P7. So Rierson was P7 on Thursday in round 3, redemption time.
Retired with a puncture in the semi-final,
yes,
didn't he, having dominated? Having
had TQ, yes, so Rierson had the TQ. This time round, though, no such mistakes. And these guys are locked in battle. Höljes was in P1 in the championship, Rierson was in P2, and Osterberg was in P3. But all changed for championship standings with the results we've got here this weekend. Certainly over the course of round 4. Over the line, it is Rierson who takes the win. 2nd win of the year. Osterberg comes across the line in P2. Who got P3? Is that Aronen? Yeah. Jarkko Aronen got P3. So Patrick Höljes, who was the championship leader.
Baldwin's ran into trouble late in the race. There he is, spun at the bottom of the hill, one of the fastest places on a rallycross track anywhere in the world. Great result for Jimmy Osterberg as well. Look at the looking back at the start. Osterberg didn't get the perfect launch, did he? Rierson had it round the outside. Look at him pitch the car into the first corner. That's Aronen popping it up over the curve on the inside. Then he swaps places with Baldwins. He follows Osterberg into the Joker. Meanwhile, Rierson's got the gap he needs, and he's got clear air out front.
Just a stunning drive, really. I think Osterberg did the right thing, Hal. I don't feel he lost too much time. It was Aronen, wasn't it, who made the last-minute decision to change to the Joker. But I don't know that it would have made... Well, I don't think it would have put him on terms with Osterberg or Rierson. Look at the size of that jump from Rierson and the compression on the landing. Using all that travel, substantial there.
There it is. I don't think it ultimately cost him anything in terms of a result, because he almost... Well, he didn't have the pace to challenge Osterberg and Rierson on this occasion, but it definitely cost him some time.
Look at that.
Rierson absolutely nailed that.
It's like a straight line, Hal.
We'll not see a more perfect Joker up here at Höljes.
Oh, OK, there it was. That was contact between Aronen and Baldwins. Baldwins was ready to wave the universal hand signal there, I think.
Well, Baldwins had a send up the inside of Aronen into the fast right-hander. Seen the junior driver pull it off earlier, but just couldn't quite make it stick.
Rierson takes the win from Osterberg, and look, they were 5 seconds up the road from Aronen. Höljes gets P4, Räikkönen, Baldwins a DNF, but Rierson, Osterberg and Höljes all in the championship fight. Jarkko Aronen was in P10 from the other day. Let's go down and hear from our winner.
We're just getting all of the necessary sponsor stuff on to speak to Isaac. Here you go, here's your microphone.
Thank you.
Congratulations, that was a stunning Joker lap.
Yeah, it was.
Flawless, talk me through it.
Yeah, it was a good start, and then I felt that I had the speed from the semi-final. So, and the spotter said that the pace was good, so I just kept it up and did no mistakes to the finish.
Your 2nd win this season, obviously we have Alex going back-to-back. The feeling in JC Race Technic right now is very strong, isn't it? It's really good morale.
It's really fun, and I'm so happy for Alex to also win this day, so yeah, it feels so good.
Great team effort from you guys. Will you be cleaning up for the rest of the day?
Yeah, but but it will be fun.
It will indeed. Well, we'll see you in Finland, I'm sure, for a bit more. Congratulations,
yeah,
well done today.
Thank you, thank you.
Good indicator there that the Joker lap was as good for him as it was for us, Hal. It was mint. Yeah,
it was very good. He's obviously pretty pleased with it. Straight in for an interview after the performance he's just delivered, as Laura alluded to. That's a double victory so far for the EKS JC team as we look towards the grid for the Supercar Lights final.
On the front row, Tommy Hallman and Nils Andersen. Row 2 is Ostland and Kasper Janssen. Row 3 is Jonsson and Oskarsson. Where's Olofsson gone? I think a decision's been made there, Hal, or someone's been put through, because I've got Olofsson down as going through in the semi-final.
Yeah, he delivered a great drive, didn't he? Meanwhile, Niels Andersen's made a great start at the start of the final. Yet again, Tommy Holman didn't have the best start. He's got Mats Oskarsson buried in the back of his Supercar Lights machine. Linus Osland's gone joker. This is where we saw Tommy Holman leapfrog Niels Andersen last time around. And I think he's going to want to do the same again, isn't he?
Andersen's not going to want that to happen, is he? So we don't know what's happened to Olofsson. That's got connotations for the championship. Kasper Janssen has gone with this leading pack now. Oh, almost side by side. Not quite, though, for Mats Oskarsson. He's had a look on the inside of Tommy Halman. Halman not looking quite so comfortable, Halman, but it's been pretty much a perfect weekend, as we say, that Oskarsson in the background drops up. Olofsson was given 9 seconds of penalties, we just heard from race control, so one of our, I feel sorry for him, Hal, he's just getting that run of bad luck. But let's focus on this. Niels Andersen out front. Tommy Halman. Oh, I thought Oskarsson was going to pick him up on the way in. Kasper Janssen stays out. This is a good move from Kasper Janssen. But then on the other hand, Osland's closing these guys down. I don't think Halman's got the pace here.
No, he needs to drag some more pace out of this car, doesn't he? Because Linus Osland's finally found his mojo and he's pushing hard to close on the back of Janssen. Janssen yet to joker, isn't he? Yes, he is, yeah. So Janssen's going with Tommy Holman, who's been the pace setter this weekend, but maybe it's not enough.
This track being this dirty is a great indicator of how tricky the conditions have been this weekend. In the background, you can see Austin coming through. Up at the velodrome, Hal, we're seeing all sorts of alternate lines in wet conditions. Not this time, though. There's a dirty line on the outside of all these hairpins. Andersen, does he stay out and try and make the gap up, or does he go now and defend?
I think he stays out.
Janssen's going to go. Kasper Janssen goes. So in goes Janssen. This is to try to cover anybody he can. Osland, Janssen behind. Might cover Janssen if he's lucky. I think Jansen's going to get there first, though. Kasper Janssen has to slot in, not before letting Janssen know that he's there. Still impressed by Janssen. Oskarsson at the back of the pack, so it's Osland then who you need to keep your eye on in the yellow roofed car. Yellow and blue coming down the hill in the background now. Him versus Halman versus Andersen. Has Andersen got enough time to get back out in front of Osland? I think yes, but I don't want to jinx him. He came so close the other day. Can he get it done this time round?
The gap was 3.4 to the leader last time around for Linus Osland. This time around it's 3.5. He's lost a tenth to Niels Andersen.
Oh, he goes now. Niels Andersen goes into the joker lap. Watch for Linus Osland on the standard lap now. Andersen going to come out as close to the barrier as he can. Hooks the curb on the inside line. Shuts the door. And that's a brilliant job by Niels Andersen. Came so close in round 3. Gets the job done in round 4, but he's still got a lap and a half to go, and he's going to come under immense pressure here in the background from Linus Osland and Tommy Holman.
I really think Holman could have stayed out and have a lap there, regardless of what Niels Andersen did, because Niels might have fallen into the... Well, he has fallen into Linus Osland, and that could have held them both up enough for Holman to get a gap. I maybe wouldn't have joked then, but it's so easy for me to say that from here, isn't it? Meanwhile, Niels Andersen wants redemption for losing out thanks to the pressure he had from Linus Osland on Thursday. He said he just was so wary of Linus being behind him, and now it's the shoe's on the other foot and he's got this comfortably in his hands.
And the difference is the jokers are done, aren't they? The tactics are played out. He hasn't got to do that lap on his own and try and keep the door shut. This time the pressure is very real. So Niels has got to keep it tidy. Osland will have a look if he can. Osland is right there. Last opportunities to pass are coming up. He'll know, so keep it in tight. Niels Andersen's going to bring it in tight to the curb on the inside line. Holds them off, so there's just 2 chances left. Bottom of the hill, I don't think it's going to happen. We've only seen a junior do that ever. And down here, they're not close enough. Niels Andersen has managed to pull a gap away. He was brilliant on Thursday in round 3, but didn't quite get the job done. Came second then. This time, though, top step of the podium. It's a win for Niels Andersen. P2 goes to Linus Osland at home. Halman is on the podium again. That's 4 podiums from 4 for Tommy Halman. So brilliant for his championship aspirations, but what a result for Niels Andersen.
Fantastic drive. Made up for just missing out on Thursday. He hasn't been the quickest all weekend, hasn't he? He's been open to that, but he's got such composure. He's known that he can deliver it when he really needs to. I think Tommy Holman will be a little bit disappointed, but critically, he's racking up these championship points, isn't he? Look back at the start now. Niels Andersen makes a brilliant launch. Holman hasn't made a good start in either the semi or the final. Mats Oskarsson sent it round the outside of Linus Osland, left Osland nowhere to go, so he went joker. That turned out to prove pivotal in the fight for second. Great move. There we see Holman coming under pressure for Oskarsson. Niels Andersen with a little bit of tape flapping off the front of his car just over that crest before the velodrome. Janssen also, we haven't mentioned much about him, but he did a brilliant drive as well, didn't he, given his experience?
Yeah, he really did. I'm going to say, I'd love to see if it'll be really interesting to see when we go to Finland if Kasper Janssen's learning curve continues on that trajectory. Because if it does, he's going to be on the pace of the front guys pretty soon. Anderson's Joker was tidy on the way in. I wondered if he might rotate it all the way through to the first apex, but he straightened it out. He had enough time, and Osland slots in between him and Hallman. We'll see if that, in terms of Hallman's results, yeah, he was a P3 at Neeson, so he's had 2 wins and 2 P3s, Tommy Hallman has. Nils Andersson, though, takes the win at home in Sweden. Osland P2, he's properly at home with his dad being a big part of the track here. Tommy Hallman still on the podium. 4 from 4 podiums for him. One race left to go. Supercar. Looking forward to this. Gronholm versus Kristoffersson on the front row. Kristoffersson didn't make the final on Thursday. Went out in the at the semi-final stage. Gronholm, meanwhile, took the win. It was Gronholm, Markland, Sabo on Thursday. Fraser McConnell, look, is on row 2. He's in the championship fight with Kristoffersson. Sabo on row 2. Not going to do anything dodgy with his teammate in front of him. Enzo Eid in the final for the first time, and Backrud with an electric start in the final for the first time. Here we go. Revs up. Kristoffersson gets away okay, but it's a better start by Gronholm. Fraser McConnell trying to come around the outside of Kristoffersson. He'll try and nail that onto the apex. Will Kristoffersson go Joker straight away? Yes, he does. Oh, I wasn't sure if McConnell was going to try and change his mind. In behind the team has gone Szabo and Enzo Eid have all gone straight to the Joker lap. Fraser McConnell has gone with Niklas Gronholm, and Backward's gone with them as well.
By going by side into turn 2, neither McConnell or Kristoffersson had no option but to go standard lap and Joker respectively. That's working out for Kristoffersson now, isn't he? Because he's already got his eyes on the back of third place Andreas Backward. Szabo lost out badly at the start. He made a great launch, got boxed in, had nowhere to go.
So Kristoffersson is doing the same as he did last time round. He hunted Szabo down over the course of a number of laps. What he doesn't need is Andreas Backward to be in his way, because that could hamper his chances. At the minute, look, he's there. The three cars at Joker are already on the back of this train. The front guys aren't going slowly, but he's closed them down. Let's see if anybody goes Joker this time round. No, they don't. I thought McConnell might go early, but they've got to wait, I think. And if Backward holds them up a little bit, that car's just a little bit heavier. And it's very capable of a lap time. But, oh, Kristoffersson up the outside into the corner before the velodrome. That's an unbelievable move. Absolutely stunning. Backward made a slight mistake. He's gone round the outside and makes the pass. I've never seen a pass there before.
What a move. Andreas Backward is one of the best rallycross drivers in the entire world, and Johan Kristoffersson just mugged him into that corner. Nothing Andreas could do once Johan had got all the way around the outside of him, and now Johan's going to be on a massive push to catch McConnell.
3-time world champion. People often say he had the best car. If you think Kristoffersson can't race, you need to suck it up, because I've seen some unbelievable passes from this man here at Höljes this weekend. Inside, outside, corners you can't pass on. He's an epic rallycross driver. So's Backward, but that was an incredible pass.
It is, yeah. You can't take anything away from Andreas. He's on top of a car that's still a little bit alien to him. Johan's so in the groove,
I
isn't he?
I just saw him reach for the handbrake. You watch the rear wheels lock. You just know he's in full send mode. Every single tenth that he can possibly get. We'll have a look at the gap when they come back over the start finish line. Down the hill now, McConnell in P2. Kristoffersson will want to beat him at the minute. He's going to get him at the Joker. But I think Kristoffersson's got his eyes on Gronholm. I think this is that he wants to get in front of Gronholm. Coming around now, they've got a couple of laps still to go. McConnell P2, Kristoffersson P3. They're breaking away from Backward, Szabo and Eid behind.
It's stabilised. It's still on the same tense.
McConnell goes Joker. McConnell goes Joker now. He wants to come out in front of Andreas Backward. There's a train of cars behind Backward. Kristoffersson has got the Jamaican, but Fraser McConnell moves across in front of Andreas Backward. Still a great drive by Fraz from row 2. Can Kristoffersson get Gronholm?
There was 2.5 seconds the gap between Gronholm and Kristoffersson for the previous 2 laps. Look at the attitude of Andreas Backward's car as he's wrestling this electric machine to stay ahead of Szabo. Meanwhile, up front, Niklas Gronholm will be getting the hurry up from Jussi Pinnamaki. Kristoffersen's coming. You're doing a great job, but you need to stay on the pace you're doing.
He won't be telling him he's got 54 car lengths like he was in the semi-final. Kristoffersen said he wasn't going to give him that either. We're on to the final lap now. Watch for Niklas Gronholm. Comes through turn 1. Oh, he might get this done. Into the Joker lap now. The Hyundai goes sideways. Kristoffersen's on the apex of turn 2. Gronholm lights it up, pops the curb on the left hand and comes out just in front of Kristoffersen. He's done it. He's got him. Johan's going to try now and see if he can make a pass over the velodrome. Little nip on the bar to get it turned in. Can he have a look or not? Gronholm put in a great lap there.
Kristoffersen's applying the pressure now, and he applied the pressure after his semi-final win, saying, I won't let him have it that easy. He hasn't let him have it that easy, but Kristoffersen and Gronholm have both delivered brilliant performances in this final.
Absolutely stunning by Kristoffersen. Gronholm, though, is going to take the double win here at Höljes. Kristoffersen's had to fight for it with the issues. We've seen him on the limit. He's made some brilliant passes, but it's Gronholm who wins round 4 of RallyX Nordic. Kristoffersen P2. Fraser McConnell was right with them as well in the background. Sabo backward drops back to the back of the pack. Sabo comes in P4. Eid P5. Good result for the Belgian, but that is a great result for Gronholm. And that was a brilliant fight between two giants of the World Championship.
I spoke to Johan Kristoffersen earlier today about his thought process for the day. And he was really saying he might have to focus on the championship, but he so desperately wanted to beat the World Championship specification Hyundais. Gronholm made a brilliant start, didn't he? Look, this is exactly what I said. Kristoffersen and McConnell went side by side, leaving McConnell nowhere to go but on the main lap. Johan went into the Joker. Fortunately, he didn't get too held up behind Andreas Backerud because of this move. Look at Johan Kristoffersen send it up the inside of Backerud here. He actually gets rotated a little bit round the front of the Fiesta, keeps his foot buried on the floor. You will not see many moves like that in rallycross anywhere in the world.
He's a weapon. That was absolutely brilliant on the dust. Oh, fantastic! What a move. We've got a very happy man who's just joined us in the commentary box. Niels Anderson is here, fresh from his Lights victory. He's absolutely grinning like mad, as you would expect. Look at that, Gronholm coming in. Kristoffersen threw everything at that.
But critically took maximum championship points. Okay, he didn't take the maximum points.
No,
he didn't have anyone in the championship beat him, did he?
Because no, McConnell's done well to come in just behind him as well, but the gap will have increased. There is Gronholm. Out of the car now. They're all in the Parc Ferme area. You can see the cars parked there ready for scrutineering. Final result of the weekend here from Höljes, 3:53.3 for Niklas Gronholm, just 0.4 of a second, exactly 0.4 of a second ahead of triple world champion Johan Kristoffersen. Fraser McConnell in the championship fight with Kristoffersen and Evjen gets a podium here. It's another good result for the Jamaican. In fact, I think it's podiums all round, isn't it? Yes, it is. No, it's not podiums, 3 podiums, but great result for McConnell. He's going to have lost a few points, but it's all good. Sabo, Eid and Backerud.
So, Niklas, in the semi-final, you had 54 car lengths, as your spotter said. In the final, you had Johan Kristoffersen right behind you, and you still come out the winner today. Are you more satisfied with that one than Thursday?
Yeah, I am. Honestly, the first laps I didn't know what the gap was behind. They didn't tell me, they just some other info, and at some point Jussi said that now we need a bit more, and I'm let's say mostly happy that I found it. I started to push a bit more without doing some silly mistakes, so that's something to be satisfied about. I think at the point he told me it wouldn't have been enough to take the Joker, Johan would have come in front, so happy with that I could get the maximum out of me. Yeah, feels a bit better, yeah.
Back-to-back wins as well. How much confidence does it give you heading into the rest of the season?
No, I mean, it's always nice to compete, and that's why we came here. We could do the same style of in testing, but we wouldn't know what the pace is. Now we got some clue of that, so I think it's a win-win situation. And yeah, for sure it feels nice to get a few wins, and yeah, work continues.
It was a brilliant race as well for any rallycross fans. Thank you so much, Niklas. Well done. I'm going to send you now straight to the studio because Hal and Cody want to have a chat with you as well. Well done. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now we need a little bit more. That's about as calm as it gets, isn't it? I don't say it was 54 car lengths before. It was about 54 centimetres, Hal, this time round. Super close, but he found it, and you can see how pleased he is. That's a different guy from Thursday.
Yeah, he found 3 temps on that lap, didn't he? He was 2.5, 2.5, and then 2.8 just before the Joker, and that made all the difference.
We're going to take a look at the championship standings. Johan Kristoffersson on 100 points. He has a 13-point lead over Fraser McConnell. Sondre Evjen is in P3, and he's just 4 points back from Fraz. Niklas Gronholm, look, only been here this weekend, 57 points out of 60. He'd be in contention, wouldn't he? Enzo Eid up into 5th. Sabo, Carlson, Mitchell, Markland and Linneman are your top 10. We have been joined in the commentary box by Nils Anderson. Yes, mate. That's more
finally.
like it. Yeah. Yes, well
yes,
done.
Finally.
Here are the Supercar Lights standings. Nils Lick is in P2 in the standings. Tommy Howman at the top of the table. Ostland is equal with Nils, but Nils is ahead because he won this last round. Yes, won this last round. And then we got, Jonsson, Enlund, and Eklev, Oscarson, Foss, and Casper Janssen. How's it feel having come so close on in round 3?
Yeah, it's amazing. Finally. I said I will come and visit you guys, and I came today instead of yesterday.
You say, wait till you get the win to come and visit. Yeah, what was the difference? You just seemed to have the pace that you needed this time. You weren't under the pressure between the Joker and the extra lap that you needed to do.
I finally got to drive in my own rhythm, because last race Linus was hunting me like mad. And because it's a big difference of having someone that's close behind and not knowing if you're going for the gap or just trying to get fast. But this time I got to do my own pace, and luckily it was good enough.
So how do you feel? Like, is this like one of those moments where you go, right, I can do it? Because there's a point, isn't there, where you want to prove to yourself that you can do it.
Johan told me to go out and gather as many points as possible, and I said, yeah, but still I want to win. So
that
I
sounds
did both.
very like Johan.
Yeah, I did both.
Yeah, you did. Absolutely did both. Talk us through your race here, mate. So this is turn 1. You're nicely ahead here, but go on, talk us through it.
Yeah, the start was really good. I noticed that the grip in first position was a little bit lower than in third. So when my father was yelling me to go in, I thought, okay, so now we get a real run for it.
What sort of feedback were you getting from your spotters at the point, during the race? What were they saying to you?
I constantly get information on how Linus is doing and what pace he's going at. And of course, it helps to know if you have to risk it or save a little bit. So in Joker, I can say I risked everything because I knew it was tight.
It was a good Joker as well.
It was a really good Joker.
Hooked it over the curb on the exit there.
Yeah.
Howman looks slotted in as well behind Ostland. I mean, we've got 3 rounds to go. So what are your thoughts? Is it, can we challenge for the title? Howman's been tough, but you're there now. You're winning now.
Yeah, of course, Hellman has done a great job in the first 4 races. But still there's some more to go, and I would really like to finish off the season in the best way at my hometown.
We're heading, of course, back at Arvika. That would be a tidy place to win the championship, wouldn't it? Or to win another race.
Of course.
We're heading up to Ouluzone in Finland next in 3 weeks' time for another double header. It'll be another hardcore weekend for all of us. Have you been to Ouluzone before?
No, but I wonder if Tommy has been there.
Okay, so you think Tommy might be able to give you the tips. What do you think, Hal? Do you think Tommy's been there?
I don't think he has, no. But it doesn't take Johan long to learn a circuit, does it? So I'm sure that you'll be doing your homework well in advance of going there. I think it's quite a different circuit to Höljes and to Neeson, so it'll add a different dynamic. But you have a lot of experience in crosscar as well, don't you? So I guess that adaptability you're quite used to.
Yeah, of course, and it looks like more of a racing type of driving track, which I enjoy. I think I can handle well.
Yeah, tarmac corners and gravel straights, it looks like in Finland. So that's Johan Kristoffersson heading back towards the paddock.
Heading to the studio.
Oh, he's coming to the studio. There we are. Laura's told us he's coming to the studio. So is Niklas too busy to come to the studio for us?
Niklas is also coming as well.
Niklas is also coming to the studio. There we go. They're going to get their caps. Thank you, Laura. Laura talking to us live from the paddock on the live walk back here to our studio. I've nearly forgot what it was called. How tired
home.
How tired are you?
Not enough. We go for some testing tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, try the electric car.
Okay,
see what
cool.
it's like.
You excited to try it?
Yeah, absolutely. I am. It looks quite nice. I think they've done a great job developing a new type of car, which also has another whole spectrum of driving capabilities compared to the normal light car.
It looked nice to drive. From our point of view, each time I've seen drivers driving it, I felt they've looked quite comfortable in it. Not that they're fighting it, that they're able to push in it.
Yeah, and it's also more forgiving with the torque you have. the amount of torque is the big difference compared to the normal combustion light.
Okay, awesome. Well, we wish you the very best of luck with your testing. Congratulations on the win. What's the career plan? Come on, what do we do now?
What do we do now? We take race for race.
Okay,
and
race
then we
for
have
race.
to see at the end of the season where we go.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we wish you the best of luck with it. And we'll
Thank
see
you.
you in Finland. Well done, Niels. Good job, mate. Good job.
Well done, Niels.
We're going to head down and have a quick catch up with Laura, and then you can come and join us in the studio.
Okay. Yeah, carry on. Just... Sorry about that. We were just discussing what we're going to talk about in the interview. Simon, a 9-second penalty for you in the semi-finals means that you were out of the final. More bad luck for you on what has been a really challenging weekend. Talk us through what happened.
I mean, Nils did a better start, so I thought, let's just be behind him and make it to the final. And I mean, I have used the exactly same lines all weekend, but this time I was 5 centimeters too close to the penalty markers. And also 3 of them, I mean, that's a lot. I don't think I have ever been on one of them, so just stupid. Sorry.
Can you pinpoint why it happened? Is it because of the pressure building over the weekend? You're pushing
No
too
pressure.
hard?
I mean, I saw that Nils was too quick. I didn't have the grip I wanted when I was driving. So I didn't push too hard either. My spotter, my sister Sanna, told me, okay, we keep it this speed and keep it to the final and maybe improve there with the setup. So I don't have an answer for that, actually.
Better luck next time. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Welcome to Geek Club, where 2 6'4" men bent over a laptop looking at tenths of a second. Jaren Kristoffersen, congratulations on P2, and Niklas Gronholm, congratulations on the win. Niklas, we'll come to you first of all. How are you feeling? It looked to me like you felt a little bit more at one with the car and able to get that little bit more when you needed it.
Yeah, exactly. The first few laps I didn't really know what the pace is. Nobody told me the gaps and so on. So I was a bit too careful in the beginning, and then Jussi said that now we need pace, and I managed to get a few tenths out of the lap time. So yeah, happy about that.
Okay, well done, Johan. You were absolutely on a mission. From the attitude of the car, from us from the outside, and what you said after the semi-final in particular, you were pushing so hard. I felt you were pushing that hard in the final. Obviously, you've been looking at the lap times here. What have you seen? Because I know you'll have seen something.
Yeah, I mean, I did what I could. The lap times was not just enough when Niklas got into the rhythm. But it was a difficult place to be also in the final in the second position, because I had 2 Hyundais on the inside and our starts hasn't been good enough, but yeah, it was goodish. Niklas had a very good start, so I managed to squeeze in there, and then McConnell came from the outside, so I didn't plan to joker on the first lap just because of the exact situation that I ended up in, but sorted out that pretty quickly and then tried to get my head down, but yeah, just wasn't enough, but I did everything I could, but yeah, so
yeah,
right now it feels shit, but
we
but
totally, mate, we totally understand, and we really appreciate you coming to join us in the studio. I know
it's not that bad, you know.
No,
I'm
I know,
also
but
happy in one way because I'm able to challenge-ish Niklas, but not really, because I know that he can drive fast. He's controlling it a little bit, but I've been in the situation myself. You have that small tense here and there. You feel comfortable, and the plan was to not make Niklas feel comfortable in the final, but then I had the joker on the first lap, and yeah, I did what I could, but wasn't just enough.
Well, you didn't look too comfortable out front, Niklas, and I say Jussi came on the radio. It was 54 car lengths. We've said it was about 54 centimetres in the final. He was close, wasn't he? And it's always hard to beat this man.
It is, and I'm happy we came here, and I'm happy Johan was here, because obviously he always steps up the game, and yeah, we had some good battles the whole weekend, and yeah, for sure, if we're looking at the car perspective and team's perspective, we've been able to try a lot on the car, different things, and I would say we've gone forward. You know, we wouldn't have beaten him. I think on Thursday with that car. So now I think we've done some good things.
How much difference has it made having Christian in the team? Obviously, you've been working quite closely together in the awning. He's been very quick this weekend. I think he's taken a big step forward from where he was last year. How much has that helped you improve your own performance?
Yeah, like I said earlier already, it's been good. I think we have doubled the data. So and yeah, he's quick. I think he's also stepped up since last year. So it's been a good help for sure. Yeah, good to have two good cars, two fast cars in the team, so always a good help.
Well, congratulations, double win for you, Niklas. I don't think we're going to see you for any more of RallyX Nordic, but it's been great to have you here this weekend, and we wish you the best of luck with whatever your plans are for the season.
Yeah, let's see. You never know.
Okay, cool. Well, maybe we will. Johan, championship for you. Obviously, that's. I know you said on Thursday when you didn't make it through to the final with the puncture, it was like, okay, well, I need to think of the championship. I mean, you were thinking of a win here, definitely, but in terms of championship, that's gone well. You've stretched the lead here, and I know you want to win any title you go for.
Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes the target when you know, need to fight for the championship as well, but just after I let the clutch go in the final, all those thoughts were out of the window. So I really pushed everything today, and especially on the fifth lap here's 5 laps, so fourth lap in the left before going up the velodrome. There I cut the curb like massively and had a big hit under the car. So I was like, I hope that it keeps together. And then I was like, you have to finish as well, not only trying to beat Niklas, but. Yeah, it was a good point in the end this weekend for me. So, but yeah, like Niklas said as well, I mean, it's fantastic for me to have them here as well, and also not to forget Meccano has also showed some great pace together with Enzo and Sondre. So, but especially when you get you know, both Niklas and Christian, which is on the absolute top level for us to compete against them with our car, but also to see that we have made a step forward with the car, but also for me to try to squeeze out absolutely everything from the car as well, because that's always good practice. As it is for Niklas to control the front is also good practice if you end up in that situation as well. So, but you need a little bit of mix of everything. So it was a very good weekend.
You talk about that hit you had on the curb in the left-hander before the velodrome. I think it was the lap before that you passed Andreas through that corner. Just talk us through that move.
It was 2 laps before that, I think. But yeah, that was that was a match to talk about, really. He was a bit wide going in, and then I just tried to carry around the outside. So I lost some time, but not too much. So I still was hoping that I would be able to get Niklas, because just like as he said before, he pick up the pace. I thought that I was also be able to pick up the pace, but I couldn't. It was nothing more to give.
You'd have lost more time if you'd have been behind him. We were amazed by that pass. It was absolutely brilliant, really good.
And that was also, I didn't plan to go Joker on the first lap to be a bit more safe, because I knew that car is a bit heavier and he doesn't really have the pace. So when I did the Joker and I saw Andreas continue on the second lap, I was like, that was not good. And then he was a bit wider, and then I tried, okay, now I have to. If I want to win, I need to overtake now. So, and then I tried and it worked, so not too bad.
Awesome. So Niklas, then, can we persuade you to come up to Oulu then in Finland maybe for the next couple of rounds, 3 weeks' time, and a bit more warm-up time?
Like I said, you never know. Let's see what happens. There's quite a lot of
Niklas. Drink.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on, not only rallycross, so we need to see if it's possible, but for sure, racing is always fun.
Have either of you been there before, Oulu Zone?
Yes, many times. We used to do it in the Finnish Championship. Okay, many times. 3 times I've been.
Well, what's it like? Tell us, because we've not been here as a series before. Myself and Hal, we haven't met any drivers who have been there. So what's it like?
It's like circuit racing.
So it's a lot of tarmac.
It's a lot of tarmac, yeah.
It's 2 straights on gravel only, and the rest is on tarmac. Yeah.
Yes, the last straight before the last corner and after first corner. Yeah.
So you've done your homework already, Johan. If you've not been there, you've already seen some videos at least.
I watched an onboard from some like we call in Sweden folk race or something. They had something like that there. So I watched just a quick onboard, just to have a look.
There's a folk race driver somewhere who's going to be stoked to hear that the 3-time world champion is.
He finished P2. Yeah, so maybe he knows himself.
Lost 3/10 in the second corner. No,
he started P3.
Okay.
Yeah.
The detail is insane. It's brilliant. Lads, I'm going to thank you very much indeed for coming and joining us in the studio. And Niklas, best of luck this season. I hope we might see you, and Johan, obviously, we'll see you in Finland.
Good job for you guys as well. I think you want to rest your voice now a bit.
Thank you ever so much, mate. Yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura, come and join us. I'm Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. Laura Winter's coming in. We have had a long weekend. It has been a long weekend, but we've had a lot of fun. It's so good to be back at a rallycross track and bringing you these amazing guests. So I just want to say thanks really to the whole team for getting us here. We're going home for a fun 10 days in quarantine, but I'd do it all again because it's just nice. It's just so nice to be here. Laura, you happy?
Oh, I've loved it out there. Just